what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're listening. And cry out loud, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Down goes Trump. No, just kidding. I'm not Cenk Uygur, okay? I hope nobody's expecting... Wow, like, how much does this shake the... It shakes the camera, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, we're not gonna do a TYT thing, and we're not gonna get, like, too excited, right? Because, like, who knows what's gonna happen, right? But there's a very good chance that Trump's about to be indicted. The Chuds are, they're making a Patriot moat. Can we talk about the Patriot moat? Should we talk about the Patriot moat? There's a patriot moat. There's a moat of patriots. And they're gonna use it to try to keep the feds, the George Soros, the forces of Soros. That's the other thing. This is wild, right? They're basically accusing the district attorney of Manhattan. Here, let me turn this down so I can actually be heard. Yeah, so like, there's so much going on, right? Trump is on Truth Social. He's getting the hogs all riled up. All riled up once again. Like, right, he wants another January 6th, basically. Except for, and this time, you know, to ostensibly, allegedly, to obstruct justice, right? That's what this is feeling like, right? It's feeling like not just Trump, but Kevin McCarthy. A lot of these people are really playing with fire and potentially inviting charges down the line. Now, with Trump, it's weird, right? Because I want to talk about one really important aspect of what's going on with Trump. And that aspect is the fact that he's running for president. He's running for president for 2024. I think he wants to be president. I think he wants to feel like a winner, and he definitely felt like a loser when he lost the election to Joe Biden, right? So you know, there's a lot of his pride tied up in this, but there's also like a very practical reason for him to want to run president, for him to want to win the presidency again. And that is, you know, if you go back to the Mueller investigation and the questioning of Robert Mueller by the legislators, what you noticed was a theme of, he's the sitting president. We can't indict him. You can indict him. You can indict him. You're the Congress. You can do an impeachment. You can move that process forward. You can remove him from office, and then he could be indicted. Once he's gone from office, he can be indicted, right? But while he's the sitting president, there was nothing that Mueller could do, right? And that's how Mueller answered those questions. And it's true for this. It's true for Stormy Daniels. It's true for like everything that Trump is charged with. We've got Stormy Daniels hush money. We've got the interference in Georgia. We've got the documents that mysteriously showed up at Mar-a-Lago. There's a number of things. Isn't there something in the Southern District of New York that's getting prosecuted? Trump has got all kinds of legal action against him, but I don't know if any of it is going to be like decided before he, you know, would take the presidency, because that's the whole thing, is that you know, if he wins election, then that's the closest thing to like immunity that he's gonna get, right? And you know, it'd be 4 years of immunity, but in some cases that might be statute of limitations. Oh yeah, Southern District of New York is the Stormy Daniels case. Okay, that makes sense. Manhattan, South New York. I don't know. My geography of the East Coast is all off. But look, I know somebody who knows a lot more about the East Coast than I do. Why are we looking at this window? You know who I'm thinking of? Somebody that knows the East Coast like the back of his hand. And somebody who just got done streaming. Hey, what's up, Snow Wolf? Let's switch over here to, that's right. Did anybody guess it? Did anybody guess where I was going with this? We're talking about Sam Cedar. Let's see what Sam Cedar has to say about this.
We must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
The Majority Report with Sam Cedar.
Sleepy Sam Cedar. Oh my god, no, it's
20
music.
years. 20 years ago, shock and awe levied against Iraq as the start of on maintaining or preventing a 1.5 Celsius rise.
Oh my God.
It's probably gone. Florida, a bill allowing any parent to ban any school book passes.
That is music.
Co-host of this program, a lot of people very excited about the idea of Donald Trump being indicted this week.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun for the story. Does it help him or hurt him in the Republican primary? I feel like it's kind of a wash.
It's probably a wash. I have no idea.
I don't think
You're going to see how much of a wash it is, right? Because you do have like a lot of Republicans out there, including, like I said, Kevin McCarthy basically issuing what sound like to me to be threats, right? Kevin McCarthy is like, threatening to use his power as the Speaker of the House against people involved in this investigation. They're making all kinds of allegations. They're alleging that George Soros somehow controls like certain prosecutors' offices. I don't know. So generally with GOP lies, with conspiracy theory type lies like this, and you've heard the George Soros stuff before, and yes, there's like an anti-Semitic, they choose George Soros. Of all the politically active billionaires, they choose George Soros for a reason, right? But there's sometimes like a kernel of truth, right? That they take this little kernel that doesn't really mean much of anything, and they twist it and they stretch it and they turn it into something when it's not, right? I'm curious to what the kernel of truth, that the idea that these are Soros controlled, legal, like law enforcement apparatuses, like is like, where did they get this? Where does this come from, right? Is there anything? Because it sounds like it's made up out of whole cloth. Like, I can't imagine, like, the only thing I could think of is that like George Soros paid taxes in New York City once. And so therefore Soros money went to the prosecutor's office, which gets funded through those taxes. That's the only thing I can think of. Like, how are they making this claim? These claims that they're making are really wild, right? But Ron DeSantis is a special case because Ron's got to walk that line. On one hand, he does not want to be perceived as cheering the evil Democrats takedown of the beloved President Donald Trump, right? He's got to pretend that he's against that, but at the same time, he wants to be president too. He doesn't want Donald Trump to be president, so he's doing this crazy thing where he where like on one hand he's accusing the prosecutor's office of all this stuff, but on the other hand, he's mentioning really specifically the charges against Donald Trump, the hush money for Stormy Daniels, right? He's driving that, like, he's driving in that that issue into the voters' minds that, hey, maybe Donald Trump isn't like a great guy, but by the way. So it's really interesting to see them walk this line. What's up, BPCL? Are we talking about Meatball? Wait, Meatball DeSantis? Yeah. Or wait, what's the other one? Little D? Did they call him Little D?
funny thing is though is he's concerned.
Yeah.
He's one of the people excited by it.
Nobody wants to go to jail.
No.
It seems to me. And I don't know. He could. I mean, I don't know. He could theoretically go to jail. I don't know that the Manhattan district attorney or
Little D is better than anything. What all did Trump come up with? It's just Meatball Ron, right?
or for that matter, the Georgia state attorney have the same rules regarding interfering with.
So question, chat, can we maybe do a poll? I mean, I know this is kind of Ron D. Sanctimonious. Oh yeah, that's right. Can we do a poll? Maybe this is a little early for a poll, but I want to know, what do you think? Do you think that this helps or hurts Donald Trump in the race, in the Republican nomination, right? Does this rally the troops around Donald Trump, or does Ron DeSantis reminding people that, like, I mean, the reason that like Donald Trump is in this particular danger, has this particular like legal exposure, is because apparently of some infidelity with Stormy Daniels, allegedly infidelity, and some hush money that was paid to shut Stormy Daniels up, right? Stormy Daniels has been apparently paid money, and that's what the district attorney is looking at right now. So, I mean, what do you think overall? Does this help Trump? Does this hurt Trump?
With an election that the U.S. Justice Department
I need to wake the fuck
I
up
already
too.
announced I'm running. You can't do that.
But he seems to be worried about it. We'll go into this a decent amount today. Tomorrow, we're working on a guest, right? We don't know yet if we have.
He also threatened her child in her car. Wait, what? I remember something about this.
You have to talk a little bit more about the.
So V's mentioning a story that we covered on Saturday. A story that we covered on Saturday in terms of Posey Parker. God, I'm still getting the name mixed up. Posey Parker came to speak in Australia, right? She had some special guests show up who, we did not see that coming. We did not see that coming at all, who the special guests would be, but they had a special salute to give. They were joining the turf side of the protest. They were showing up to support Parker, right? And they had a special little salute to show everybody, a little familiar salute. If you're a student of history, if you're a student of Germany circa 1930s to 40s, you know what salute I'm talking about, right? And V is mentioning that there are several municipalities in Australia that are looking into banning that very salute. I remember her as Nosy Parker because she's nosy about what's in people's pants. Oh my God, you made me think of, she's like down and she's like, trying to smell your genitalia and disallow your bathroom usage based on that.
Anniversary of the Iraq War. We had another guest.
Inertia in law enforcement is a real problem. If Trump faces criminal charges anywhere, it becomes way too easy for him, for every other jurisdiction who is weighing prosecution. Wait, inertia becomes easier? Well, I mean, like are you talking about like the slowness of the legal system? Yeah, because that's one thing that's kind of like, I mean, ostensibly, like, I feel like I can say this. There's like more criminality in this presidency than there has ever been in any presidency. This hurts Trump. That's the 83% say this hurts Trump. So that's the overall opinion of the chat on. Oh wait, I can make a chat on YouTube. A poll. What am I talking about? A poll. Yeah, we can make a poll. Can I? Oh my God, why am I having trouble making a poll? Engage with your audience. Oh, you can start a Q&A or you can start a poll. Okay. Does this help or hurt Donald Trump? I'm like, capitalize Trump maybe. In the 2024 Republican primary. That's my question. And it should be with a question mark, not with a... There we go. So we got a poll in YouTube as well. I want to know what you think, YouTube. I want to know what... We already know what Twitch thinks. Twitch thinks this hurts him. But like, yeah. So like, Donald Trump came to drain the swamp. Oh my God, Nabil! Thank you for the resub. Thank you for the resub. Much love. Much love, Nabil. Good to see you. 2 months of Irene tolerating you? No, you're awesome. What are you talking about? So, like, Donald Trump came to Washington promising to drain the swamp. If you know anything about Donald Trump's history, though, it's a history of corruption. It's a history of frankly, what looks like criminality. And like, he's the last person in the world to be like, promising to clean things up, right? Dirty Don is not going to clean things up, right? So he comes and it's like, here's how I imagine it. Donald Trump shows up and he's got a fire hose, but it's hooked up to the sewer, okay? And he's gonna clean everything up by spraying it with his fire hose of like poopy water. He's spraying poopy water everywhere. And yeah, there's corruption. I mean, there's money in politics, right? That's the first and foremost problem with the American political system, right? It's a joke. It gives the appearance of a democracy, but there's so many places for people with power to put their thumb on the scales, right? So it's not really, and there's even been studies about this, like, do the opinions of the American people correlate with the laws that actually get made? And we find that they don't. The laws that get made have more in common with the opinions of the upper class, right? With capitalists, if you will, right, than they do with the opinions of the American people at large. So, and a lot of what it is a dog and pony show to convince us that we are in control of a system that we all know we're not in control of. It's kind of ridiculous, right? So there are problems. There is, corruption, if you will, right? But Donald Trump spraying poopy water all over the place, I don't think that helps, right? He makes it worse. Not 1% counted.
Schedule for today that fell through at the last minute. So,
dirty underwear, Don.
Forgive
oh my
us
God.
In that way. We will.
Well,
will talk.
Wait. So can somebody do a check on this for me, right? Because I remember seeing a picture of Donald Trump on the golf course, right? And he's wearing his khaki pants, and there's like a stain. And it's brown. It's browner and darker than the khakis. It kind of looks like he pooped his pants, right? Is that real? Like, did I actually see that? Like, was that a Photoshop? Was that real? Because it seems like something Trump would do, but like, then again, I don't know. It was probably a sweat stain. Okay. It's probably a sweat stain combined with not wiping ever that produced that.
Talk a little bit about that, obviously.
It's real now.
Also in
nice,
the
Nabil.
IPCC report. I also want to talk a little bit about the story about the Iran hostages, because that is a story that
I need to wake my ass up.
We have known through different sources over the time, and there's been speculation about it, but to the extent that one can confirm such a thing with so many of the people involved.
YouTube didn't give your notification? Oh my God. Hey, wait, did you hit that bell? So if you're not getting the notification on YouTube, this is a major problem, right? My YouTube numbers are really iffy. Sometimes they're pretty high. Sometimes they're suspiciously low. And it almost feels like nobody knows that I'm streaming, right? If you hit that bell, it might help, right? It might help, right? And you can always check on live, right, if there's a stream scheduled. I'm going to be trying to be better about sticking to my stream schedule. If I can just find a stream schedule that works, because I'm honestly bouncing all over the place right now. It was Locker Room Talk Manifest. Interesting. It could have been many different types of states. Bidets. Oh my God, bidets are good. Yeah. I think Hassan recommends that. Wait, no, somebody bought a bidet for Hassan, right? The was on all notification. She is literally bouncing all over. Literally, yeah. Trump is the stain.
There seems to be some confirmation.
What's up,
but
Carrie?
Let's go right in on this. Donald Trump. I mean, I went into like a liquor store the other day, and for some reason, like, I would say 90% of the liquor stores I go.
I mean, I don't know what to do other than like the only thing I can think of doing is like adding YouTube support, right? They have helped me before. Like I had a little help from Jesse Gender in boosting that tweet. But yeah, sometimes if you tweet, like, I don't know, are we going to have to tweet at YouTube support to be like, why is my notification not going out?
But dude, there's
I don't know if that's useful.
I don't know why that is, but
we're going to have to do some Twitter Karening.
Good people.
All good people, of course. But they were like, all the people in the liquor store were talking about whether Trump was going to be indicted on Tuesday.
I think for a lot of people, it's just like they've been hearing about how he's so corrupt and crooked for this whole time period that there's a cathartic element to it. But I don't know how much this hurts him electorally. Right.
I don't. Well, I think it's also, I mean, these aren't, the thing is that the payments to Stormy Daniels, not the most relevant of the things that he did, I think, that were criminal.
Well, I mean, like, here's what it is, right? Yeah, like, I mean, it kind of sucks that this, of all the things that that would drop first, it would be the Stormy Daniels stuff, right? But I feel like there is a phenomenon of the Republican base existing in a bubble that is outside of reality, that has nothing to do with reality, right? They want to think that all of this stuff is just made up, lefty liberal cope. And it's not. It's not. He's a very criminal president. He had a very criminal presidency, right? It's not made up. It's not, the only thing that kind of saved him from actually seeing some consequences for some of that stuff was the fact that he was in office. He held office. You cannot indict a sitting president unless you've got like a Senate that's going to do what the Senate did in the case of Nixon. And they didn't actually prosecute him, right? But wait, they didn't even impeach him, right? But like basically the will was there. The political will was there to remove Nixon from office and to prosecute him if need be. It didn't have to happen because Nixon didn't want to get prosecuted, so he left office on his own accord, right? That's the only way that, a president is gonna end up facing any consequences. Nixon actually didn't end up facing any consequences, I think in a lot of ways because of the U.S. government is so fucked up, right? Nixon was impeached. That was an impeachment. He was impeached, but he wasn't prosecuted, right? And like a lot of the ways that this works is that somehow prosecuting a president, even a former president, is seen as like a delegitimization of the entire political apparatus of the American government, right? And in the 60s and 70s, people would talk about the revolution sometimes as if it was just a matter of when. Obviously, it wasn't. Obviously, a lot of that was, very, very detached from reality as well. But there was like a certain will within the country to displace the status quo. There were things like the draft got people really up in arms. So, yeah, I don't know, though, what letting Nixon go, does that really help in that regard? But there is this like calculation of like, does the government seem legitimate, right? And maybe prosecuting a president, right, either could look political, right, or it could look it could just reveal like how corrupt the political apparatus often is. Impeachment is bringing the charges in Congress, in the House of Representatives, regardless of the outcome. If there is a resignation.
But, it's sort of, there's an Al Capone quality to this, right? You get him for not paying his taxes.
Which is funny, too, because when it comes to the Georgia probe, it looks like they're pursuing RICO charges, which is exactly what Giuliani was using in New York to go after the mob. So now could be turned on his buddy, potentially Giuliani, too.
And I will say this, too, that Georgia is far more irrelevant, it seems to me. You really, as a president, shouldn't be interfering with the election counting in that way. But here is former President Trump announcing on Truth Social Saturday that he thinks he's going to be arrested on Tuesday, tomorrow, of this week. And he's exercised by this because all caps.
Yeah.
Now, illegal leaks from a corrupt and highly political Manhattan District Attorney's Office, which has allowed new records to be set in violent crime.
What? Records.
New records.
So there's the other unsubstantiated claim, right? This is a talking point you're going to hear from a lot of the Republicans. This idea that New York City is overrun with crime. Donald Trump used the record crime, this idea that that New, like, have you ever seen? There's a movie like Escape from New York, right? Oh my God, I don't even know if this is relevant or not. There was a perception. What I'm trying to say is that in the 70s, there was a perception that New York was overrun with crime. Like that people, in the middle of the country, when they thought about New York, they would kind of overestimate the amount of violent crime that was going on in broad daylight in New York City, right? This is when the tough on crime thing happened. The Republicans, Nixon, in fact, right, was one of the first candidates to run on a platform, a lot of which, used the idea of criminality and crime and, like protests and stuff like that as a, he's gonna be tough on crime in the way that somehow the Democrats were too lenient on criminals, and they weren't. But
We're number one, baby.
But yeah, you're seeing this again, and you'll hear this from people. People in the middle of the country think that this is just, like they have some weird ideas about what's going on in New York City.
Hey.
Records in the sense that they're only records if you don't look at like the olden days.
Yes, as a part of like a record in the past downward trend over the
crime thing plays really well in New York. New York in the 70s, the seedy dens of Manhattan, racist crime wave hallucinated by America. Yeah.
past few decades in New York. It's a little bit higher.
I mean, look, I think to be fair, there's new records every day.
Yeah.
Like they record things. It just isn't
There's not
broken.
superlative.
No.
Oh, gotcha.
He dropped the part about breaking any records. It's just new records. We take records every day. How many people were arrested today? That's a record. We've recorded also what the temperature is today. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's
New record temperature today.
New records to be set in violent crime. News leader is funded by George Soros. There we go. Indicate that with no crime being able to be proven and based on an old and fully debunked by numerous other prosecutors, fairy tale, the far and away leading Republican candidate and former president of the United States of America will be arrested on Tuesday of next week. Protest. Take our nation back.
Okay, so if anybody's interested, yeah, there were, 5 articles of impeachment drawn up against Richard Nixon. Now, this is the Judiciary Committee that voted on them. Article 1, obstruction of justice, adopted 27-11. So that article was adopted by the Judiciary Committee. Article 2, abuse of presidential power, adopted 28-10, right? And you got Republicans voting mostly no, and Democrats voting unanimously yes. And the Democrats were, making up the majority of these committees, right? So in control of Congress. Contempt of Congress. Yes. There was 2 Democrat. Anyway, I don't want to get into the Cambodian the War Powers Act, right? So this was rejected, right? 9 Democrats voted no on that. Emoluments. Oh, interesting, because this was talked about with Trump as well, right? Receiving money during the presidency, that affecting, maybe your decisions, right? That was rejected as well, right? So wait, now, am I right about this? I think this was the Judiciary Committee agreed on 3 articles of impeachment against President Nixon. But I'm not seeing... the vote in the House as having actually taken place. In other words, I think that these... Wait, am I right about this? I feel like these articles were drawn up, passed by the Judiciary Committee, but then would have had to be voted on by the House. August 2nd, the House Rules Committee announced that the Judiciary... Oh my God, I'm being so boring. I'm sorry, chat. I'm so boring. I know this is boring, but I gotta know. I gotta know what the because I remember something about Nixon leaving before.
And how many likes did he get on that? Like 25?
I remember how many truths or
how many truths?
The all caps kind of it hurts his emphasis and it makes it a little bit harder to read the syntax of something that's that big of a block of text.
Also, think about this, right? The all caps thing that Donald Trump does that remind us of anything? Any longtime NCC fans remember somebody else who typed in all caps? Somebody who might have edited, might have been a producer for Lauren Southern. Any memory of anything like that?
I don't really think his followers are. They see all caps and they go, "We're angry now."
Here's what do we have here? Here's number 2, right? Oh yeah, okay. This is these are all of the things from Trump's from Truth Social that he did on that day. Okay, you got like 30,000 people. Remember the same animals and thugs. Oh, wait. So I should start from the bottom, actually, right?
Right.
16 hours ago and go to the next one.
Yeah, do I have this right? I mean, like, I'm seeing that the Judiciary Committee approved articles of impeachment. I was wrong. He bailed. Yeah. Oh my God. Hey, can we get some NCC? NCC was right. NCC was right about Richard Nixon. Yeah, I mean, it's we're splitting a hair here, right? The Judiciary Committee approved articles of impeachment. Had Nixon stayed, he would have definitely been impeached, right? And very likely, convicted in the Senate, right? So, he lost support from the Republican Party. What I was trying to bring up there, though, is the difference between Nixon and Trump, right? With Nixon, he did enjoy a lot of support from the Republican Party, right, early on. But as stuff rolled in and the tapes came out and things got worse and worse and murkier, open the folder on Nixon. I might actually have something on Nixon, right? But so they, basically he lost his support in the Republican Party, eroded to the point where it would have been untenable for the Republicans in the Senate to continue to support him, right? That would have looked really bad. That would have, maybe cost some of them their elections. In the Republican Party of today, the calculation is different. The current Republican Party is more worried because there are people in the Republican Party that want Trump out. There are people in the Republican Party that see Trump as the liability that he actually is, right? But they also see the overwhelming support of the Republican base for Donald Trump, and they see what happens to people like Liz Cheney, right, losing their seat, losing their. I think Liz Cheney lost the primary, did not get nominated, right? So they see that kind of stuff and they end up, playing it safe. Some of them really support him, right? Some of them are just as ridiculous as their base, but even if they're not, they're still supporting him because they know there's like a cost for not doing it. Like, ask Mike Pence about that, right? Ask Mike Pence about the cost of not being seen as supporting Trump. All Mike Pence did was refuse to violate like the procedures, like, right? Trump thought that Mike Pence could refuse to, oh my God, what was it? Pence had to officially do something in order to make the election of Joe Biden official, right? And Trump thought that he could refuse to do that. In reality, it sounds like it feels like I'm more than willing to admit I was wrong. Sorry about that, Irene. I mean, that's okay. Like it's like there's a lot of nuance. There's a lot of mishmash, right? And I just wanted to get it right because I thought I remembered there was something being unprecedented, at least in the century, about the impeachment of Donald Trump, right? So something, things did go further than they went with Nixon, and that was what it was. But unlike with Nixon, where had Nixon tried to stick it out, right, he would have been probably prosecuted, right, and removed from office. With Trump, that was never on the table. So, yeah, and that's where he wants to get to again, right? If he can get back into the presidency, he's going to have that same immunity, de facto immunity, by the fact that you can't indict a sitting president. You can only use the legislation you can only use the legislature to remove a sitting president, and that's not going to happen.
See if okay, start from the bottom. This is what we'll do.
It was a ceremonial certification Pence was being asked and refused to do. Asked to refuse. Yeah, they asked Pence to refuse to do the ceremonial certification, and it's like Yolkio is saying, it's ceremonial. Pence refusing to do it wouldn't have really had an effect, and but they still the January 6ers like basically were chanting to use a noose, and they brought a noose. And they were chanting about using it on Mike Pence. So
I find it very hard to believe.
What are we discussing?
That a racist,
oh my God.
Soros-backed DA.
So he's black, so that's why.
Okay. Oh my God. Okay, so wait, the DA is black. And and so he's racist. We've seen this before, haven't we? Wasn't there like a judge that was Wasn't there a judge that was Latino and Trump like insinuated the same thing about him? Right? Oh my God. Donald Trump, it's like he's insisting on being having all of his cases adjudicated by white by like white judges or something. Like, wow.
He's racist against white people.
Well, he's going after
A white
he's
guy.
going after a white guy. Remember, this is also the guy. It's not illegal, although I would. It would have been nice if it was. Who put a full page ad in the New York Times? Was it?
Yes.
I think it was about the Central Park Five, who were exonerated.
Yeah, these people were exonerated. The person who did the crime actually came forward and admitted to it. And even after that, Donald Trump wanted these kids locked up, probably because they were black. Just reported that the most important witness to go before New York City grand jury, a highly respected lawyer who once represented convicted felon, jailbird, and serial fake storyteller and liar Michael Cohen. Wait, I feel like part of Michael Cohen was convicted on things he did on behalf of Trump, right? We'll be doing so tomorrow afternoon. Okay, so he's talking about a lawyer who is going to testify against Michael Cohen. Sorry, did I say a lawyer? A witness, yeah. A witness that's going to testify against... No, a witness who is a lawyer. Oh my God, I'm so confused, right? This is a confusing... it's not a tweet. It's a truth. It's a truth. Even though Donald Trump is, I guess... back on Facebook now, right? Is he back on Twitter? God, this is so... Okay, so find it hard to believe... Oh, here we go. I find it very hard to believe that a racist, Soros-backed DA who lets murderers, rapists, and drug dealers walk free and who has presided over the biggest violent crime wave in the history of New York City, citation needed, is using the power of his office to persecute, indict, and prosecute a former president of the United States of America for no crime. The witch hunt never ends, but we will make America great again. Oh my God. January 6 hogs don't know how the government and elections work. I am shocked. So that's what he said, right? He's calling... Wait, this is the DA that he's calling racist. I don't remember what he said about the judge, right? This was early on in the Trump presidency, if not prior to the Trump presidency. There was some judge who was Latino that decided some, I don't know if it was a case or like decided against him basically. And he implied, yeah, the DA, in this case, we're talking about the DA, right? So he's calling the DA racist against white people, I guess, because he's black.
After
so, you know, we got reverse racism.
Decades in prison.
If you're filling out your bingo cards at home, we got reverse racism.
Put an ad against them, you know, basically calling them animals and that they should be arrested. I find it very hard to believe that the racist Soros-backed DA who lets murderers, rapists, and drug dealers walk free.
Yeah, my peers to Trump means white people only, and I mean that, but he's not racist.
And who has presided over the biggest violent crime wave in the history of NYC.
Nope.
Yeah, no.
Well, you know,
you might want to ask Giuliani about.
What do you
that
mean by
time period.
biggest? What do you mean by wave?
Okay, so Trump has his account restored on Twitter, but he has an exclusivity contract with Truth Social, so he won't tweet. Right? Because basically without Trump, I don't think Truth Social exists. I think Sam Cedar could do drag really well. Wait, wow, okay. Where did this come from? His Trump impression, I know, right?
Is using the power of his office to persecute, indict and prosecute a former president of the United States of America for no crime. The witch hunt never ends, but we will make America great again.
Are you sure?
An hour later, just reported that the most important witness to go before the New York City grand jury, a highly respected lawyer who once represented convicted felon, jailbird, and serial fake storyteller and liar, Michael Cohen.
So the highly respected part was sarcastic, but it's just not clear to Matt's point. Okay.
No, wait a second. No. You're misreading it.
Oh God, I mean.
Yeah, no, it's hard.
How could
It's
I
hard.
confuse?
Okay. Just reported that the
I gotta know though, because all the Republicans are saying this. All the Republicans are saying that this DA is Soros backed. Like, what are they basing this on? Like, is there any kind of nugget of anything that they are using to twist into the obviously the DA is not really Soros backed, right? But like, I'm trying to figure out how they're like, is this one of those situations where there's like some little factoid that they're twisting into this, or is this just completely made up out of whole cloth?
most important witness to go before the New York City grand jury, a highly respected lawyer, comma, for other people. There's no comma there, but there
Okay.
should be. Who once represented convicted felon, jailbird, and serial fake storyteller and liar, Michael Cohen,
Okay.
will be doing so tomorrow afternoon. The information he will present will supposedly be conclusive and irrefutable. Witch hunt. So what he's trying to say here is that this guy Costello, who at one point might have represented or was contemplating representing Michael Cohen in 2018, but ended up just representing the Republican Party.
Wait, I'm noticing something, right? The Majority Report mods are saying bottom of the hour likes target is hit. 500. Hit the like button. Oh no, it's 500. Wait, so they have a likes target. Oh my god, chat, should we start doing a likes target? Like, this is a real professional operation, right? Obviously, they're a little to the right of us over here, right? They're, this isn't like a socialist, this isn't a socialist broadcast going on here. You can tell because their audio is better. They got those SM7Bs, right? Not allowed under socialism. You must have a USB mic only under socialism, right? But maybe we should do a like target on YouTube. Has everybody liked the stream? I'm supposed to stop and ask you that, right? I know it's annoying and it feels unnatural for me to do, but apparently it really helps me out in the algorithm, right? And it helps bring more viewers in. So if you want to do that, just hit that like button and let YouTube know that you're enjoying the stream, this coverage of Arrestmas.
Or Trump, he wore a lot of hats. This guy Costello is going to
Many hats.
Testify, theoretically could today, that Michael Cohen is a bad guy, liar. And apparently, Trump says supposedly because he's not supposed to have in any way probably conferred with a witness who is going to go in. I mean, they called this witness, but in the case of the grand jury.
So something that Trump is claiming is that he's going to be indicted tomorrow, right? He shouldn't know this. We don't know this. None of this is confirmed. But theoretically, if Trump were to talk to one of the witnesses that was scheduled to, testify, maybe the witness knows, right? Maybe the witness knows. But here's the thing, chat. Polly has centrist audio. Okay, I mean, does she have a SM7B? Maybe I should get a throne. Would people be interested in like upgrading individual elements of the stream, such as the microphone? I mean, like I feel like I could sound a little bit better than I do. The lighting's pretty good. It could be better. I feel like oh my god, there's this one kind of light. What is it called? It's a square light. There's a key light. Yeah, I think I could use a key light. I like my camera. What do you think? I really like my camera. This is about as high quality as you can go and still be a webcam. So I'm not really looking to upgrade that. But yeah, my audio is the one thing that I'm always iffy about.
At least in New York City, if an indictment seems to be imminent, a grand jury will allow the subject of a grand jury to call a witness in their defense to perhaps, testify. They don't get there to ask questions, if I understand correctly. I don't think, but they will call.
But do you see how Trump is wording this? Like, right? He's saying supposedly, right? It's almost like he wants to put some distance between the idea that he might have talked to one of the witnesses, because talking to one of the witnesses would be considered witness tampering, right? So if he's done that, he definitely doesn't want to own up to it.
The witness, and the idea of this witness is to impeach the testimony of Michael Cohen.
Grand juries have return indictments 99.9% of the time. He just needs to know when they are finishing. Right. And yeah, here's the cliche is that you could indict a ham sandwich. That the grand jury doesn't have any kind of stringent burden of proof. It's not proof beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. It's just, general, does this seem like a thing, right? So yeah, like you can indict a ham sandwich. And
now,
I mean, Trump kind of is a ham sandwich, isn't he?
Oh, Trump can't possibly know this because he probably wouldn't want to get involved in its tampering. Although one could argue that all of the what he's doing now and what the Republican Party is doing, is obstruction of justice as they go after the DA. But nevertheless, Trump only supposedly knows that this information will be conclusive and irrefutable.
That's what Bernie told me.
And then 4 hours later, remember, same animals and thugs that would do this to perhaps 200 million people.
Yeah, reasonable suspicion, Shakespeare is saying, is the standard for grand juries. There probably is a people versus ham sandwich case somewhere, true.
But actually, all Americans.
Sorry, what is that? What's going on
I'll
there?
explain what that is. He thinks he's saying that the animals and thugs that are doing this, that I guess is the
Black DA
of
Black
is
Democrats.
doing this to 200 people in America who 200 in his mind, 200 million people voted for him or supported him as the president. And then he reconsiders it in the next following clause. But I mean by not just 200 million, actually all Americans. He's doing it to all Americans.
Yeah. So because you are all me, this could happen to you.
So about 2/3 of Americans like Trump, and then another third.
There it is, YouTube.
At first he's saying 200 million.
I am so sorry. I promised you a poll and I didn't give you a poll. If that ever happens, let me know. You feel free to be like, hey, you said you were going to give us a poll. Like there was just a few more buttons that I had to hit. I felt like I'd done the poll, but there was like, do the poll and then do this and then press this button and press this button and press this button. It can't ever be easy. So let me know if I don't finish a task like that.
2/3 of Americans like Trump. And then he goes, but actually all Americans.
So that other 131 million, that you're also included in the 200.
Right.
Add that onto the 200.
Right. So he's saying, remember, the same animals and thugs that would do this to perhaps 200 million, but actually, no, all Americans, whatever that number is.
We go
Could have
on,
just
we
gone
go
straight
all.
to any American.
Yes, to all Americans. But what clearly happened is he was like, I don't want to have to look up how many Americans there are. So
Yeah,
let's just say it's got to be all Americans.
Yeah. I don't want to politicize this.
Oh yeah.
Are the communists...
And for anybody who's just getting here, this is the Twitter thread. If you have Twitter, help me out by liking, retweeting, commenting, or otherwise interacting with the Twitter. With the tweet.
It's Marxists, rhinos,
stream.
and losers that are purposely destroying our country. So there's a two-part project. One is to do the thing to the president, and then to then purposely ruin the country. And then,
Jesus.
I guess 6 hours after his first Truth Social, Can you imagine the great New York City Police Department, correctly referred to as New York City's finest,
Needs editor.
who, for the first and this is like reading the Twitter files.
It's like Proust's.
Wait, okay, so let's go back here for just a second. I want to see the animals and thugs part. Where's the animals and thugs? Who exactly is he saying? Is he talking about God, this is so frustrating. Why does Truth Social suck so bad?
Yes, to all Americans. But what clearly happened is he was like, I don't want to have to look up how many Americans there are. So
Yeah,
let's just say,
Actually, all Americans are communist. Wait, what? Let me read that again. Oh, there we go. The same animals and thugs that would do this to perhaps 2 million people. Oh, yeah. So he's talking about the DA. And yeah, you know, the DA that he called racist for being black and presiding over a white guy's trial. God, Donald, that's but yeah, compare that with referring to the prosecutor's office as animals and thugs.
it's got to be all Americans.
Yeah, I don't want to politicize this.
Are the communists, Marxists, rhinos, and losers that are purposely destroying our country. So there's a two-part project. The one is to do the thing to the president, and then to then purposely ruin the country. And then,
Jesus.
like, I guess 6 hours after his first Truth Social, can you imagine the great New York City Police Department, correctly referred to as New York City's finest,
Needs editor.
who, for the first and this is like reading the Twitter files.
It's like Proust syntax over here.
Who, for the first and only time in history, endorsed the president, me, and honored me as Man of the Year, having to defend and protect the defunders and cop haters of the radical left that want to put their greatest champion and friend in prison for a crime that doesn't exist.
So he's trying.
Okay, one thing I'm going to say about Donald Trump is he is one manipulative a-hole. He has manipulated successfully his entire life. He has asked for and gotten a separate standard of justice from the rest of the country, right? He's so used to this, and he's been so enabled at every moment, right? This is frustrating, right? He's manipulating his voters. He's manipulating his base, right? He's saying they are not just arresting me for the crimes that I may have committed, which, you know, every one of you is subject to too. If you commit a crime, you could get arrested, right? And like, I should be treated the same way if you know, ostensibly, if you're Trump. No. They're taking your country away. It's not about Trump's criminality. It is, you know, it is a hatred of the deplorables. That's what he's claiming, right? This is what's going on. It's not about me. They're not coming after me, Americans, red hat Americans. They're coming after you. They're going to take your red hat away.
Trying to get the cops in New York on
All
the side too.
the while, the Soros-backed DA allows murderers and other violent
Oh my
criminals
God, we get it.
to freely roam the sidewalks of New
sidewalks.
York. You know,
Sidewalks.
the one things I will say this of the sidewalks of New York.
I didn't notice that.
I didn't notice he misspelled that. But the one thing I will say about the murderers and other violent criminals in this city, they may be murderers, they may be violent criminals, not jaywalkers.
No.
They are on the sidewalks of New York.
It shows like that Trump is like only ever around those people, like from the door to the car.
Yeah.
Like the
I
sidewalk.
see him.
Sidewalk's scary.
I look to my left, I look to my right, and I can see them down the
A lot
sidewalk.
of danger there.
And
Totally
then
on the sidewalk all the time.
an hour later,
Yeah, he doesn't see threatening sex workers as a crime. I mean, this is a sad fact, but Trump and a lot of people see sex workers as less than human. They don't see sex workers as being workers, right? In fact, the words that they would use to describe sex workers would never be sex workers, right? They don't want to acknowledge what they do as work, and they don't want to. They want to like, yeah, place the burden of the criminality of that act on the providers rather than the consumers, right? And the like this is like a tradition, a really pernicious tradition of dehumanizing sex workers, right? And like some people might think that I'm a complete. In fact, I'm sure among the Vaush crowd, the Xander Hall crowd, like me taking the time to say sex workers, and avoiding other terms that have to do with like legal charges, is seen as me being this huge SJW, as me being just an incredible whatever, right? And I mean, there's a reason for that, right? We don't have. Hey, what's up, Cryptid? Good to see you. We don't have dignity for sex workers.
it is the district attorney of Manhattan who is breaking the law by using the fake and fully discredited testimony, even by the SDNY, of a convicted liar, felon, and jailbird Michael Cohen to incredibly prosecute, and indict a former president and now leading, by far, presidential candidate for a crime that doesn't exist. Alvin Bragg should be held accountable for the crime of interference in a presidential election.
They heard that about Russia. Just never let it go.
There you go.
Well, he's trying to rile up his supporters, right? That's what he thinks is is almost a legal tool for him.
Doesn't he say like people should rally?
Yeah.
Didn't he? Wasn't there another tweet of him saying like
come out?
But I think at one point they also said like surround. What did he want to do? Like surround City Hall so nobody can get in there or something.
He wants to use that at his disposal because it's an intimidation tactic when he gets his supporters all riled up. He feels like this is fair game for him, to avoid any kind of real prosecution.
Well, I wonder if it isn't considered like in any way trying to influence the grand jury in particular. I mean, like if you're on a grand jury, do you really want to be responsible for igniting, a civil war? I will tell you, I don't think it's going to ignite a civil war.
No.
I think that the number of people...
So this is what kind of bothers me about this whole thing, right? When you're talking about juries, whether it's a grand jury, and like I said, the way that this works, the way that this is supposed to work is like reasonable suspicion. That's the standard. It's not a very high standard, i.e. the ham sandwich can get indicted, right? So, there's that, but there's also the fact that... there are so many people living in a bubble of unreality. And I'm talking about Trump's base, right? And it only takes one of those people existing like completely sequestered from any reality in terms of Trump and politics and all of this stuff, right? Living in a world where like litter boxes in your kid's schoolroom is a reality. There's furry students in your school and the teachers are having them use litter boxes in front of your kids. They're trying to take a math test and there's a kid squatting over the litter box taking a whatever, right? Like they believe this stuff. They believe it after it's been debunked. After even Joe Rogan like got, debunked on this, right? They still believe this stuff. And yeah, they believe a lot of the stuff about Trump too. And it only takes one of those people to absolutely sandbag any kind of legal proceeding like this, right? It being, a grand jury in this case. Now, in terms of actually prosecuting Trump, in terms of the actual, criminal proceedings, it's not just going to be a grand jury, right? I mean, in some cases, and I don't know, maybe Zara could speak to how this works, right? with criminal charges, generally, the accused is given at least the option of a trial by jury, right? And, you know, there's a jury selection process, and they're going to try to, you know, the prosecutor would most likely try to knock anybody off the jury who's a very obvious, like, you know, dyed-in-the-wool Trump supporter, right? Because they know that they can't, like, win the case like that, right? You know, it's like this. They get a whole big pool of potential jurors. The prosecutor and the defense, like, question those jurors, and anybody that that either side just like cannot deal with once off, like feels like, you know, this person's not going to decide the case fairly, even if they just like feel like, you know, having this person on the jury would be really bad for my case, you know, they get knocked off. So you're supposed to have people that are kind of like middle of the road somehow. But I mean, it's you know, you're in there answering questions as a potential juror. You know, are you honest in your answers? Or, you know, is it possible that a hardcore Trump supporter could kind of try to pass as a fair-minded individual who's going to decide this case fairly and get onto the jury and then just absolutely hang things up? They don't like me using the litter box. They shouldn't stare. Exactly.
Who come out in an attempt to surround City Hall will not be able to be like enough to even like block one of its entrances.
Yeah.
Well, they're stretched too thin because a lot of them are protesting drag shows right now. So
it is tough. They've got a lot of things to do around the country. Do we have that tweet?
And we're going to try to watch a little bit of that. There was a Proud Boy that showed up at a drag show and actually became the living embodiment of Flock Around and Find Out, and was crying because he didn't come to get beat up, right?
Also, guarantee it's just not. Not guarantee. I don't know, but it would be funny if it just doesn't happen Tuesday, and he gets everyone all riled up for it, and then it happens another time where they can't be.
I don't think it's going to be Tuesday. The
judge would have to agree to bar all Trump voters as biased for Trump, which would be reasonable. I mean, are they able to requisition the voting records though? Right? Are they able to? And even then, I don't know. Like, there's just like all it takes is one QAnon person on that jury, and like not necessarily to stop a conviction that should come down the line, but at least to hang things up and to draw things out, and that time is on Donald Trump's side, right? The longer this goes, the more likely he is to potentially get back into office and thereby not be subject to these kind of criminal proceedings.
Do we have that or no? No.
They're pushing his supporters are pushing what they're calling a patriot moat to surround Mar-a-Lago.
So this is what I'm talking about, chat. The Patriot moat. The Patriot moat, okay? They're going to surround Mar-a-Lago with a Patriot moat, a moat of patriots. Just like the moats of old would protect the king in the castle from any rabble-rousers outside, the moat of patriots would protect the former president from facing any legal consequences. Now, this isn't going to work. In truth, there are enough non-voters in every jurisdiction to avoid this. Yeah, but I mean, non-voter doesn't mean QAnon necessarily, right? Although jury pools are drawn from registered voter. Oh, good point. Oh, that's a really good point. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the jury pools are drawn from registered voters.
So that they can't arrest him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The Patriot moat. That's what it was. Right.
Protest, take our nation back. Yeah.
But he didn't call for that.
Yeah.
I actually don't want you around Mar-a-Lago.
Operation Human Shield? I know, right?
Let's not do it in Mar-a-Lago.
This is funny.
Little close.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of tweets, so he might have said that, but like another all caps. They're killing our nation as we sit back and watch. We must save America. Protest, protest, protest.
Yeah.
I mean, just
no peaceful
full-on
in there.
hysterics right now from Trump.
But not at Mar-a-Lago. Let's not. I don't want people.
I'm not saying.
It's not like I don't want you at Mar-a-Lago. It's just that I don't want you at Mar-a-Lago.
Not in pun.
Are we saying dad jokes about Sam?
When he's saying we're sitting back, he's like, "You guys are all sitting down. Why?"
Him doing the dad joke thing of keeping up the impression that's annoying the co-host is making him a bit too endearing. I mean, Sam's incredibly endearing. You're not the only one.
Storming the Capitol again or something.
Yeah, right.
Everybody up. John Carl hosted Mike Pence on ABC's This Week to ask the former vice president about Trump's post on Truth.
So here's my thought. Like, in general, when something like this comes down the wire, like, they have a lot of leeway in terms of when they're going to do the indictment, right? And if they feel like doing the indictment on Tuesday might result in there being a bad scene at Mar-a-Lago or wherever, honestly, I think it's most likely that Trump's going to turn himself in, right? So, hey, what's up, Adadak? I think most likely Trump's going to turn himself in. And there's a reason for that, right? Because as bad as the scene would be, the video would be of a bunch of Trump protesters, trying to block, the president from being taken away. I think that Donald Trump being, picked up by the, underarms, and frog marched out of there, I think that looks really bad for Trump. Like I said, there's a bubble of unreality that his followers live in, right? And seeing him taken away by the cops, that's going to pop that bubble for some of them, right? So it's a bad look for him, right? All that stuff that would happen if he were to be arrested is a bad look. So I think most likely Donald Trump is going to turn himself in. So this Patriot moat is going to be, moot. The moat is moot. The moat is moot. The moat is going to be moot. I think the moat is going to be moot. Most likely the moat will be moot. And that is because, Trump is going to turn himself in rather than getting frog marched out of there. But like I said, there's a lot of leeway that they have in terms of indicting him. And if they think that the Patriot moat is set up for Tuesday, right, then maybe you indict him on Thursday, or maybe you indict him on Wednesday, or maybe you indict him on Monday. You have options. If you're the prosecutor, you have options on when you're going to indict him. And in terms of the organization that it takes to produce this Patriot moat, I don't think that there's going to be like a Patriot, moat just like sitting there on standby, right? I think that they're gonna guess, and based on Trump's tweet, they're gonna think it's Tuesday, right? So there's probably gonna be a lot of people at Mar-a-Lago on Tuesday, and maybe not so many on Wednesday, maybe not so many on Monday. So right, it is Florida. Oh, now that's the other thing too, right? It's Florida. There are a lot of hogs in Florida. I think that's what BPCL is saying. But there's also DeSantis in Florida. And we're going to take a look at what DeSantis says. Maybe we should take that, maybe we should look at that next. What DeSantis, in fact, I think Sam will cover that a little bit, but we're going to go to the other tape about that too. I want you to see the actual DeSantis moment, right? Where he speaks out, and what he says about this. He's definitely on the side of looking at this as a sus prosecution, right? A politicized prosecution, a witch hunt, if you will, that Donald Trump, our great president, is being treated unfairly. But at the same time, there's like a certain aspect of killing him with kindness, right? So as DeSantis is embracing Trump, ostensibly putting himself on Trump's side as far as the charges go, he's also making sure to mention what those charges are, making sure to remind the Republican voters of what this guy is on the line for, right? Which is stuff that like evangelical voters don't exactly like. They support Trump because they feel like he's the lesser of two evils. If you put Trump up against Hillary Clinton, who they think is the devil, they literally think that Hillary Clinton is making prosciutto off of kids' faces and eating it, harvesting adrenochrome, all that stuff, spirit cooking, they think some wacky stuff about Hillary Clinton. They think probably some wacky stuff about Joe Biden. So if you put Trump up against any of those people, right, there's a reason to ignore all the bad things about Trump because he's our only hope. But if it's Trump versus DeSantis, and DeSantis can present himself as squeaky clean in comparison to dirty diaper Don, maybe that helps DeSantis. So he's walking that line, and it's interesting. It's interesting, like whether this will work or not.
Social.
They're going to arrest Trump. Here's the thing. They're going to indict Trump, right? So the grand jury most likely is going to vote to indict Donald Trump probably pretty soon, right? We don't know if Trump thinks it's Tuesday for some reason. It might not be Tuesday, right? But there's going to be an indictment, right? So what that means is that there's two options. One is Donald Trump surrenders himself. Donald Trump goes to the, goes to the police station and, goes through the proceedings and probably gets let go that day. I don't think they're going to put him in jail. If I'm being honest, I don't think they're going to put him in jail. I think he, if he does get, like, he'll be able to post bail or whatever, in some... There's some likelihood that they won't even try to put him in jail, right? They could do something where they try to restrict his travel. So that's if they think that he's a flight risk, right? If the prosecutor makes a convincing argument that this guy is a flight risk, right? They might limit his travel. Most likely that would just mean that he is told to stay in the country. Secondarily, if they go a little harder, maybe they take his passport away. Beyond that, their options are, they could confine him to the state of New York. That would definitely hamper his election campaigning plans, right? They probably won't do that. Theoretically, they could put like an ankle bracelet around the guy, right? They probably won't do that. So most likely it's going to be something like they arrest him, he goes and he gets processed. He promises to stay within the country. And he, right, gentleman's word. We know how good Trump's word is, right? But he promises not to leave the country, and he gets released that day. In all likelihood, that's what's going to happen. Like, this is Arrestmas, right? People are talking about Arrestmas. If he fights it, if he doesn't surrender himself, then yeah, they would frog march him out of there. And, we've already had a promise of the Patriot moat. They're going to form a Patriot moat around Mar-a-Lago. A moat of patriots to protect Daddy Trump, if the cops come for him. But in all likelihood, they'll be able to pick Donald Trump up if need be. I don't think that's going to happen, though, because if they have to pick him up, there's going to be a video of him being, with the two guys on each side, like frog marched out of there, right? And that doesn't look good. So I think he's going to avoid that particular spectacle by turning himself in.
I don't know why they do interviews like this, but
he's a man of his words, right?
Sitting facing each other,
the best
in chairs.
words.
No, like, why are they in the middle of like a mall?
Yeah, right. Honestly, it looks like they're gonna do a beer tasting,
like a beer fight.
Yeah.
But here's
wait, where could Trump even go if he did try to gun it? Nabil said he's gonna gun it. Wait, how did I miss that? DeSantis and Trump are literally fighting over who has the best sex life right now. Reported like an hour. Oh my God. They are fighting. They are definitely fighting. Theory, he will turn himself in. But if the charges are too severe, he will pull a Polanski and gun it. Yeah, where would he go? I mean, Moscow? Moscow, baby. Or he might think his supporters will say, well, yeah, I mean, that's what they've said. That's what they've said. What's up, Paul Squall? I wanted to see him barricade himself in the White House bathroom with his phone and huge lines of Adderall, sending deranged telegram messages to random people while the Secret Service is breaking the door down to escort him out after the election. Alas, I think we need to make it official that a group of patriots is called a moat. Oh, I think so too. I agree.
And when did Mike Pence sort of like morph, like borrow Donald Trump's body? Like, it's just sort of like he's getting,
yeah.
He's like, it looks like from the
Any
side.
More votes on YouTube?
He looks like
any more votes for YouTube, right? Like right now, it looks like most people are thinking that this is gonna wait. Oh my God, did I ask this question in a really silly way? Does this help? Or oh my God, does this help? Okay, so does this help? Oh. Does this help or hurt Donald Trump in the 2024 Republican primary? Yes or no? I should have said help or hurt, right? I'm assuming that yes means help and no means hurt. So maybe YouTube chat disagrees with Twitch chat. Am I right about that, YouTube chat? If you don't disagree, let me know by voting no and say, yeah, so some people don't disagree. I feel like that, I'm going to have to throw this poll out. This poll is confusing. All I did was confuse YouTube. YouTube, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to confuse you. Oh my God, it's so confusing. If it doesn't have water, it's not a moat, just a ditch. Well, what if they bring water with them?
He's like, I
He's
don't know.
boxy.
I'm going to
Boxy?
DeSantis is doing this
I think he's
too.
wearing a bomb or something.
Right. They're like doing suits that fit them poorly because it makes them look
God, I thought something completely different when they said DeSantis was boxy.
bigger or something, but it's just not going well.
Here is Mike Pence on the potential that Donald Trump could be indicted.
Yeah, we're gonna have to stop the steal on YouTube, right? This election is invalid
by a grand jury.
I'm sure you've seen Donald Trump is
the election of the poll of whether it helps or hurts Donald Trump. I mean,
saying that he's going to be indicted on Tuesday. He's calling for people to protest. Now we don't know if that's true. The Manhattan DA has not said anything about it, but he's calling for people to protest. Is that irresponsible?
Well, first let me say I'm taken aback at the idea of indicting a former president of the United States.
Let me just say that
So no, this is so weird. After they tried to put a noose around this man's neck, right? Based on things that Donald Trump said about him, based on Trump jacketing him as a traitor for not like holding up the ceremonial proceedings of the transfer of power, which would have done nothing, by the way, right? It would have done nothing effectively, right? But Trump had this idea that Pence could reverse the course of the election by refusing to certify the votes, and he couldn't have, right? And so when he did what he kind of has to do, they called him a traitor, and they talked about putting a noose around his neck and making it really tight. Making it really, really tight for Mike Pence in there. And he's still defending this asshole.
Want to play both sides of this.
This is the problem, is that like Donald Trump kind of has this, it feels like a hostage situation with the Republicans. Right now, some of the Republicans, like they are Team Trump. They believe in him. He's the savior. He's the great man. Some of them agree with him, right? There's definitely some Republicans in there that like they are with Trump because they are actually with Trump. But there's other ones that are afraid of his base. They're afraid of being Liz Cheney'd, or they're afraid of worse. They're afraid of being Mike Pence, right? And like it's just a weird situation, and that's why you have this situation where, like with Nixon, when things got bad, when it got obvious that Nixon was guilty, the Republicans withdrew their support. That's what caused Nixon to pull out of fighting the impeachment. That's what caused Nixon to resign as president, right? You don't have that situation with Trump because ostensibly all the Republicans still support him. But you gotta think that there's a certain number of them that are just praying for him to go down. They want him to go down, but they don't want to be the ones to put the knife in Julius Caesar.
So that I don't alienate any of President Trump's supporters.
If you'd let me finish, John.
But, okay, go ahead.
It's a concerned face.
Protest. Is that irresponsible?
Well, first let me say I'm taken aback at the idea of indicting a former president of the United States.
Any more votes for YouTube?
At a time when there's a crime wave in New York City, that the fact that the Manhattan...
Yeah, this wasn't an idle threat. They had a gallows there with them.
DA thinks that indicting President Trump is his top priority, I think, just tells you everything you need to know about the radical left in this country. It just feels like a politically charged prosecution here.
Look at this. Yes, 69%. No, 10%. Where's that missing 1%? Oh my God. This election is invalid.
For my part, I just feel like it's just not what the American people want to see. We got.
let it play out. I mean, this guy, first off, he's doing his what? Do we don't have anything else from that? George W. Bush, he's doing his best.
It was an idle gallows. They didn't even put it in first
That's
gear.
George W. Bush, and he also like literally read off the tweet that Trump put out there. Radical left.
Okay, I'm just gonna have to start jumping because I
crime
need to wake
wave,
up. I'm like
and-
still like
And I will
mostly
say this.
asleep.
In middle America, they think that there is this massive crime wave in New York.
It's crazy.
Exclusive. This just in. NCC is asking the Secretary of State of Georgia to find votes.
I met
Find me
like,
those votes.
some
Where's that
people on
1%?
that Nation cruise who
Where
were
did that
not
1%
on
go?
the Nation. The cruise has a bunch of people outside the Nation that buys just a certain amount of tickets. And they said, we love New York. We went and visited about 4 or 5 years ago, but we would never go now. And
Yeah.
I'm like, why?
No, but I mean,
because isn't it dangerous? And I'm like, well, wait, what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, this is so weird. Like, look, they have made inroads into people's consciousness and completely unmoored that consciousness, that awareness from anything that's going on in real life, right? You've got Sam's describing people that he met on a cruise. It was a cruise for the Nation, but like the cruise boat was big enough that it was just like some of the people were on the cruise for the Nation, which is kind of a lefty magazine, I guess. That's why Sam got invited, right? So there were some people on there that weren't involved in that. They were just on a cruise. They were just people, Americans on a cruise, right? From the middle of the country. And when Sam said, Sam's talking to these people, where are you from? New York City. And they're like, ooh, isn't that dangerous? Do you feel safe, right? They've got a different idea of like New York City. They've got this idea of this epidemic of crime that just does not exist, right? Like Trump's talking about like record crime levels. That's not going on. That's not happening. This is just pure bullshit, right? And they're buying into this. They're buying it, and it doesn't matter that it's not true, right? You've got Alex Jones, claiming, like, you could go back to like Alex Jones like making claims about the parents and the loved ones of the victims of Sandy Hook being somehow not really who they're pretending to be. You've got, claims of this, like, voter fraud, overturning the election of 2020. And you got denial about things that Trump said just because of this idea of like, oh, the liberal media always lies. Trump didn't say grab her by the pee. Trump must have, this must just be a psyop. Yeah.
No, it's not dangerous.
Yeah. I mean, just to put numbers to it, South Bend murders per 100.
I just need to find 11,780. Yes, it helps and hurts votes. Yes, exactly. They think BLM burned down cities. Yeah. They think that Portland was like burning. Oh my God, Portland. That's the name of a streamer too. They thought that Portland, like the entirety of Portland, was like on set ablaze.
100,000, 27.4 Indianapolis.
And look, I mean, there was a problem with violence in Portland. There continues to be a problem with violence in Portland, but that violence is coming from people who live outside of Portland, being bussed into Portland and basically running up and down the streets threatening people, right? Basically coming in there, invading the city and making things really scary and hostile. And yeah, they've done some pretty bad damage on people. Like remember the woman that got her back broken with crowbars and stuff, right? There's a problem in Portland, but it's not like this systematic, widespread problem. It's a very discrete problem, and a lot of that problem is collusion and enabling of these right-wing thugs by the police. By the police of Portland. The police of Portland are hogs as well, apparently. So
1,024.3. New York City, 5.5.
Wow.
Like, and this is so common. When I call home, I talk to my grandma. She's like, "You feel safe?" Every single time. She's like, "You walk into work?" Like, yeah, I every single day. You feel safe? Yeah, I feel safe. Like, I'm not.
That's what it was like. I mean, that's what people, their attitude was in the 80s, in the 90s, early 90s. And then it changed in the late 90s. And then, after 9/11, people liked New York again. And now it is back to this sort of like myth that there is like some type of intense danger.
But it's wild
Do we
because
have- we have
crime.
more or no?
Somebody in the chat says the police in NYC are the crime wave.
That we have more of that clip. Pop that up. Just want to see where he goes after basically reiterating Trump's tweets, like literally.
They can't do anything else, right? Because they have to have it both ways.
Yeah, I such trouble with that.
Concern face.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and think about this. Think about this too, right? They're reiterating what Trump said, and I'm like, I mean, I guess that's where the direction is coming from. I guess that's where the marching orders are coming from. If you want to be cool with Trump and his base, saying exactly what Trump has said, maybe that's the way that you go. But like, look at how much this resembles like a Fox News strategy. Famously, there were memos from Fox News to the employees, to the people delivering the news, talking about the ways that certain stories would be discussed, right? And they gave very specific language for people to use so that when they were reporting the news, you'd hear like the exact same phrases over and over and over again. And what that does to people that watch Fox News, right, is instead of it being like, well, you know, Tucker said this, but Hannity said this, and, you know, so-and-so said this, right? And I don't know, like, it's like one of these, or maybe I trust this person more or something like that, right? Instead of being like more ephemeral and subjective and like, you know, well, people have different perspectives on this, you know, which one is the truth, right? You get this like solidification of like, oh no, this is what happened, right? And you're not talking about descriptions of literal events, like, right? You're not talking about like quantifiable empirical things. You're talking about like interpretations of events, and all of the interpretations are the same, right? So it presents this idea that this is the reality, right? And you know, Fox News was probably one of the seminal forces in forming that bubble of unreality around the Republican base.
Concerns based. Really? Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
And I, for my part, just feel like it's just not what the American people want to see. We got real challenges in this country today, John. People are facing record inflation.
Pause it for 1 second. We got real challenges that, you know, the Manhattan DA should be dealing with inflation.
Yeah, do you see what they're...
And the Manhattan DA should be dealing with, you know, what are we going to do in Ukraine?
What are they teaching about Rosa Parks?
And what about, you know, where are we going to... I mean, remember,
and like, think about white collar crime in general, right? Think about the way that white collar crime is never cracked down on the way that other crime is, right? When people think of crime that's problematic, they think of crime that they don't think of corporate criminals. Although, you know, a lot of the crime, and you could even make an argument, the most damaging crime in America is done by those kind of individuals. Donald Trump, because he is is he a millionaire? Maybe. He's definitely not a billionaire. Yeah. I mean, he's lied about his, you know, his finances too, right? And so he's exaggerated those. But the fact that he's been in charge of so much shit, the fact that he's such a high profile public figure, and the fact that his image, his brand is successful, rich, you know, right, leads people to believe, well, like, wait, what kind of crime could this guy do? Oh my God, do you want to know what kind of crime this guy could do? You want to know what kind of crime this guy could do? He almost stole an election. He almost overrode the will of the American people to the extent that, you know, in this sort of dog and pony show electoral system that we have, right, to the extent that the American people do have a choice, he almost overrode that, right? Yeah, I think he could do some crime. The best crimes, the greatest crimes. Nobody's got crimes like mine. Yeah, exactly, Raven. Mike forgot his pet fly. Trump is also rich, cis, and white. Yeah, he doesn't fit the profile. And so many Americans think of criminals according to a profile. If you say criminal, they've got an image in their mind, and a lot of times it's not a white dude. It's definitely not a rich white cis dude, like that you're, a rich white cis straight, like, right? They've got a different idea of what criminality looks like, and just Trump doesn't fit the profile. So how much harm could he be doing? Oh my God, if you only knew. They have a whole other label of white collar when their potential damage to society is so much worse than a petty crook. Yeah.
Talking about the Manhattan DA. Go ahead.
Not what the American people want to see. We got real challenges in this country today, John. People are facing record inflation, a crisis at our border. We have war in Eastern Europe. The American people are anxious about the future. And here we go again, back into another politically charged prosecution directed at the former president of the United States. And I would just hope for better.
But he's calling on people to protest, to come out and protest, take our nation back. We know what happened the last time he said that.
What? What happened?
Trump voter, don't be crazy. Criminals are black, not orange.
American people have a constitutional right to peaceably assemble.
Absolutely,
express
but
their
to have a
voices.
former president calling on people to protest
Yo, I feel like the media, they're so hemmed in, right? You got to say it that way. He didn't call on, like, look, calling on people to protest is like, you're minimizing what that call to action was. We've seen what that call to action was. Like, do you think that January 6th was a protest? Is that what you think a protest looks like? Right? Is hog tying members of Congress a protest, or is that maybe something else? Could we use a little bit stronger language? No, we can't, because we're the news media and we have to be seen as objective and neutral and mostly neutral, right? We're not actually objective because nobody knows, what the fuck that means. Like, actually reporting the news, oh my god, that's too wild. No, we gotta what we gotta do is we gotta find, okay, who's the right wing and who's the left wing, and how can we come into the middle and just be right between that and say, that he's asking them to protest, but it's about a crime that he committed. Is that really an appropriate use of the right to free speech to say, like, I don't think that the law that applies to everyone else should apply to Donald Trump because I like Donald Trump and he's my daddy, right? Do we really, like, that's what he's asking, right? It's so weak. It's so absolutely weak. And that this is the news media that we're stuck with. This is what your parents are watching right now, right? Is this kind of stuff, this kind of legacy media.
The frustration the American people feel.
All right, let's forget this. I mean, this guy, the profile and cowardice.
Yeah, what's
what
the
happened?
follow-up, too? The follow-up should also just be, I'm not
January 6th? Why?
I'm not sure when this happened, but it also should be, he should ask him about Georgia. Did he ask him about Georgia? No? I don't know.
It's a half-hour clip.
I don't know, John. I just, it's amazing. It's amazing how cowardly, because look, the bottom line is, it's Donald Trump's party. The Republicans have their leader, and everybody else is just vying to be it. They all still know it. Here's Ron DeSantis.
Oh my god, this is so frustrating.
Asked about Trump's indictment, and it's the exact same thing. He's reading off of Donald Trump's Truth Social tweets too.
Oh my god, I'm gonna knock down my lighting if I'm not careful.
From the Florida Standard, we wanted to know what your thoughts are on the rumored Trump indictment, and if you have any role in it.
Can I just say one thing here too that is interesting? He's got the backdrop. Keep it up there. He's got the backdrop to project that he's he's presidential, right? Like the American flag, the Florida seal, and he's there in front of the podium. And the problem the guy has is that, honestly, he looks like the spokesperson for the guy who's running for president.
Steal hearts, not elections. Oh my god, is that some Phantom Thieves?
He does not. He does not fill out the frame.
Yeah, he has like henchman vibes.
He's an advanced guy.
Yeah, exactly. Testing. Just want to make sure. I mean, you actually think
One,
he's
two,
going to go
three.
just checking him this mic. Can you guys hear me in the back? Okay. And the person coming out to deliver the press conference will be out in just a moment. All right. Okay. And you can hear me in the back. Okay. Good. Here we go.
Standard. We wanted to know what your thoughts are on the rumored Trump indictment, and if you have any role in it. If charges are brought on him, will you have any role in extradition to New York?
So I've seen rumors swirl. I have not seen any facts yet, and so I don't know what's going to happen.
It's DeSantis.
But I do know this: the Manhattan District Attorney is a Soros-funded prosecutor, and so he, like other Soros-funded prosecutors, they weaponize their office to impose.
So wait, if you're a Republican, you believe that there are a lot of our prosecutors out there are Soros-funded prosecutors, and they're seeing all kinds of violent criminals come in, and they're just like, yeah, let them go, police abolition, ha 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 ha, right? Let them go, and the cops are like, oh god, these are really dangerous criminals that we're bringing in, and you just want to let them go. But when Donald Trump comes in, they're like, oh no, we're gonna do a completely unfair witch hunt on this guy. Like we're gonna take this guy to town. Like, because Soros says, because we just got the call from Soros. Soros called the DA office and he said, throw the book at Trump, and that's what we're gonna do. Like, what the fuck do these people think? They believe this. They buy into this, right? And I don't even know, like sometimes, like I said, sometimes the Republicans will take a little tiny nugget of something, like, right, and they'll blow it up into something that it's not. But this doesn't sound like what this is. I don't know where the fuck they're getting the idea that the DA is controlled by Soros. Like, where is this even coming from?
A political agenda.
Yeah, what will they do when Soros passes away? Exactly.
On society at the expense of the rule of law and public safety. He has downgraded over 50% of the felonies to misdemeanors. He says he doesn't want to even have jail time for the vast majority of crimes. And what we've seen in Manhattan is we've seen the crime.
Now, and the downgraded of most of the felonies to misdemeanors, like, do we know that that's not like common practice? Don't they usually kind of, and like, what is he even talking about too? Like, because like one way a felony could get downgraded to a misdemeanor is through a plea bargain, right? So is that what he's saying? The DA sometimes accepting plea bargains. Oh my God, yeah, they accept plea bargains because otherwise they would be prosecuting too much shit, right? And like, it's basically leverage. It's basically like the prosecutor or the cops or whoever come in and they say, we could charge you with this. That's a felony. That's going to be like this many years. Or if you want to sign our plea bargain, it's a misdemeanor and it's only this minute. It's like much less, right? So which do you want? And a lot of people, even if they're innocent, will be like, give me the plea bargain. Give me the plea bargain because that felony that you are threatening to charge me with is really scary. I don't want that on my record. I don't want a felony on my record. And I don't want to, and I don't know if you really have evidence. You say you have evidence to, convict me of this. I'm not sure if that's true. My lawyers, like saying iffy, right? But, like generally, yeah, your attorney will say, they'll make a calculation based on like the risk versus the reward, right? And, if the, right. So I don't know what he's even saying about converting most of the felonies to misdemeanors. Is he talking about plea bargains? Because that's the kind of thing that they do. They'll take something and turn it into something that it's not and put it in front of your face like it's fact, right? And so this Soros, controlled prosecutor thing, like he's acting like this is a thing that George Soros controls like X% of prosecutors in the United States of America. Everybody knows it's just a fact, right? And like receipts, citations, anything, as opposed to the Federal Society of Prosecutors, right? Did the GOP get their script at the same time? Okay, so a lot of the script that you're seeing the GOP follow is from Trump and his Truth Social tweets, right? So if you're a GOP official and you're afraid of the wrath of Trump voters, because let's say that Trump does get prosecuted. Let's say that even that Trump is not drops out of the race, right? If it looks like Ron DeSantis agreed with the prosecutors, if it looks like Ron DeSantis was the enemy of Donald Trump, then I don't know, maybe Sarah Palin can come in there and be like, I've been, riding that Trump D for longer than any of you. And like I love Trump more than like, right. Somebody can come in and they can basically utilize the hatred that the Trump voters already kind of have to a certain extent, for Ron DeSantis, right? When they see DeSantis and Trump fighting, it's gonna make DeSantis the enemy, right? And once you're the enemy, you get frozen out of the Republican Party. Just ask Liz Cheney. They get their script from Chat GOP. Yeah, exactly. Nice, Raven. What do they want? What they want is nothing short of hunting homeless people for sport. Yeah.
Rate go up, and we've seen citizens become less safe. And so you're talking about this situation with, and look, I don't know what goes into paying hush money to a porn star to secure silence over some type of alleged affair.
Look, you didn't just say that the charges are bogus, right? So there's the one place that DeSantis deviates, right? I don't know anything about this whole paying hush money to a porn star for some kind of extramarital affair that the president may or may not have participated in. Like, he's kind of putting the knife in Trump. You know, he's putting his arms around Trump, and then he's kind of putting the knife in a little bit. Like, he doesn't want you to see the knife. He wants to keep the knife below the camera level, but he's putting the knife in a little bit, right?
I can't speak to that. But what I can speak to,
I would never
is
say
that
those
if you
things.
have a
I think he's complaining about the prosecutors using prosecutorial discretion to use lower level charges on petty and nonviolent crime. Yeah, and that's the way that they're able to marshal their limited legal resources in a way that's actually sustainable, right? So, yeah.
Prosecutor who is ignoring crimes happening every single day in his jurisdiction, and he chooses to go back many, many years ago to try to use something about porn star hush money payments. You know, that's an example.
I don't know what this whole porn star hush money payment is, but porn star hush money payment, porn star hush money payment, porn star hush money payment. Okay.
Example of pursuing a political agenda and weaponizing the office. And I think that that's fundamentally wrong.
Talking about Donald Trump's payment of hush money to porn stars is a complete waste of our legal resources, and it's a politicization of the judicial branch. He really loves. Yeah, he's doing it for a reason, though. He's doing it for a reason, because here's his deal, right? He wants to be president. He's looking at Donald Trump, and he's looking at a Republican Party that says, we are evangelical, we are Christian, we don't believe in sex before marriage, let alone hush money to porn stars, right? And he's saying, like, well, where's the disconnect here? All right, I've never paid hush money to a porn star. Donald Trump has. I can't actually come out and say he's a bad dude and he deserves jail time, because that's going to get me shit canned. That's going to get me Liz Cheney'd. So instead, what I'll do is be like, yo, I feel like what's happening to Donald Trump is completely unfair. The fact that they would use something like his payments of hush money to a porn star to go after him when there's all these violent black criminals that you could be arresting instead. And right, it's I don't know. He's trying to have it both ways, and I don't know if that's going to work for him. I don't know if that's a winning strategy, Ron. I mean, who among us hasn't paid hush money to porn stars? Look, I'm looking to change my name to Stormy Daniels and see if I can get some of that hush money for myself.
Ooh, he tried to slip in a little dig there while parroting everything Trump had already said.
Whoa.
Yeah, well, I was too busy hanging out with porn stars. You were too busy force-feeding detainees with insurance.
Wait, somebody's calling him Rhonda Senseless in chat? I've never heard that one.
So, yeah, you wouldn't know nothing about that, would you?
Run to Gitmo.
This is going to be a fun campaign between these two.
Yeah.
The case with Trump, we just don't know. Like, he's not going to. We're not going to see a perp walk. If he does get indicted, which it sounds like he might. I don't think it's going to happen tomorrow, although it could. They could issue it. They could hear the testimony today from Costello.
So it looks like we've got 17 likes on YouTube. Can we push that up to 20 likes?
And
also we are close to that ad break on Twitch. So it behooves me to remind you that if you don't have a little Persona 2 character next to your name, you're going to get hit with that ad break, right? It's going to happen twice every hour, and that is just so I can get you out of the pre-roll ads, which are a total nightmare. But yeah, there's little 1 minute and 30-second ads that come in and suck you out of the stream, and it really sucks. So there's some ways to get out of that, right? One easy way that you might not know about is if you hook up your Amazon Prime to your Twitch account, right, then you've got a free subscription that you can put anywhere you want, including on my channel. That gets you out of it. Another way you could do it is it's just $5. You can buy a sub for yourself. And the third way to do it, assuming that you don't have Amazon Prime and, $5, you just don't really have that kind of money to spend right now, that's okay too. I still want you to stay in my stream and enjoy it. And if you want to get out of the ad breaks, just make sure you're commenting in chat a lot, because that will cause somebody who's going to, through the goodness of their own heart, give gift subs to choose you as one of the recipients of said gift sub. So those are 3 ways that you can get out of the merciless and cruel ad break that Twitch inflicts on you for not having a sub.
Michael Cohen's testimony, and then tomorrow they could announce it. We shall see.
I don't
we're
think
up to
the
18.
lane of trying to say exactly what Trump wants you to say about his potential arrest while also criticizing him.
We got 10 minutes to push that 18 to 20 on YouTube. Can we do it? Anybody on YouTube still hasn't liked the stream?
Having it both ways, I'm just not sure that's going to be viable.
It's a funny dance because I saw
What's up, Jules?
Blake Masters say this is a brazen travesty
God.
of justice or whatever, right? Using language like that, and it's
Blake
like,
Masters.
That's a performance for
Yeah.
the base, and I also think they all hope that he goes down for
Of
it.
course.
Without a doubt.
He'd be thrilled.
Crocodile tears.
so here's-
That's what I say.
Here's what they're talking about, right? If you go back to early in the 2016 campaign, Trump was running, and a lot of the Republican establishment did not want him to win. But they saw that he had this fan base. And they all calculated, right, that if they were to get those fans, they could win. So if you go after Donald Trump, you're not going to get those fans. You're not going to get Trump's fan base. Like the idea was that Trump is time, he's got a tick, 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 tick. He's got a clock. He's got an expiration date, right? And we don't know when that expiration date is going to come up, but when it comes up, there's going to be a windfall for anybody who is seen as friend of Donald Trump, heir apparent to Donald Trump, right? So because of that, Trump got to just beat the crap out of all the other Republican candidates, and nobody struck back at him. Nobody struck back at them. Nobody wanted to get on the bad side of Donald J. Trump. So the Republican establishment, a big portion of them do not like this guy, hate this guy, right? Want him out, think that he's dragging down the party, don't support his policies, don't respect him as a politician or even as a person. You've got Fox News, who absolutely, kind of had it in for the guy, right? Fox News was not trying to get Donald Trump elected, but Donald Trump did get elected, and they've sort of been in this hostage situation. For a lot of the Republican Party, the dance that they're doing with Donald Trump is a bit of a hostage situation, right? They want him gone, but they can't say it, because the second that they say it, they get the ire of Donald Trump's fan base. So that's kind of what's going on here.
You're fake friends, and I can tell.
I knew it from the start.
Crocodile DeSantis. Today marks the 20th anniversary of Shock and Awe. For you youngins, there was a buildup. It's very hard to describe what was going on at this time in this country in the years following 9/11. There was a very sort of like clear march to war in Iraq that started.
Wait, what was it? Trump and Rikers. I think Paulie and I were workshopping. Make Rikers great again. That was the hashtag that we came up with. Unfortunately, I think Erasmus was a little bit more catchy than what we came up with. But so I'm guessing that I'm going to see a number. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this.
Donald Trump claiming without evidence that he will be arrested tomorrow. New York prosecutors are investigating his involvement in that hush money payment. Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl has the latest.
Donald Trump is making another claim without any evidence, but this time the former president's words are sparking fears of violence. Over the weekend, Trump claimed he will be arrested tomorrow, indicted by the Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg for charges related to hush money payment he made to porn star Stormy Daniels. ABC News has not verified his claims, and Trump hasn't said why he thinks he'll be arrested tomorrow. His own spokesman said they have received no notice from the DA's office. Trump has acknowledged paying Daniels $130,000, a payment he allegedly concealed in the final days of the 2016 campaign, violating election laws and falsifying documents. Trump originally denied any knowledge of the payment.
Did you know about the $130,000 payment to Stormy Daniels?
But his former lawyer, Michael Cohen, pleaded guilty to federal campaign finance violations in 2018, admitting to helping arrange the payment. Cohen tells George he's absolutely prepared to testify against Trump.
All the information.
So yeah, like you heard Trump in his Truth Social call Michael Cohen a jailbird, like, right, and a liar. The reason that he went to jail was because of this hush money thing that Trump had him do.
That is needed in order to create the indictment to get.
I'm sorry, allegedly.
Prosecution and conviction is in the hands of the district attorney.
Bragg's office has not commented, but the DA told staff in an email obtained by ABC News, "We do not tolerate attempts to intimidate our office or threaten the rule of law in New York." Already, Republicans are rushing to his defense.
Another politically charged prosecution directed at the former president of the United States.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is even vowing to investigate the Manhattan DA's office, although he is saying that...
No, I don't think we really went over this, right? I don't think that, like, we might have to take a deeper dive into this. This is McCarthy. He's the Speaker of the House. As we all know, the House can open investigations into, kind of like whatever it wants, right? This is the, like, oversight power of the House. He's talking about looking into the prosecution of Donald Trump for crimes that the DA's office, if they announce a indictment, that is going to be confirmation that a grand jury has seen reasonable suspicion that those things are true, right? So the same law that everybody in this country is subject to, Donald Trump being subjected to it, is in Kevin McCarthy's mind something to look into. And he's not just doing this post fact, right? He's not like, after this goes on saying, oh, it kind of seemed like it might have been a political, there might have been some politicization of this investigation. Let's look into it, right? He's doing this. He's tweeting this out. That's a threat. Like, right? I don't know how else you're going to read that. That is a threat, right? That is him trying to threaten, like, I don't know, the court, essentially, the DA, that you're gonna be called to account before Congress. You're gonna be, like, accused of politicizing this criminal proceedings if you go through with it, right? To me, this seems like, and I'm not a lawyer, I'm just a cat girl. I'm merely a bimbo cat girl. But to this bimbo cat girl, this seems like obstruction of justice, right? Allegedly.
People shouldn't go out to protest.
I don't think people should protest this, no. And I think President Trump, if you talk to him, he doesn't believe that.
Oh my God, we're at 2 o'clock. Did we make it to 20?
Thanks to Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Carl, and there is much more to discuss on this.
We made it to 21. Yes.
Jay O'Brien in Washington, along with investigative reporter Catherine Falders at the House GOP retreat in Orlando, and attorney Jeffrey Robbins for much more on this. Catherine, let's begin with you. The FBI is now warning state and local police about the potential for violence with these calls from Trump to protest. What's the latest there?
And for
Well, we know that
anybody
the FBI
just
is
joining us,
monitoring this potential indictment of Trump, but what we've learned
this is the
is
Twitter
that
thread.
They don't believe that there's any plans for violence or
Give this
criminal
some love.
activity, Trevor, at this point. But we know that the rhetoric that Trump has
And
been
let's
using
boost these
has
numbers.
led to an increase in online chatter that could indicate violence in some form. The FBI says they're in touch with the Washington field offices, with the New York field offices, and will continue to work with state and local partners, of course, as this potential indictment is looming.
And it is looming. We do want to stress, I know from your reporting, Catherine, and for a number of people at ABC, it is almost certain that former President Trump is not going to get arrested on Tuesday, but that indictment does appear to be somewhat imminent. So, Jeff, what charges could we expect to see and when?
So in other words, very likely there will be an indictment for the Stormy Daniels hush money thing in the short term. Very likely this will not be the only indictment against Donald Trump, as he has a number of other cases that are currently in that process, right? But I agree with the newscaster here that you're not going to see an arrest of Donald Trump, because that would look bad for Trump. You're going to see a surrender, right, of Donald Trump. And that surrender is not going to end with him being put in jail. He's going to be released after that surrender, probably with minimal travel restrictions, to abate any concern of a flight risk. So, yeah.
Well, good morning, Trevor. It looks like...
And this is what sucks, right? We supposedly have this legal system that doesn't care who you are. It applies a law to everybody universally. That's not true, and we all know it's not true. If you have a better lawyer, you're not going to be subject to the law in the same way as somebody who has to rely on a public defender, right? You're better off with an expensive lawyer than you are with a public defender. So we know that that's not true. And in reality, a case, an accusation, a crime that somebody might be charged with that would result in them going to jail, were they not to have the kind of privilege that Donald Trump has, right? He's going to be treated with kid gloves. If you're rich, if you're powerful, if you're white, you get treated by our judicial system with kid gloves, right? And so, is Donald Trump a flight risk? As some people in the chat have pointed out, yeah, potentially. Potentially, yeah, he's a flight risk. But I don't anticipate him even having his visa taken away, I don't anticipate him having his passport taken away, right? That would just be seen as gauche. He's a former president. How could we possibly take his passport away? He's not going to run to Russia. He's not going to run to, he's not going to skip the country to avoid charges. No, none of that's going to happen. I don't know. I mean, I don't think he will. I think, honestly, what he's going to do is he's going to run for president, and he's going to try to, rely on the immunity, the de facto immunity provided by his occupancy in that office, to prevent him from being indicted in a normal court proceedings, and then the intimidation of his voting base against the Senate to prevent any sort of removal from office, allowing that indictment to be made, or any sort of prosecution of him. So I think that's going to be his path, rather than the running for. But yeah, I mean, it's reasonable to think that he might be a flight risk. I think in other cases, other people that are not Donald Trump might have more restrictions on their travel than what he's going to face. So yeah, I mean, this isn't justice. This isn't him being held accountable, but this is a sort of reality check, based on the number of laws that he has flagrantly violated. And we'll see if it results in anything. Most likely, the best chance for him to face justice is if he is not elected as president in 2024, because I don't think any of these proceedings are gonna wrap up before 2024.
The charge that people are contemplating, the DA's office is contemplating, is a charge of falsifying business records, which is a misdemeanor under New York law, with a kicker, with the intent to commit another crime, which turns it into a felony. It's a combined charge, which would carry up to 4 years in prison if the former president is convicted. It's an untested legal theory to some extent.
Okay.
It's a strong
prediction, right? When Republicans hear this 4 years in prison, they're going to say, Very convenient. Very convenient. 4 years, which is exactly a presidential term in office. Like that somehow they've purposely made it 4 years when that is like that's the law, right? You commit a misdemeanor, it has complications which kick it up to a felony. The potential prison time is 4 years. That's just how it is. But they're gonna get conspiratorial.
Strong case factually, but it's not a slam dunk.
And Jay, you're in Washington, D.C. We heard from House Speaker Kevin McCarthy that he doesn't want people to protest if the former president is charged. And he said he doesn't think that the former president wants that either, even though he said it explicitly. How are lawmakers at large reacting to the former president's claim he'll be arrested and then his call for protest?
Well, we've heard criticism from a number of Republicans directed at the Manhattan District Attorney. You heard it from Kevin McCarthy. He spoke at the House GOP retreat. That's where Catherine is right now, again, saying that he doesn't want to see protests. But he also tweeted this after that news initially broke of Trump saying that he was...
As bad as Trump definitely was for emboldening white supremacists, I think we were never as close to full-blown fascism as we were during the Bush years. Okay, so you're talking about the post 9/11. There was like a, I don't know, they call it rallying around the flag, right? That when the US is perceived as having been attacked, that there's, you know, generally it results in very high favorability ratings for the president. It results in very kid glove treatment by the media. And these are the kind of conditions that norms of government could be violated without anybody really, you know, speaking up against them, right? I don't know about that, right? There is a, yeah, and you know, George Bush took this situation after 9/11 and justified a war against a nation that had nothing to do with the attack. Made allegations of weapons of mass destruction, you know, of a great danger being posed by Saddam Hussein in Iraq, which were borne out to be false. And, you know, basically was proposing a larger war on terror than what we actually got even, right? They were talking about going into Iran. They did the axis of evil thing that included Iran and North Korea. So there was, you know, it was on the table, you know, maybe to even have a war in Korea as well, which would have been a nightmare, as well as another war in Iran. Now, the logistics of just holding down the insurgency in Iraq and the eventual reemergence of the Taliban in Afghanistan made that maybe a logistical impossibility, but it was on the wish list of the what are they called, the People for a New American Century, right? There's this group that got together and wrote a document, you know, saying that addressing, basically laying out foreign policy objectives that included Iraq, Iran, you basically, you know, like invasions of Middle Eastern countries. Not just Bush, the amount of clowns surrounding the whole war and every policy decision after, they're staggering. I will say that, like, you know, the media maybe was more complacent. They were working with Bush in a way that the media never really worked with Donald Trump. Complicit media. I almost feel like complicit is too mild of a word. I almost feel like they're yeah, because when you think about it, right, at the time, a lot of the media, including MSNBC, you know, people think of MSNBC as being the liberal cable news channel, right? But there was a pretty big conflict of interest in terms of its ownership being in large part beneficiaries of the military industrial complex, right? And yeah, you did have this like unanimity of opinion supporting George Bush's prosecution of this ephemeral war on terror, which ended up just being like an enormous cost in terms of expenditures, and in terms of the lives that were taken, the human toll of those wars as well, right? President Joe Brandon was instrumental in lying us into war. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there were very few people in the Congress that opposed the war. And my understanding of this is that this was due to the prior invasion of, I believe it was Kuwait, right? It wasn't, so the first Gulf War under George Bush Sr. took place in the 90s. And, it was essentially Saddam Hussein thought he had the go-ahead, thought he had the understanding that if he were to invade Kuwait, that there wouldn't be a reprisal from the United States. There was a reprisal, and there was an invasion of Kuwait, and maybe a limited invasion of Iraq, but they definitely didn't go to Baghdad. They definitely didn't occupy fully Iraq. They stopped this military action way before it got to the point that the George W. Bush invasion of Iraq got to. Now, when that happened, there were, to my understanding, members of the legislature that stood against that action. They suffered electoral defeat and really were seen as almost traitors. And as a result of that, there really wasn't as much opposition in Congress, in the Senate, to the war that took place in the 2000s. And the atmosphere, the post 9/11 atmosphere was stifling in terms of dissent. They mainly were in Iraq and in the neutral zone that existed in the time. Wait. Are you saying they didn't go into Kuwait? Or are you talking about the 2000 invasion? There were a lot of people changed their tune after their political careers suffered. Kuwait, not Iraq. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, mostly into Kuwait and the neutral zone. Yeah. So there was definitely the threat on the table of going into Iraq, but they ended up not doing that. And in large part, wait a minute. I'm trying to get my timetable right. It would have been Gorbachev and the Soviet Union who had an interest in the U.S. not invading Iraq, right? Who would have seen the encroachment, albeit it's not contiguous with the borders of the Soviet Union, but a little too close to the Soviet sphere of influence, let's just say, for comfort, right? There was pressure from the Soviet Union, if I got my history correct. Yeah, everybody's favorite pizza salesman, Gorbachev, right? After 9/11 wasn't as bad as now, I think, because we didn't have the influence of social media the way we know it. Yeah, also Fox News existed. And Fox News made so much money and so much progress, probably gained a lot of clout during the post 9/11 invasions, right? Because this is the thing. Think about cable news. When do you watch cable news? Well, I don't really watch it ever, but when do people who watch cable news watch cable news? When is somebody more likely to turn their television to cable news. It's going to be during a war or something like that, right? If there is a situation that's threatening, or a situation, I gotta say, that's exciting. And the sad thing about the American character is that it gets excited at the prospect of war, right? People like to watch conflict when it's conflict that doesn't involve, the mainland United States, right? And so, you gotta talk at some point about like the interest that the cable stations had in a war, in a continued war in Afghanistan and Iraq, and maybe even further. Yeah, war porn, yeah, during the invasion was ghastly. The first Gulf War was August 2nd, 1990 to February 28th, 1999. So yeah, definitely Gorbachev in power. The Soviet Union was still the name of the country. Mimas and Peepaws watch cable still. Yeah, true. But yeah, I mean, like the war porn effect is real. And it definitely puts the way that the war porn worked during, oh god, maybe we should just like I didn't intend to cover this, but it is the 20th and the 20th anniversary of the shock and awe phase of the invasion of Iraq. This was the the Air Force and missiles and the barrage against the Iraqi armed forces that preceded the ground invasion of Iraq. This is why Baudrillard wrote a book. The Gulf War did not take place. The only thing America likes more than doing a war is pretending that it's been forced on them. Yeah, and I mean, like, that they definitely use those the towers, the attack on the Twin Towers as a justification for that. I remember, like, I mean, I wasn't really terribly aware of what was happening. Like, I was a lot younger, right? When 9/11 happened, and I kind of I remember going to school, like, having sort of heard about these things, heard that something was going on, something about terrorism on the news, and then being in school kind of like not taking it seriously, but they brought the television in and everything, and we're like we went home early that day. Yeah, it was like like classes got like it was like a half day at school because of what happened. And like I just remember being in this disbelief that like that something was like this big had happened, that it like that it disrupted the school, like, right? Like I was kind of surprised that happened, because I had heard about like bombings before, and it was always like just this isolated incident. But yeah, the footage from New York City was pretty striking, let's just say. And I remember a woman saying something about like, we need to unalive their babies, right? And I don't know what she meant, but I got the sense it was just like anyone in the Arab world, essentially. This woman wanted vengeance, right? And she said it in the most ghoulish way imaginable, right? She was talking about like babies, right? I don't know. Yeah, it was a pretty surreal thing to go through. Dan Crenshaw now feels the U.S. is forced to invade Mexico. Oh my God. I remember being in a car with my mom and the radio station played messages. Yeah, yeah, that's when I first heard about it, but I kind of like didn't think it was real until they brought like the TVs into the room, and then they pushed them out because they didn't want people to see the, you know, when they like they brought the TVs into the room. There was towers that were like, there was one of the towers was like smoking or something, and then there was all this noise and they moved the TVs out of the room, and I think what was happening was that the towers, the second plane hit, and then the towers fell. Yeah, basically, Adadak. Basically, people calling their loved ones and telling them they're gonna die. People that were in the Twin Towers played that over the Star Spangled Banner, and it was so traumatizing.
Expecting to be indicted. He tweeted that he's directing congressional committees to look into, and there it is on your screen, the possibility of federal funds being sent to some of these local prosecutors who might be prosecuting or at least investigating former President Trump. How that would play out in a congressional investigation is still unclear. But we've heard Republicans largely holding the line, criticizing this investigation as political. We heard the same kind of criticism from former Vice President Mike Pence in his interview with John Carl. We also just heard, and this is just breaking, from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who's beginning some pressure from those in
propaganda
Trump
everywhere
to respond to the possibility of a Trump indictment. He just held a press conference. He also, and I'm looking at what he said here, criticized the
Telemundo and Univision were playing people jumping. It was so much worse. I remember seeing that. I think I wasn't supposed to look at the. I think I wasn't supposed to watch TV. Yeah, like my parents were trying to, like, they didn't want me watching the news, at least at first. But I remember turning on the news anyway, you know, when they weren't around, and yeah, they were showing the people the zoom in on the tower and the bodies, you know, falling. And
New York District Attorney, the Manhattan District Attorney. But then he makes this veiled swipe at Trump, and he says, I don't know what goes into paying hush money to a porn star to secure silence over some type of alleged affair. I just can't speak to that. And that is notable because DeSantis has, for the last few days, ignored some of these attempts and to pushes from Trump world to get him to respond now. He is responding, criticizing the DA, but also taking that veiled swipe against Trump, Trevor.
Very interesting walk of the tightrope.
So yeah, people are noticing what DeSantis is doing.
That we're seeing from a few of these Republicans.
Now the question is, are the Trump forces going to read this as like are the Trump forces going to notice what DeSantis is doing? Is DeSantis going to pay a political price for those, like, you know, what they're calling like swipes at Donald Trump? Like, right, he's ostensibly, you know, supporting Donald Trump, attacking the prosecutors, attacking, you know, law enforcement, which is, you know, ironic for the Republican Party, to say the least. But at the same time, he is repeating. Yeah, you heard him repeat the idea of hush money paid to a porn star.
A lot of people were waiting to see what Governor DeSantis would say. Jeff, obviously these prosecutors are in New York. The former president is in Florida. If these charges were to come, how would that work with him being down there?
Self-victimization is why people do it. It works. Yeah. I mean, Florida is essentially its own fascist dictatorship at some. Yeah. More and more so. Yeah. It figures the one thing Trump did that wasn't wrong ends up being the one thing that he might get. Well, I mean, the hush money, you know, maybe, okay, so the least pernicious thing that Trump did is the thing that's coming down the line first. That doesn't mean that the Georgia stuff and the you know, the documents, the Mar-a-Lago documents aren't going to be prosecuted too, but it does look like the Stormy Daniels hush money is going to be the first thing to come down.
I think what will happen.
Yeah, because he's not in trouble for cheating on his wife, right? He's not in trouble for having sex with a porn star. He's in trouble for the way that he you know, basically bribed her not to talk about it, and
Trevor, is you'll see an arrangement, an agreement whereby the
use of his
former
office.
president will self-surrender in New York. That is to say, there's no basis to believe that he will be arrested. He certainly doesn't need to be arrested. I think the consensus is that he should not be arrested, but rather offered the opportunity to self.
Yeah. So yeah, like, I mean, and this is the thing too. Like, as much as like the legal establishment will say that there's law and order, no one is above the law, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, they really don't want to arrest this guy. They really don't want to give him the ability to claim, victimhood and give him like another like precedent to ask for another January 6th kind of, series of actions, right? They don't want a lot of noise. Right. And there's something to be said, or there's some thought that Trump doesn't want a lot of noise either. Right. Because if he gets marched out of his home, like if he gets taken away by cops, it does make him look like more of a criminal. He is threatening terrorism on the government, also proving threats and terrorism work. True.
Surrender. But that will involve coming to New York. And being processed. And processed is a euphemism, among other things, for having what would be the most famous mugshot in the history of the world taken.
There is no doubt about that. And Catherine, of course, we know that.
Wait, is that a for sure thing? They're gonna take there will be a mugshot released of him?
That former President Trump is the subject of.
I thought there was a way he could avoid that.
Several investigations, and that includes the probe into the January 6th attack on the Capitol. And former Vice President Mike Pence has said he is challenging parts of a subpoena to testify in that probe. But he did somewhat leave the door open to testifying about other matters, just not about January 6th. So how could that affect this investigation and other investigations at large?
No, well, look, I think the reality is that this is still moving through the courts. Mike Pence, of course, is challenging his own subpoena. We obtained exclusive details from that. They're asking him for a broad amount of information here, Trevor, about 16 different topic areas. But it's important to stress that Pence is challenging this on a different issue, the speech and debate clause, that he was acting as a member of the legislative branch. So we'll see, but it's not like he's going to be walking through.
They have to take pictures and biometric info from suspects for booking. But, like, is there any way they could block the public release of those?
The door here to the grand jury in the next week or two.
I never really liked that phrase. I mean, does anybody really like taking shots from a mug? Okay, so
rallied the UK to join.
People are talking about this, right? We'll talk a little bit about the Iraq War 20 years later, right? The shock and awe campaign that started 20 years ago. And this is Mehdi Hassan, probably one of the more left journalists at MSNBC, asking the question if George W. Bush should be put on trial for Iraq. There was, I mean, this has been talked about before, that like some of the things that were done in the Iraq War could be considered war crimes, could be of interest to The Hague. But wait, isn't there something? What's up, Fox and Socks? It's a shot of your mug. Oh wait, a shot of my mug. Well, my mug is, a Void coffee mug. Oh my god, I got some more Void coffee. I'm sure there's ways to keep it confidential, but usually only with minors. Okay. Yeah, it's weirdly hard for me to imagine Trump actually being, mugshotted, right? Because it just seems like I'm saying, we have a two or more tiered justice system. And people like Trump usually do not face the same kind of justice as the rest of us.
In the American war effort, but against American President George W. Bush himself. We were right to protest then, and we've been sadly proven right in the 20 years since. 4,000 plus American service members and 400,000 plus Iraqi civilians died as a result of the invasion, an illegal invasion launched by George W. Bush. Which is what I want to talk about.
Mugshotted sounds like a sex thing?
At length today. In fact, devote the entire show to on this 20th anniversary.
Yeah, so somebody mentioned this before that, like, you know, they felt like there was more of a fascist atmosphere under Bush. There you know, there definitely wasn't like a lot of room for dissent, you know, under Bush, and especially early on in the Iraq War. Eventually, you know, it became more of a consensus, and that's what got the that's what brought Nancy Pelosi into the speakership of the House in 2006, was the horrible way in which the Iraq War was proceeding. The amount of, you know, George Bush standing up there on the aircraft carrier declaring mission accomplished, and then, you know, the protracted insurgency that the U.S. seemed powerless to stop, and that that more than anything caused more people to be against the war, and you know, actually, so in 2004, the fact that George W. Bush had prosecuted this war probably got him reelected, right? He's a war president. It's very easy to run as a war president. Very few people want to change presidents during a war, especially a war that people feel largely good about, or that they feel is proper. In 2006, things had changed so much that the Democratic Congress was able to run and get elected on more or less an anti-war platform. Now, they didn't, you know, the Democrats will campaign a lot more anti-war than they'll actually govern, but that was the, you know, the main issue of the election.
Anniversary of the Iraq War, because I, for one,
if anything, it shows that protracted people's war is the way to go.
Bizarre. I'm actually appalled.
I wonder if something like that would work against the debate bozos.
Way in which almost everyone seems to have moved on from talking about President Bush and his responsibility for one of the great crimes.
Fox and Sox says no, Trump is like 1,000 times worse than Bush. The only counter argument to that would be, you know, the kind of carnage of the Bush era and 9/11. But then again, Trump wasn't given a 9/11 incident to predicate a series of wars on, same way that Bush was.
Times of the 21st century. People in our politics, in our media, in our popular culture haven't just brushed Iraq under the carpet and let Bush off the hook. They've rehabilitated him. They've begun to celebrate him.
Oh no! Hey, what do you think about the Chat GPT, or I don't know if it's Chat GPT, it's like the AIs of, have you seen these AIs? They'll usually show Bush, Biden, and Trump on these AIs. And it kind of feels like it humanizes George W. Bush. And even Donald Trump to a certain extent, right? It'll be like Bush, Obama, Biden, sometimes Dick Cheney. Like they'll, you know, they'll AI their voices and have them talk about Pokemon or something like that, right? But like, I feel like this all started with Bush kind of, after he left office, he sort of disappeared from public life for a while. And the first thing that anybody saw from him in a long time was the paintings that he was doing, right? He was doing, you know, he'd taken up painting apparently. And, you know, it was surprising to people that, I don't remember what he painted, but people were like, "Aw, this is kind of cute. Aw, he's doing painting now," right? It feels like that was the start of his rehabilitation. This is Ellen in 2017 with goofy George W. Bush. Look at that. You come on Ellen and you do a little dance. Yeah, everything's good again.
In the middle of a presidential campaign filled with rancor, we were struck by a very different image over the weekend. First Lady Michelle Obama embracing former President George W. Bush.
This is what the Obamas are great at, right? Having political enemies or perceived political enemies, or even just like with George W. Bush, like you could say that Obama didn't run against Bush, but he, you could say that he was running against George W. Bush's record in a lot of ways, right? So, you know, perceived enemies and then turning them into friends. Look at like the Hillary Clinton thing, right? Hillary had next. Hillary was the heir apparent, successor, the next Democrat in line to run for presidency in a year that the Democrats were very likely to win that presidency, right? So, and Obama was able to just kind of take that inevitability and change history, right? And beat Hillary Clinton. And a lot of people who supported Obama in that election thought that there was a substantive difference that they were achieving, thought that there was going to be a real world effect, a real substantive effect of, nominating Obama and then electing Obama versus Hillary Clinton. That seems to be questionable now, right? Granted, Hillary Clinton is a profoundly compromised politician who's, part of a political legacy famous for throwing their own voters under the bus through a process called triangulation, right? But Obama, after there was like negotiation between Obama and Hillary to get Hillary to quit the race, and it feels like maybe part of that negotiation was Obama assuring the Clinton campaign that they were going to run pretty close to the kind of policies that Hillary would have enacted, right? That there wouldn't be this great watershed moment where a new force, right? Because if you look at the Democratic Party, there was a change post Reagan. The Democrats got spooked. They lost to Reagan they lost a re-election to Ronald Reagan in 1980. And they were unable to unseat Reagan in 1984, despite there having been a pretty bad recession, right? So they were spooked. And then after Reagan gets elected a second time, then his vice president gets elected, right? So you have Bill and Hillary Clinton come in as power players in the Democratic Party in the 1992 election, and they really did run towards the center, right? Bill Clinton had a moment. He was perceived as being an ally to the Black community, and you would think that, okay, well, I mean, that's great. That's a big part of the Democratic base, right? Wrong. The pressure was on Bill Clinton to show that he was independent, right? To show that he wouldn't always side with Black people, right? And he showed this. He demonstrated this by attacking, a rapper named Sister Souljah, right? By basically implying that Sister Souljah was displaying anti-white racism, right? So, this is the beginning of the triangulation. And it's not just the Clintons, it's the Obamas, it's the Democratic leadership since Reagan has been one that says, look, we can't beat Reagan's Republican Party. They've changed the campaign finance rules, right? And we're going to get clobbered every single time unless we play to the same donors that they're playing to. And we show those donors that, hey, you can still have the policies that you want enacted, right? We're gonna be neoliberal in our policy positions, but we're gonna maybe run a little to the left of the Republicans on social issues. So here's another option for you, donor class. Here's another option for you that you will find, appealing, right? And they successfully did that, and they took control of the Democratic Party. A lot of people in, I think, 2008, partially because of the George Bush administration, what a disaster that had been, they wanted a vigorous opposition to the conservative consensus, the neoliberal consensus, and they thought they'd found it in Obama. However, Obama's famous for being able to walk into a room with two opposing parties and have both parties feel like he's on their side. And Obama achieved that. And then he absolutely governed so far to the center that there were policy initiatives that he had in mind in terms of undermining Social Security to become the great centrist president. The grand bargain, the Simpson-Bowles deal that Obama tried to pursue and only didn't get because the Republicans didn't want to give Obama that win, didn't want to firm up Obama's legacy. He had in mind of being like a Reagan-esque figure of the Democrats. And I don't just mean Reagan-esque in the sense that like he represented a political revolution, because he kind of didn't. But a great like consensus builder, a great communicator, somebody who brought both sides together to achieve an objective that the donor class very much wanted done. He didn't get that because the Republicans didn't want him to be this great transformative historical figure. And, you know, I mean, I don't know, like, stun luck over.
So good to see the two of them together.
Bill Clinton is a Vaushite. I mean, I can see there's some parallels there. I grew up in the Bush era, and everyone I know and myself were worried that some enraged white supremacist would take us the fuck out because of Bush's propaganda against brown people. I hate it because it sounds to me like people are telling me that brown people don't matter when they say that Trump is worse than Bush. I see what you're saying. Well, we all matter, and anyone in danger needs to be protected. True. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know though. So if you're talking about the issue of immigration, right? Both Trump and Bush ran on tough on immigration policies. But the person that pursued these policies in action to a greater extent was Trump. And I don't know. I think we can acknowledge that George W. Bush. I mean, look at like the response to Katrina, for instance, right? Look at the difference between what happened to black people in New Orleans versus what happened to white people. Look at the concern over, like, there's different districts in New Orleans, and it seemed like the federal government had a lot more was working a lot more to protect the districts that were mostly white versus the districts that were black. But yeah, these are both, bad presidencies, and the caustic nature of the Trump presidency shouldn't diminish the racist nature of the Bush presidency, and definitely the anti-Islamic, anti-Arab sort of spirit of the times that pervaded the Bush era.
Most of our politicians can get along as well as they do.
What led you to painting?
In retrospect,
here we go. Here's the painting.
Longing for learning. If that old boy can paint, I can paint. If that old boy can paint, I can paint.
A former president, now a painter in his prime.
Can you
wait? Who was that old boy? Who's he looking at?
Enlighten us to the painting.
George W. Rembrandt.
The portraits that you have done are beautiful.
Thank you.
You're really talented. I can't believe you just started 5 years ago.
I painted
You're an amazing artist.
These are painted with a lot of passion.
You were involved in many notable faux pas, which we had a lot of fun with.
I'm sure you
you're
did.
opening
Mission accomplished.
the door. There was mission accomplished.
It was Winston Churchill painting. Okay.
A faux pas. How is any of that okay? Sorry, I don't care how good his portraits are, and I, for one, am not going to laugh and smile about George Bush offering cough drops to Michelle Obama. He can offer up his whole medicine cabinet as far as I care. And I get that the rise of Donald J. Trump has made some Americans look back at George W. Bush and say, maybe he wasn't so bad. I myself wrote a snarky 2015 op-ed about how the anti-Muslim rhetoric of the GOP, of Trump, of Ben Carson, of Mike Huckabee.
So I feel like Mehdi is trying to make the same point as Nabil's reminding us of, is that like there is like a move to whitewash George W. Bush and his administration, post Trump to see, because you do have a sense that the Bush wing of the Republican Party, these are the never Trumpers, right? These are the holdouts. These are the Lincoln Foundation people, tend to be like George W. Bush voters, right? And, lest we forget the racist legacy of George W. Bush, the way that the attacks in New York City were used to justify the the brutalization in Iraq and Afghanistan. And essentially like he was running on racism as much as Donald Trump was.
Made me miss George W. And the fact is that the party has certainly gotten more extreme and more bigoted since he left office.
Zeitgeist is one thing. Living under racism and hatred is far removed from worrying I'm going to end up in a camp.
But I certainly don't look at Bush and wax nostalgic the way so many Americans and even so many Democrats now seem to. I haven't forgotten about Iraq. And I, for one, certainly didn't need the reminder. That SNL's President Bush, a.k.a. Will Ferrell, felt compelled to give during the Trump years.
So I just wanted to address my fellow Americans tonight and remind you guys that I was...
Wait, that was the... I'm sorry, I don't hate Will Ferrell, but he doesn't look like George W. Bush.
Really bad. like historically not good.
Remember, during his last year in office, President Bush's approval rating was in the 20s. But by 2018, in the second year of the Trump presidency, it was up to 61% approval. His support among...
Yeah, I mean, I guess the difference is that, like, the direction, the emphasis of the racism that Bush ran on versus the racism that Trump ran on. SNL has a legacy of being terrible, yeah.
Democrats had quintupled.
Well, I mean, their Trump material was like less than funny most of the time, but the impersonation was fairly on point, I think.
Americans apparently see W as a cuddly former president with some cute hobbies who wasn't as bad as the Donald. So on today's show, 20 years on, we're marking not just the death.
So I want to remind people, I don't know, you may have never heard of this before, right? Jack Kerouac, who I'm not standing here, I'm sure Jack Kerouac did a lot of bad things that I'm not aware of, right? But Jack Kerouac once said, comparisons are odious, right? And like, I'm tempted to bring those words back here in that if the result of a comparison between Trump and George W. Bush is to see either of them as like lesser threats, lesser evils, less harmful than they were, that's not a good comparison to make, right? The only comparison I guess we can make is that they both embody the racism of this country and, different directions that racism is expressed, different objectives that they pursued, but the one thing, and the comparison is the commonality rather than trying to see one as worse than the other, right? I don't know if that's necessarily useful.
Destruction inside of Iraq, but the fact that former President Bush...
The Bush material was also unfunny, but the impersonation was somehow even worse.
Somehow just got away with it all. Collective amnesia has always been a problem in American politics, and so 2 long decades has allowed almost everyone to just forget about the long campaign of falsehoods with which Bush kicked off his illegal, brutal, and disastrous Middle East war. Just memory hole it. And yet, before Donald Trump's big lie about the 2020 election, there was George W. Bush's big lie about Iraq's non-existent weapons of mass destruction.
At least Trump won his first election. Bush literally stole his election. Well, the interesting, you should bring that up, Paul Squall. Yeah, Trump won the Electoral College, right? And Bush, through his brother, and I think, did we mention Kathleen Harris earlier? No, maybe not. The Secretary of State of Florida, right? And the Supreme Court. Yeah, basically manipulated his way into the office when... more sober calculations of the vote totals in Florida done after the fact show that Al Gore was more likely the winner, not only in terms of popular vote, which is undisputed, right? That's, Gore got more votes than Bush, but was the winner according to the Electoral College as well. And it just wasn't, you had the Brooks Brothers riot. You had a bunch of lobbyists showing up pretending to be protesters, stopping the vote count from actually going on, and then you had Jeb Bush, Kathleen Harris, and the Supreme Court finally deciding the case between of who would be president. And you could also maybe even blame Gore for didn't Gore kind of surrender that whole thing before he really needed to? So the commonality again between Bush and Trump is that during their neither of them won a majority of the votes, right? Both of them skated by based on the idiosyncrasies of the electoral college, and in Bush's case, a little bit more than just that. Yeah.
Now, we all know Trump has yet to be held to account for his
Gore could have gone to court
lies, but neither has Bush. And as I'll explain in a moment, George W. Bush was a big reason for why we would later get Donald J. Trump. But first, let me take you back to Wednesday, September the 12th, 2001.
Oh, wait, he's going to go over this. This is an interesting idea, that George Bush was the reason that we got Donald J. Trump.
Horrific 9/11 attacks. Rescuers at Ground Zero are searching the smoldering rubble for survivors. Families are looking for thousands of missing people. And authorities are matching the names of passengers on those fated jets to the names of suspected al-Qaeda terrorists. So what are President Bush and his closest advisors doing while gathered in the West Wing of the White House? Why, they're talking about bombing Iraq. Yes, Iraq. Something we would only learn later from accounts of insiders like Richard Clarke, the U.S. counterterrorism czar under both Bill Clinton and George W. Bush.
It's also important.
In fact, when Clarke sat with
It's also important to remember that the only reasons... Oh my god, Nabil, thank you for the gift sub to Aronx. Meow. Also important to keep in mind, the only reason the Republicans did not get on board with January 6th is because Trump didn't have a real plan. It was absolutely possible and absolutely could work because it absolutely happened before.
60 Minutes in 2004 to reveal what had happened.
They're trying to bring Bush to the brunch,
You could really feel the pressure he'd been put under. On September the 12th, 2001, Clarke said he had been pulled into a room by President Bush, who asked him if...
Mug was a slang term for face from the early 1900s. Oh, I see. Feels like whitewashing his image. Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. Like turning them into characters. Oh, yeah. And that's what I'm talking about with the AI voices, right? It feels like the modern... like I don't think it's an attempt to whitewash. Like the AI voices, people make videos out of those because they're funny, right? Because you can take a public figure and you can essentially have a puppet that sounds just like them to a greater or lesser extent, right? With the AI voices.
Iraq was to blame. Clarke said no, but the president insisted.
He came back at me and said, Iraq, Saddam, find out if there's a connection. And in a very intimidating way.
It was a current that ran through the White House all of that day, according to Clarke. That afternoon, he says, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld was talking about, quote, getting Iraq, even though al-Qaeda was in Afghanistan.
Rumsfeld was saying that we needed to bomb Iraq. And
funny that humanizing Trump is ridiculous enough to be a punchline of its own.
We all said, but no, Al-Qaeda is in Afghanistan. We need to bomb Afghanistan.
My chat GPT Bushbot says, I am a war criminal.
And Rumsfeld said, there aren't any good targets in Afghanistan, and there are lots of good targets in Iraq.
Within 2 months of that meeting, Bush ordered Rumsfeld to draft just such a war plan for Iraq, as Bob Woodward first...
So what did he mean by targets, right? Like, I mean, one would think that what he's saying is that the Afghan military is not that big, is not that advanced, right? Obviously the Taliban was in control of most of Afghanistan. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember how this worked, right? The Taliban was only in control of part of Afghanistan. there was essentially had been a protracted civil war that the United States kind of stepped into, right? And you had a Northern Alliance. You had a another, I don't remember what the other faction was. You had the Taliban, the Northern Alliance, and another faction, and the Taliban had control of most of the important parts of the country, but that the United States, part of the Afghan invasion sought to utilize pre-existing forces that were in opposition to the Taliban, and basically the Kurds are in Iraq though. Remember Operation Iraqi Liberation? Yeah, oil was legally justified. Legally justified military targets is what he means. Well, like, what's he going for then? Like, is he? Oh my God! Because there's another aspect to this too, right? George W. Bush was part of his father's unsuccessful campaign in 1992 for re-election. As you know, and I know about this from the Oliver Stone film, which I'm sure wasn't completely accurate, like it was, dramatized, but I believe that Bush thought that his dad would have won re-election had he gone all the way into Baghdad, had he invaded and Iraq and overthrown Saddam Hussein. He looked at the kind of steroid shot that a war presidency represents, the amount of the high approval ratings that his dad had held right after the Gulf War, and he said if we could have just had a little bit more of that juice, then my dad would have been president a second term. And he felt really, he didn't want to be a loser like his dad was. He didn't want to be a one-term president. He's kind of like fighting for like the legacy of the Bushes in a certain way in the re-election against John Kerry, and he wasn't going to go the same way. So for him, he had to push it as far as he could. And there's a lot of indications that they would have pushed it even further had the Iraq war not started to go so badly, that they wanted to invade Iran as well, right? Iran had been a enemy of the United States ever since the 70s.
It's reported in his book, Plan of Attack. But why? Saddam Hussein, the country's longtime dictator, played no role in the attack on America. In fact, he had been a U.S. ally against Iran in the 1980s. There he was in 1983, shaking hands in Baghdad with a...
So he's the U.S. hated Iran, sponsored. So you'll see this dynamic again and again. We don't ever talk about foreign policy, right? And part of that is because most of foreign policy amounts to war porn. Like, right, if you watch Dylan Burns talking about Ukraine, chances are it's going to be war porn, right? If you if you watch Vaush talking about this stuff, a lot of it just amounts to war porn. And when you're doing like the State Department's objective in terms of the propaganda that your platform is lending it to, I don't think you're doing any good thing. So I try to stay away from that as much as possible, right? I haven't talked about Ukraine. We do sometimes touch on like geopolitical strategy and this kind of thing, talk about the imperial core, talk about but you don't really talk about like the big picture of this. And what I'm seeing in the big picture is this, okay? The United States armed bin Laden, yes, himself, and the forces that would come to make up Al-Qaeda in, what was it, like the 70s or 80s? Yeah, I think it must have been the 80s, right? When the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, bin Laden was the United States guy, that's who they armed in order to make that occupation of Afghanistan costly for the Soviet Union, right? So you got that. Bin Laden is the United States ally, and then, through actually some stuff that has to do with Saddam Hussein, right? Part of Bin Laden's justification for turning against the United States was the U.S. troops stationed in Saudi Arabia, right? Saudi Arabia is where Mecca is, and I guess to a Wahhabist like Bin Laden would have been seen as, like a holy land. And, to have these American troops stationed there was an insult, even though part of what they were there for was to protect the United States oil interests in Saudi Arabia. So, they're there on an allied mission, like, right? The Saudi government wanted them there. Bin Laden apparently didn't want them there, right? So then you have like Saddam Hussein, who, in the 80s, the United States is supporting in his attack. He attacked Iran, right? The U.S. still mad at Iran for overthrowing our puppet government and, the whole, hostage crisis, etc., right? So the U.S. arms up Iraq to fight Iran. And then Saddam Hussein, after having been the ally of the United States in that war, sets his sight on another country that borders Iraq, and this is Kuwait. And like, I'm not entirely clear on this. Maybe this needs a deep dive, right? But there was some negotiation, there was some discussion between Iraqi diplomats and the United States diplomats in which the Iraqis came away from that table thinking that it would be okay for them to invade Kuwait. Their justification, I think, was that Kuwait was slant drilling, right? So, there's a country, right? There's lines on the map of countries, Kuwait and Iraq, right? It's demarcated right here. There's like also a neutral zone, right? But ostensibly, all the oil that's under the Iraq lines belongs to Iraq. All the oil that's under the Saudi lines belongs to Saudi Arabia. And all the oil that's underneath the Kuwait, borders belongs to Kuwait, right? So I believe the Iraqis' contention in their casus belli was that Kuwait had drilled diagonally, much like Daniel Plainview from There Will Be Blood, and they were drinking Saddam's milkshake. So Saddam, not wanting to have his milkshake drank, invaded, and it had some expectation of the United States being, at least not interfering with this, right? That's not what happened. Yeah, it did get, it was justification for the United States invasion of Kuwait and the neutral zone, and, sort of a show of force, hinting towards their ability to invade Baghdad should they want to. There were issues with that. Like I said, Gorbachev, the Soviet Union, would not have wanted the United States to invade Baghdad, and George Bush Sr. took like kind of the middle road in terms of protecting the U.S. oil interest in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, but not invading Iraq proper. Right, so you've got, the U.S. arming Saddam Hussein, then Saddam Hussein becoming a problem, right? Gaddafi, right, is the same sort of situation where at various times during Gaddafi's leadership in Libya, he was either perceived as an ally of the United States or an enemy of the United States, right? You're seeing this stuff again and again, where they're arming somebody who later becomes a problem, or according to the, according to what we're hearing is so much of a problem that they need to be attacked, right? Over and over and over again. This is
special White House on.
The ambassador with the U.S. told Hussein that the U.S. considered an intra-Arab war to be none of their interests, right? So they did give the Iraqis the sense that, that this would be like an action that wouldn't be opposed by the U.S. Saddam was a secular U.S. ally in the region. The Mujahideen, yeah, okay, so sorry, lefty anglers, right? The Mujahideen is the force that Bin Laden, that the U.S. armed, that Bin Laden was fighting with. Oh, so they're talking about target of caves in Afghanistan that house terrorists, but it's not as sexy as destroying Saddam's military and oil refinery. So they really were talking about the optics then. They're talking about the way that the war is going to play on television. And Bush did seem to really have in mind, you know, exceeding the legacy of his father, which was, you know, there was a lot of war porn made in the Gulf War, but, you know, if he could just make a little bit more war porn, he'd ensure a second term for himself, which he needed to do to beat the curse of his daddy. Wasn't there a joke about the Bushes fighting for their legacy in The Simpsons? The episode where Judge H.W. Bush moved across the street. I know what you're I think have I seen that? I vaguely know what you're talking about, but I'm not sure. Gee, wait, I owe you a Coke? Oh my god. You said drink milkshake at the same time as I did. Yeah. What was it that Kissinger said? America has no friends, only interests. That's realpolitik, right? Yeah. Republicans had a belief that the Bush one lost re-election because he didn't finish the job. Yeah. I mean, that's what, well, especially, you know, George W. Bush had that belief, right? There's a bit where Homer and Bart impersonated H.W.'s son in order to trick him, like H.W.'s son as in W. Oh wait, there's two sons, aren't there? There's like three sons, right? There's Jeb, there's George, and then there's one other that I always forget.
Boy named Donald Rumsfeld. Yes, that Donald Rumsfeld. So what made George W.
Yeah, part of the Reagan administration too.
Bush so determined to attack Iraq 2 decades later? Was it the push by the so-called neoconservative hawks
Cori Bush
around him to oust Saddam even before 9/11 and make Iraq a base for pacifying the whole Middle East and protecting Israel? Perhaps.
I joke that America's largest export are war and anti-black racism, but the UK exports plenty of those things to not that anyone wants to trade with them anymore. Wait, not to Russia? Wait. Not that anyone wants to trade with the UK. Yeah, because of Brexit. Harry Bush. Is there a Harry Bush? You got me! Hyperspace Fool, you got me! I questioned that in my head. I was like, maybe there is a Harry Bush. And then as I said it, I realized, you just got me to say Harry Bush. Congratulations. Congratulations. Wait, do we need to do this? I feel like we need to do this. Harry Bush for the win. Congratulations. Yeah, we gotta run this clip.
Maybe I could love myself. Maybe my life could have a greater value. That's right. I am no more or less. I want to continue.
Congratulations! 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 Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Okay, that's about as much as we can get away with. But yeah, there we go. Congratulations. Congratulations. Now get back in that giant death robot. That's my job, isn't it?
It was Iraq's
destiny, some would say.
Vast oil fields. Even before 9/11, a White
Meow,
House
meow,
energy task
meow,
force
meow, meow, meow,
set up by
meow, meow,
Vice
meow,
President
meow.
and former oil executive Dick Cheney had mapped Iraqi oil reserves and made a list of, quote, foreign suitors for Iraqi oil contracts. And I would note that early in the war itself, officially called Operation Iraqi Freedom, a White House spokesman got the name wrong. He said Operation Iraqi Liberation, or OI.
It makes me think of the vaccines because Homozygote plays this. If you get vaccinated against COVID, nice.
Whoops.
Nice.
Look, maybe just getting Saddam was personal for Bush, an extension of the first Persian Gulf War and the lingering bad blood between the Iraqi and American ruling families.
Okay, so we're only at 23 upvotes on YouTube. If we could get that to 30, that would be awesome.
But there's no doubt.
Also, if anybody hasn't hasn't liked and retweeted the our boost, our blast off tweet, that helps as well.
Is mainly directed at us. There's no doubt he can't stand us. After all, this is the guy that tried to kill my dad at one time.
Whatever his reasoning, George W. Bush was mad, as journalist Robert Draper learned from a religious leader who met with Bush soon after 9/11.
Oh my God, dual streaming? Yes.
Some religious leaders met with him in the Oval Office, and the president confessed to them, "I'm having difficulty containing my bloodlust."
Bush seemed increasingly fixated on Saddam Hussein. In March 2002, just 6 months...
That one I have not heard before.
...after 9/11, as National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice met with 3 senators in her office, Time magazine reported, according to one participant, that Bush poked his head into Rice's office and announced to them all, quote, "F Saddam, we're taking him out." Those words from President Bush were first reported in 2003 and haven't been published.
I gotta say, that's so LARPy. That is so fucking LARPy. Really? The President of the United States. Like, that was a moment in the White House. The president saying, "F Saddam, we're gonna take him down." Like it's some fucking cop show.
Publicly disputed since.
That is so ridiculous. That actually happened?
Now, the best check against the march to war might have been a press that asked tough questions, that acted as a true watchdog. But few in the American mainstream media challenged the evidence-free claims over WMDs at that time, or acknowledged the deep cynicism and dishonesty of the man pushing them the hardest. The man who would talk about terrorism and violence in the Middle East like this.
We must stop the terror. I call upon all nations.
Oh, there we go. Do you know what he's going to do?
To stop
Have you
these
seen this?
terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive.
Sure, the Gettysburg Address is great, but is there anything more American than George W. Bush cheerleading a war on terror from the first green at the Cape Arundel Golf Club?
You know, it's so weird that, like, when you look at the early years of the Bush administration, he is so damn hateable. It's hard to imagine. We're in hell, Paul Squall says. I'm sure you don't mean the content creator either. Yeah, we're literally in hell, literally the worst timeline, right? So yeah, like right? So most people would say, if you're a president during the war and you're talking about, don't do that. Don't say that we're gonna get these damn terrorists, you know, we're gonna get them, and then be like, now watch me hit this drive, right? I mean, I guess, like, he thought he was being an alpha Chad. Hell is empty, all the devils are here? Well, I'm just a succubus, okay? Clout succubus.
He had his war plans for Iraq. He had a complacent press. All that was missing was a pretext to invade.
I hate golf so much. Yeah, that's part of it too. Like, that's part of it too. Is that, like, the golf is the... It's really funny, though. Like, every president plays golf, right? Even especially when Trump was complaining about Obama playing golf, and then he ends up, like, just living on a golf course, right? This is... Yeah, I mean, like, look, a lot of people play golf, so I don't want to, like, paint with too broad a brush, but golf is largely the sport of the, you know, upper class. Like, that's, you know, there's a class aspect to golf that's impossible to ignore. And, like, I guess, like, I mean, what you saw was PR, was an attempt at PR, right? They didn't do that by accident. George Bush didn't get caught in a situation where he had to talk about the war, and then he just happened to say, you know, something that felt like, you know, discordant, right? And I honestly don't think that felt discordant when it happened, right? because in addition to being the sport of the idle rich, golf is also an aspirational sport. People who are trying to make it in management, make it in business, make it in the professional managerial class are also playing golf, in part in order to, network and, this is like a social activity that they partake in. So you've got more people that are looking at a guy, hitting a great drive. I guess that was a great drive. Was George W. Bush good at golf, or I don't even know. He couldn't be as good as Trump, right? Trump gets like holes in one all the time, and he totally doesn't cheat either. Trump is really, really honestly good at golf. The best golfer out there, the best president at golf of any of the presidents. Yeah, bar none. So, but yeah, George W. Bush, it looked like he knew what he was doing. It looked like he hit the ball well. I don't know enough about golf to be able to analyze his swing for you, but that, he must have thought that looked good. And maybe at some point in the war, it did, and maybe in some point in the war it looked powerful, and here's this leader of a man talking tough about the terrorists that he's defeating, that he's sending troops after, right? Even though we're talking about Iraq at this point, and the involvement of Iraq in 9/11 was none whatsoever. So But talking tough words against America's perceived enemies, and then watch me hit this drive, right? I wonder if when that happened, it wasn't taken as what a strong guy, what a great manager. It's part of what the president's doing is kind of like managing a bunch of different, people, managing, especially the military, right? I wonder if did that only look so bad in hindsight, or was that always like such a optic snafu? I wonder.
4 words: weapons of mass destruction.
Trump would never cheat. Why would he need to? Trump is so powerful that the whole moves to accommodate him. It would have been funny if he'd whiffed that drive. That would have been, amazing. That would have been even more of a snafu. Also, golf is part of country club culture of WASPs, purposely racist, anti-Semitic, and is all about exclusivity. Yeah, and that's where this important networking is happening, right? I'm so awesome. I'm leading the country while tearing this up shrub on my ranch, and also playing golf.
Massive stockpile of biological weapons.
Anthrax and botulism toxin and possibly smallpox.
Biological weapons factories on wheels and on rails.
VX and sarin and mustard gas.
Oh my God! Biological weapons factories on rails. Look at the fear mongering that went on.
To acquire high specification aluminum tubes.
High quality aluminum tubes.
High strength aluminum tubes suitable for nuclear.
He's got aluminum tubes. What are we gonna do? This guy's got aluminum tubes.
Weapons production.
Nuclear weapons.
We know he's out trying once again to produce nuclear weapons.
We have solid.
And we're the only nation in the world that's actually deployed nuclear weapons before. But you watch out for this guy. He might be building him some nuclear weapons.
Evidence of the presence in Iraq of al-Qaeda members.
Have you seen Fahrenheit 9/11? I strongly suggest you do. Michael Moore is problematic at times, but it's solid work.
Various terrorist groups, including
Hussein is laying that pipe.
The al-Qaeda organization.
Al-Qaeda leaders have sought
Al-Qaeda
contacts in Iraq who could help them acquire weapons of mass destruction.
Weapons of mass destruction. Weapons of mass destruction.
We don't want the smoking gun to be a mushroom cloud.
Facing clear evidence of peril, we cannot wait for the final proof.
Guess what? There were no WMDs. We know that now, but the key fact...
But he had tubes.
Here is that...
Aluminum tubes.
He should have known that then. They had almost no intel to suggest Saddam had actual WMD, certainly not a massive stockpile, to quote Bush, or that Saddam played any role in 9/11 or had any working relationship with al-Qaeda. These were just wishes masquerading as evidence. And the most egregious example was the claim that Saddam was developing nuclear weapons. Take a moment and just listen to 16 crucial words that help get the American public on board with going to war.
Okay, we got one more vote on YouTube. I really want to push this YouTube number of likes into 30. So if anybody out there in YouTube land has not hit that like button, please do it so it helps me out a lot. Like, if you want me to continue to stream on YouTube, let me just put it that way. If you appreciate the YouTube streams being there, right? Because there is another way of doing that, and you know, it's just like asking people to come to Twitch, and you know, if you're not on Twitch, I guess you'll have to catch it on the you'll have to catch it several days later as a video.
The line that scared the bejesus out of them.
The British government has learned that Saddam Hussein recently sought significant quantities of uranium from Africa.
President Bush in his 2003 State of the Union. Those 16 words, reported on and repeated uncritically by much of our media at the time, played a massive role in convincing people in America and abroad that Saddam posed a nuclear threat to all of us. It was one thing if Iraq had biological or chemical weapons, but the idea of the regime with a nuclear weapon, perhaps sharing it with terrorists, was a whole other level of immediate danger. And Bush claimed there were receipts. Thing is, those receipts did not stand up to even the lightest scrutiny. In 2001, the US received intelligence.
We do need to do a YouTube only stream sometime though. Like, so you know how I haven't really been talking to you about Destiny ever since the Cuffle stuff? Right? Part of that's because Destiny's a banned streamer on Twitch. So it's really hard to talk about what's going on in that sphere of things on Twitch. But with a YouTube only stream, we could take a look at what's going on, because it's actually pretty nasty. Like, Destiny has gotten a lot more transphobic. He's talking about transgenders now, and I can't really ignore that any longer. So yeah, we probably do need to do a YouTube stream. We probably do need to do it, and that way I don't know. I don't really want to cover Haas, but if y'all want me to cover Haas, I will, since he's another banned streamer on Twitch.
From Italy's government, suggesting that Saddam Hussein had tried in the 1990s to buy yellow cake.
Yeah, that's what Destiny's saying. Destiny is worried that the transgenders, quote unquote, are going to ruin it for the rest of trans people, right? He's got a weird thing against non-binary people, against, like, I don't know. You're just gonna have to see it to believe it, right? We'll do that on YouTube, but I'll let you know ahead of time, right? So that way, anybody on Twitch who doesn't want to miss it, you can schedule some time to be able to watch that stream ahead of time. I want to let you know well ahead of time if we do that.
Uranium powder from Niger. Yellow cake is used for nuclear energy production, but also for nuclear
always boop that like.
Weapons. This intel was...
Especially anybody who's just joined us in YouTube chat, right? Booping that like helps me a lot, and it helps keep the streams on YouTube, because like I said, there's a lot of different ways I could do this. In the past, I've only streamed to Twitch, and, you know, encouraged people from YouTube to come over to Twitch, but not done any YouTube streams. So if you like the streams on YouTube, if those are useful to you, if you want to keep seeing those, definitely boop that like. Another thing you can do is hit the bell, right? I mean, obviously subscribe. That'll you know, give you a greater chance of seeing the stream when it happens. But hit that bell so that you see the notification. Because I get that I have heard some people saying they're having trouble getting the notification. So, you know, hitting the bell always helps.
Flimsy, to say the least. It wasn't corroborated. And the idea that Iraq would buy 500 tons of this...
Yeah, he still pretends to be a liberal centrist, right?
Uranium without the ability to process...
No, he's literally arguing, like, I don't know, I guess transmedicalism on, you know, as a benefit to trans people, like, right? And I mean, it's not entirely surprising considering the kind of people that the kind of like amongst Destiny fans, the trans people, you know, there's a lot more trans medicalists, or, you know, true scum weirdos.
It was pretty absurd. But nonetheless, the White House wanted any information to prove that Iraq had looked to buy yellow cake.
Reminding me that people think I'm a miserable waste of space because I'm non-binary. Rawr. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I didn't realize how bad it had gotten. I didn't actually realize how bad it had gotten. But Destiny's having a whole ass discussion over there about, you know, things like standard of care for trans kids, right? These are questions that are not for, these are not political questions. Like, these are medical questions. There are questions for medical boards. Like, these are questions for people who actually come up with standards of care, right? What Destiny's trying to do is basically politicize medicine, right? And, you know, you've got people like Not So Erudite, who I would say out of all the actors over there is the least irresponsible, right? Not So Erudite at least seems to know about research and be able to kind of parse the nuances of research. However, there's a second aspect to, you know, the decisions that are made about medicine, and it's a clinical, you know, question, and it's really, you know, the people that can answer that question are clinicians, right? So to have a psychometrist and you know, and Taftage, right? We had you know, I don't know how to explain Taftage other than a trans person who hates herself so much that she recommends, like, you know, not. She basically, you know, I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, it's just like the worst possible situation that this could go on in. And then you have Brianna Wu, who I don't know what the fuck is up with Brianna Wu, right? Brianna Wu, let's just say, has some very old ideas about you know, standard of care when it comes to like trans medicine. They're very gatekeepy, right? And you know, this is. It's bad, and we got to cover it.
Uranium. So just months after 9/11, the CIA sent someone to Niger to check it out. They sent the former U.S. ambassador to that country, Joseph Wilson.
I mean, can you imagine if there's some, you know, like care, any kind of care that you need, right? Medically, right? You have a certain kind of ailment. It is addressed with this kind of medical care, and some asshole with an internet politics show starts talking about whether we should be allowing that kind of medicine to be administered, right? I don't know. Is it ethical? You know, maybe we're just letting this person suffer, and you're the person that's going to suffer. That's what's going on. Yeah. That's what's going on right now. That it should never, like you're saying, Shakespeare, it should never be a political question. It has no business. And the only reason it is because it's like a spicy one, right? It's literally for views. It's literally for engagement. The Destiny's going way the fuck out of where his lane should be. And like, I mean, that's my fucking call. Like, right? This looks like a job for Bimbo Cat Girl. It's what I'm saying.
He had plenty of contacts and would surely be able to see if there was any trace of such a sale. When Wilson got back to the US, he told the CIA he could find no evidence that Iraq had tried to buy yellow cake uranium.
Taftage could be the subject in Sound of Music song, but not the one sung by Julie Andrews.
Powder. And the CIA warned the White House, don't say that they did in Bush's speech. The US intelligence.
Boxed and sucks. I'm the same way, like, right? And the fact that Destiny's a banned streamer on Twitch makes me not want to cover him at all, but I don't know. It's getting pretty bad.
Didn't support it. So what then do you do if you're the Bush White House and your intel services won't confirm the story you want to tell? Well, the Bush White House found a workaround. Let's play those 16 words again, but this time pay close attention to the source of that intelligence on Iraq and uranium.
The British government has learned that Saddam Hussein recently sought significant quantities of uranium from Africa.
The British government has learned. Yeah, Bush cited another country's unproven intelligence and acted like US intelligence experts hadn't already debunked it. You can imagine Joe Wilson's surprise when he heard that speech in January 2003, almost a year after his trip to Niger. You actually don't have to imagine. Wilson wrote a New York Times op-ed shortly after the Iraq invasion. Quote, if my information was deemed inaccurate, I understand, though I would be very interested to know why. If, however, the information was ignored because it did not fit certain preconceptions about Iraq, then a legitimate argument can be made that we went to war under false pretenses. But it wasn't just Wilson's revelations that shook the public. Bush's case for war had already begun to crumble even before the first bomb dropped. In early March 2003, the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency told the United Nations that the documents which appeared to show Niger's government selling uranium to Iraq were actually forgeries. Over the next year, the Bush administration's claims...
Ariella Scarcella and the Offensive Tiesler are doing shows together now to alert the to all the Chudge... Wait, Offensive Tiesler? Going under war under false pretenses is a long American tradition, true. Of all the countries to blame, Tunisia, the most secular MENA country that still has a Jewish community and a legacy of tolerance. But then again, the U.S. wanted to destabilize MENA during the Arab Spring.
About nuclear weapons, aluminum tubes, chemical weapons, mobile biolabs, all fell apart. The sourcing was a joke. The CIA wasn't on board. Meanwhile, remember, there's an insurgency in Iraq. The body count is mounting. The WMDs aren't there. And this is how the then president responds to it all, just 1 year after the invasion, at a gala with DC journalists. This is an actual gag that the Bush White House came up with at the time. I kid you not.
I'm gonna do one of my slideshows.
Oh no, I think I know what this is.
These are actual unstaged.
Wait, so this is during the re-election, right? This is the year of the re-election. 2004. March 24th. So not fully into like election season, summers when it really heats up, but definitely on an election year. Probably, I'm going to guess that John Kerry would have secured the nomination by then. Watch what he does.
Photos pulled from the files of the White House photo office. Those weapons of mass destruction got to be somewhere.
Nothing.
I've seen this before. I didn't realize that it was during the re-election campaign. That is wild. I mean, the Mexican-American War, the Spanish-American War are two examples of just that. Vietnam War, if you want to talk about, like false pretenses. They're pretenses for wars of conquest. Like 1/2 of Mexico was stolen by the U.S. Well, I mean, you could look at actually, I've never looked into the whole Texas issue. That seems like another, before the. Wait, oh my God, do I have my, dates straight on that?
But laughs and jokes. So when people say, oh, look at Michelle and W and their friendship, their sharing of cough drops, I think of that clip of Bush that we just played. Having lied about WMDs, having got American soldiers killed, already thousands of Iraqis killed at that point, and laughing about it, mocking the whole thing, not giving a damn. But hey, all is forgotten, all is forgiven. Even this.
Saddam Hussein and his sons must leave Iraq within 48 hours. Their refusal to do so will result in...
Okay, so the Texas became independent in 1836. Mexican-American War started in 1846, right? So yeah, I mean, you had essentially, if I've got this correct, territory that was kind of, just Americans moved into that territory and weren't, happy with the
military conflict commenced at a time of our choosing.
For George W. Bush, the war was a story he thought he could spin.
Wait, there were still racist Texans around that think that we need to invade Mexico, yeah.
A story with a definite beginning and a definite end. He chose the beginning.
It's as American as the blues. It's as American as apple pie.
With a shock and awe spectacle on March the 20th, 2003 that captivated the media. And he even tried to choose when it would end, just 43 days later, with him in a flight suit swaggering onto the deck of an aircraft carrier, framed by cheering troops, and a banner reading "Mission Accomplished." But Bush knew it wasn't over. The U.S. occupation had another 103 months to go. And the U.S.
Okay, so we're up to 29.
Were just beginning. The torch.
We're up to 29 likes on YouTube. Anybody want to be the 30th like? That would really kick ass.
And sexual abuse of
because I definitely want to keep streaming on YouTube, and it's more than just like a once in a while thing to cover banned streamers on Twitch, right? I have I can do it the other way too, right? But it's just all about like what's going to be more successful. So if you want the YouTube streams to continue, definitely hitting that like is going to bring more people into YouTube. It's going to make it worthwhile I think we can keep both going at the same time. I got to do whatever's best, and at a certain point it becomes more effective to just bring as many people as I can into Twitch rather than dual streaming. But we'll see. We'll try to keep the YouTube stream going.
Prison. The use of white phosphorus to firebomb Fallujah, a major Iraqi city with 250,000 residents. And, of course, the massacres of ordinary Iraqis, ordinary civilians at Haditha and Mahmudiyah and Hamdaniyah. And in many of those atrocities, the U.S. military's initial accounts, their initial denials, turned out to be flat false. Like when a U.S. gunship killed at least 40 Iraqis, including dozens of women and children, at a wedding party near the Syrian border.
Top coalition military officials are not disputing the number of dead, but are suggesting these pictures may have been staged and don't match the facts on the ground.
Senior Pentagon officials tell NBC News that a Spectre gunship like this one did launch an attack today, not on a wedding party, but on insurgents.
The U.S. people were mad because Mexico had abolished slavery in 1829, and they wanted to expand slavery. Yeah, and through first declaring independence as Texas and then joining, the United States, they did, they did preserve, or they did, get their slavery. Remember when YouTube took down the videos of Ellen justifying palling around with Bush at the baseball game because if it had that photo of Abu Ghraib superimposed? I don't remember that. Right? So they banned like pictures of Abu Ghraib?
Satisfied at this point that the intelligence that
and Adadak's talking about the picture where the prisoners at Abu Ghraib, this was a U.S. A U.S. Facility in Iraq, right? The prisoners there were made to do degrading acts, including they took a picture of them with like a in a pyramid formation, but they're in hoods and God, yeah, some haunting stuff. Abu Ghraib was really, really bad. True.
led us there was validated by what we found on the ground, and it was not that there was a wedding party going on.
Even after video evidence and eyewitness testimony basically destroyed the entire U.S. military narrative, the Pentagon refused to apologize. So just what are the effects on a country of invasion and occupation by an unapologetic, heavily armed, high-tech foreign...
She came out and talked about how she was beyond politics, and that's why people shouldn't be mean to war criminals. And someone put the photo of the guy in the hood in the background. Torture, yes, SA, and cruel and unusual harassment and degradation took place in that prison.
Army. You may have been told of the costs here at home in blood and treasure. 4,418 American service members dead and nearly 32,000 wounded, according to the Pentagon. Our coffers depleted by around $2 to $3 trillion. Our entire politics upended, our faith in our media forever shaken. But what of the cost to Iraqis? Between 275,000 and 306,000 civilians died from direct war-related violence caused by the U.S., its allies, the Iraqi military and police, according to Brown University's Costs of War project. As many as 1/3 people. But they add several times as many Iraqi civilians may have died as an indirect result of the war due to damage to the systems that provide food.
How do the invading forces show that they're not a dictator? They're not like the dictator. they're not like the dictator they've just overthrown. Apparently, it's by using their infamous torture prison as a place to infamously torture prisoners.
Healthcare and clean drinking water, and as a result, illness, infectious diseases, and malnutrition that could otherwise have been avoided or treated. Shockingly, according to reporting by Al Jazeera based on Iraqi government data, childhood cancers increased 12-fold in the 6
Wait, Keto Kenny, are you missing like a kappa on that?
years after the US assault on Fallujah, which involved the use of white phosphorus and depleted uranium weapons. And 15% of all babies there had birth defects, a rate many times worse than in the aftermath of the nuclear bombs dropped by the US on Japan during World War II. And what do Iraqis have to show for this war and occupation of ours? Yes, Saddam Hussein is gone, a good thing. But the country remains plagued by violence, corruption, and a lack of proper democracy. Remember, this wasn't just a tragic accident. It was a crime, an illegal war built on blatant lies and waged so brutally by George W. Bush, the commander-in-chief. A war which caused chaos in the region and in the wider world. A war whose perpetrators have never faced any consequences. And again, one man in particular.
No, but I haven't read Foster, Keto Kenny, but I will enjoy reading your unban request.
It's time for us to be honest. As the president, as the commander-in-chief, George W. Bush was responsible for war crimes on multiple fronts. As former Nixon lawyer John Dean, who you often hear on cable news these days, slamming Trump, as he wrote just 3 months after the Iraq invasion, this is the first potential scandal I have seen that could make Watergate pale by comparison. Manipulation or deliberate misuse of national security intelligence data, if proven, could be a high crime under the Constitution's impeachment clause. It would also be a violation of federal criminal law. And that's just domestic high crimes and misdemeanors. The Bush administration misled the world, and when the United Nations refused to back Bush's unprovoked war of aggression, he launched it anyway. Back in 2004, the leader of the United Nations at the time, the then Secretary General Kofi Annan, left no doubt as to what that meant.
Now the UN Secretary General has made his strongest statement yet, denouncing the war.
It's not in conformity with the UN Charter from our point of view, and from the Charter point of view, it was illegal.
He wasn't alone. An independent inquiry by the Dutch government in 2010 also concluded that the invasion was an illegal violation of UN Security Council resolutions, the UN Charter led by the US. And that's just a decision to go to war. Prominent human rights groups have said Bush and his allies should have been held to account for all of the torture and alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity that occurred inside of Iraq on his watch at the hands of forces he commanded.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of weasel that was, but I'm not feeling like playing with it today.
And two such groups in New York and Geneva.
W.Z. Foster was a labor organizer and a communist.
Filed criminal complaints.
Did he write something about the Iraq invasion of 2000?
Against Bush in 2011 for violating the International Convention on Torture. A move so serious that Bush cancelled a speech he'd had planned in Switzerland. His team cited security concerns, but one lawyer for Human Rights Watch speculated to a reporter, quote, "He's avoiding the handcuffs." Of course, American presidents have never been put in handcuffs. Right now, in 2023, millions of Americans, for example, are waiting to see if former President...
So he was dead before that would have happened. Oh, my God.
Donald J. Trump will be put in handcuffs if he will be indicted for multiple alleged crimes in multiple American jurisdictions.
So wait, this is... I'm trying to remember. There was part of the Bush administration that faced some level of criminal charges. I'm thinking Scooter Libby from the vice president's office, right? Is the person. And I'm trying to remember. I thought there was some kind of is there something about Dick Cheney not being able to travel? Like, are there certain countries that you know, theoretically could arrest Dick Cheney were he to travel, you know, to those countries.
Of course, American presidents have never been
I feel like there's something like that, right?
put in handcuffs. Right now in 2020,
They were talking about him. Yeah, that's a kind of a strange, you know, like, yeah, the Iraq War was fucking awesome. By the way, have you read XYZ author?
23 millions of Americans, for example, are waiting to see if former President Donald J. Trump will be put in handcuffs, if he will be indicted for multiple alleged crimes in multiple American jurisdictions. Coup plots, hush money payments, classified documents, not to mention the civil lawsuits he faces. So much of our discourse today and so much of our country's future is bound up in these questions of whether Trump is going to be prosecuted, whether a former president for the first time could see the inside of a prison if he's found guilty of committing real crimes, whether he could be held accountable. Meanwhile, George W. Bush is chilling in retirement, painting up a storm. Why aren't we having that debate about him as well? If we can talk about criminal culpability in relation to Trump, why can't we talk about it in relation to Bush? Why the double standard? I mean, not even the worst of Trump's alleged crimes, the incitement of an armed insurrection at the Capitol, come anywhere close to the death and destruction that George W. Bush brought to Iraq.
So I mean, like again, I don't think that you have to compare them, but yeah, like they're something should happen, you know, like something should have happened, like that war crimes, you know, are I don't know. I don't want to like, in condemning Bush, I don't want to like imply that Trump's less bad than he is. I don't want to minimize the harm of Donald Trump, right? And in condemning Trump, I don't want to minimize the harm of George W. Bush. I don't think we have to choose, right? I don't think so, R.E. Cheney. I think that's an ICC thing, and that's what's currently happening to Putin. People who go near Cheney should be careful, that's right. That he might think they're a quail. Wait, is that what Sanderhall's quail arc is about? Is that what Sanderhall's whole quail thing is? He wants to go quail hunting with, like, no. As far as I know, that's not true about the administration being unable. Well, it's not the entire administration. I thought it was Dick Cheney in particular. Yeah, they're both monsters, and that should be accountable. There's no outstanding warrants by the ICC for Cheney, etc., or otherwise. Wait, no, weren't there countries, though, that, like, basically, maybe it's just like a few, right? And maybe they're like minor countries, but
And I should also point out, many would argue there's a pretty straight line between the imperial presidency of Bush and the faux populist autocracy of Trump. Where else did Trump get the idea that a disengaged tycoon trading on a family name brand could attain the highest office in the country? That he could cover his bumbling mistakes and ignorance with swagger and spin an alternate reality based on fear and loathing? Remember, Donald Trump was also able to batter the Bush family, both George and his brother Jeb, who was running for president against Trump in 2016, by invoking the catastrophe in Iraq. A war-weary GOP base responded positively.
Obviously, the war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake, all right? George Bush made a mistake. We can make mistakes, but that one was a beauty. We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East.
Iraq and Bush.
And you do hear Trump, or especially like in 2016, but even now, you do hear Trump people claiming that Donald Trump is a peace president. This is like, it's a weird thing, right? Because Republican voters enable a lot of things which, in hindsight, hardly anyone defends. The Iraq War is one of those things. I don't know, Cato Kinney, was here to defend the Iraq War, but I wasn't really in the mood to listen, honestly. But like they never seem to pay the kind of consequences that you'd think for voting for something that was obviously a mistake would imply, because they are always different people. Like, right? They're never responsible for the obvious mistakes of previous Republicans, even though most of us are pretty sure they're the same Republicans, right? But if you ask Trump people, yeah, they were against George W. Bush's, war in Iraq, and they have a lot to say about that's bad about George W. Bush, and they look at Bush as being an ally of the Clintons, an ally of the Obamas, right? As being part of the swamp, and they somehow justify their movement as being fundamentally different. And yeah, they'll argue that Hillary Clinton wants World War III, that like Joe Biden wants World War III. Trump is a president of peace, and it's bizarre, right? But I mean, even look at QAnon and see how many of those people are like former hippies. Okay, so I mean, I don't think that like they legitimately would, because arresting a former president or, officials of the United States in any country would be a diplomatic, would be a real diplomatic, faux pas, or a real, foot in the mouth moment. Right? There's no way they could take that heat. But there's no countries that have some kind of a... Okay, so Interpol, which is the International Police Organization, it's like, they track, I guess, international criminals, does not list any outstanding arrest warrants for Bush and Cheney in their database. The ICC has not issued warrants for any American citizen, let alone Bush, Cheney, or anyone else, says Anthony Clark Arend, Georgetown University professor in government of government and foreign service.
Helped pave the way for 2016 and the rise of Trump. Iraq and Bush also helped pave the way for 2020 and the big election lie.
Hillary and kill Clinton. Okay.
Don't take my word for it. Listen to author Robert Draper.
Like as in like Bill, yeah, like the Bill Clinton version of Hillary is, yeah.
And one on the Trump GOP.
What's the legacy of the war in Iraq for the U.S., for America's foreign policy?
Yeah, well, so in a way, Steve, I think that the legacy is what we heard before I got on the air with people talking about, with their conspiracy theories relating to mail-in balloting, that there has been a sort of war on truth that was made possible by the recognition that the U.S. government was not on the level with us after Iraq. And it became possible then for a reality TV show star with zero political experience to say during the Republican primaries, look at all you guys with all of your experience. What experience did that get us?
In the 20 years since the United States invaded a country that had not attacked us to install a government that wasn't representative on the basis of a threat that did not exist, there's been no real introspection, reflection, or reckoning with how that disaster came about and how to hold the architects of that disaster to account. even as one subsequent American leader threw all of Bush's time-tested media manipulation tactics and then some into assaulting, literally and figuratively, the very foundation of our democracy. And as another world leader on the other side of the globe actively used our own illegal invasion of Iraq to justify his own illegal invasion of Ukraine. Yet another geopolitical disaster and humanitarian crisis built on brazen lies and a total disregard for international law.
Now, that's an interesting idea. So the George W. Bush and his administration did not get a resolution from the UN, you know, and the UN itself generally doesn't like engage in war, but it will sometimes, you know, it could pass a resolution justifying one in some way, right? That didn't pass at the UN, despite the attempted manipulation by Bush officials like Donald Rumsfeld and Colin Powell. They didn't pass that, right? And you know, yeah, this was an illegal war in the eyes of international law, right? So, you know, them doing this, you know, does it set a precedent? Does it kind of like give an excuse to people like Putin who want to, you know, want to invade Ukraine?
Thanks to George W. Bush and thanks...
Anyone who calls Trump a peace president should remember this moment early in the Trump presidency where he truly became presidential. No.
At night from the decks of these two U.S. Navy vessels in the eastern Mediterranean. I am tempted to quote the great Leonard Cohen, "I'm guided by the beauty of our weapons."
Oh my God.
And they are beautiful pictures of fearsome armaments making what is for them a brief flight over to this airfield. What did they hit? What are you convinced that they hit? Well, we see these beautiful pictures.
He's quoting Leonard Cohen? Oh my God. Okay, that's... Wait, why is apprehended trending? Okay, so Marsha Blackburn tweeted something ridiculous about, yo, when I saw apprehended trending, I was like, wait a minute, did something happen? Did we miss out? To
our tolerance of, our indulgence of George W. Bush, America has no real standing or credibility when it comes to calling out the crimes of Vladimir Putin in Ukraine today. And yet, in the words of George W. Bush today, Ukraine, like Iraq, has just become another laugh line.
The result is an absence of checks and balances in Russia and the decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of Iraq. I mean, of Ukraine.
Oh!
Iraq. Anyway.
Oh! Damn! That's not an AI, right? That's real. That's not an AI.
Iraq too. Of course, he doesn't really mean it. That wasn't a Freudian slip. Even now, Bush doesn't actually believe there was anything wrong with his invasion of Iraq. The former president has had multiple opportunities over 2 decades.
I mean, look, there's two ways to take that. Either he really did make the mistake and oh my God, what a fucking Freudian slip, right? Or two, he's rubbing it in our face. He knows he got away with it. You like my butterfly clip? Thank you, Vox and Socks.
For what he did, but he refuses to.
Knowing what you know now about Iraq, do you still think it was a good idea to go in?
Absolutely.
You still do?
Oh, absolutely.
He's a painter and a comedian.
I really do.
Oh, this is him
now.
now.
I'm confident that that getting rid of Saddam Hussein made our country safer and gave people a chance of Iraq of living in a free society.
Wow. Wow. I mean, the one mistake you made, Bush, according to Vaush, was that you didn't airlift Hakeem out of the country and force him to sit in American English class and get indoctrinated about George Orwell, right? You could have saved us from an annoying tanky if you only had done that.
George W. Bush is not a kind, sweet man, to quote Michelle Obama. He's not a really lovely man, to quote Nancy Pelosi. He's not someone you brag about your friendship with, as Ellen DeGeneres and Bill.
Really? What just happened? Oh my God, what the fuck? It didn't get reloaded. You can't see the... It's more than just the video you didn't see. You missed a few things. God damn it. I mean, all you missed was Brian Cohen waxing poetical about the airstrike on Syria.
Clinton have done. On this 20th anniversary of his...
Well, I have to take it off the screen when I get a link. I can't just put it on screen because of one of the eccentricities of Firefox.
Greatest crime. Let us remember George W. Bush not hagiographically as the artist with paint on his hands, but more honestly, more bluntly, as the invader with blood on his hands.
I mean, think about like the idea of like rehabilitation and what that means, like public rehabilitation of one's image. For somebody depending on their level of privilege, right? With Bush, like, and I don't want to simplify it into just being the paint thing, right? There was a lot that went into rehabilitating the image of Bush, including comparisons to Trump, including, you know, how bad Trump was, how disgusted the status quo, you know, many in the status quo of the Republican Party and many of the Republican establishment were with Trump's presidency. And even Trump's candidacy and their inability to shake the base that, honestly, here's the thing. George, and Mehdi alluded to this earlier, but George Bush did pave the way for Donald Trump in a very specific way. In fact, the entire Republican Party had been on a project of inculcating its base with a kind of anti-intellectualism, which allowed them to get away with lies. They'd been setting this idea up that the media is lying about the Republicans, that the media is liberal, the liberal media. The media is in the tank for the Democratic Party. They've been setting this up for years and years and years, right? The Republican Party, the same people that were never Trumpers, right? The establishment that was shocked and chagrined with the deplorable behavior of Donald Trump, right? They created the means that Trump rode to power. They created that bubble of unreality that I was talking about that surrounds the Republican base, right? And basically they allowed somebody to take an almost dictatorial power, and yeah, he wanted to take it there. He didn't really know how to do it. He didn't succeed, hasn't succeeded yet, but he did have a clear intent to take dictatorial power. Remember those jokes that he made about like being president for life, right? Were they really jokes? Were they really jokes? I was in Syria when the US strike happened in Damascus. It was terrifying. Like, words do not allow for a way to describe. George H.W. Bush famously was talking about intellectuals. This is, I mean, they've been working their base. They've been creating the conditions of this, just kind of anti-intellectual attitude that the base has. The distrust of climate scientists, right? Distrust of climate scientists. Why not distrust of public health around the time of a pandemic? Like, all the stuff that Trump, all the bad stuff that went on under Trump was stuff that the Republican Party paved the way for, right? Those people that became the Trump voters are very much the creation of the Republican Party for 20 years previous to that, right? George W. Bush called it a holy war, essentially declared war on all brown Muslim or Sikh people. Well, yeah, and that's something important to remember. The kind of hate attacks on Muslim people, on Sikh people, in the United States during the Bush administration, justified by this hatred stoked in the wake of 9/11. Oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, I guess maybe we should go there. Here we go. Are you ready?
Basically, Abigail Thorne said that.
I don't know how this is going to go, but does everybody know what we're talking about here? This is Vaush's discussion. Wait. Yeah, like I think this whole video is about yeah, Abigail had a tweet, a much misunderstood tweet. Can we update now and next? Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know. I'm not even sure what I'm covering here. Oh, what does TLDR mean? Oh, what's the TLDR of the... Okay, I'm sorry. What is the TLDR? Yeah, I'm like, wait, do I have to explain TLDR? See, there's this thing called... No, just kidding. Basically, Abigail's talking about the way that, gender dysphoria is held as a, threshold of transness, right? And obviously, a lot of people myself included, think that gender dysphoria isn't a requirement of being trans. It doesn't, it's not something that all trans people experience, and it's definitely not the basis of like gatekeeping. But like her tweet sounded like gender dysphoria doesn't exist, right? Now, I mean, you could imagine some different ways to take that, right? You could imagine like right wingers saying it doesn't exist, you are faking, like to undermine, trans people's existence, right? That's obviously not what Abigail, being trans was saying. Or you could say that, I think what she's trying to say is that gender dysphoria is not something that you have to be trans to feel. That makes sense. Let's read the tweet. Well, so there's more to it than this, though. Okay, that's like into it a little bit, right? This isn't the initial tweet, but this is what the one that Vaush brings up first. Probably because gender dysphoria was made up based on unreliable data by a bunch of cis doctors, multiple of whom have since been disgraced. We shouldn't need some cis person's fantasy diagnosis to transition. The fact that we want to is enough. We need to talk more about gender euphoria. Yeah, that's true. It's not nearly discussed enough, and a very important concept to promote. Abigail's tweet left her targeted audience, and cis people got mad and called her a trans trender. I think that's what Destiny did. And again, the Destiny component of this, I'm gonna have to get to. That's gonna have to be a YouTube only kind of deal. Abigail Thorne. But this is a little while ago that this whole series of tweets went on. I feel like I'm literally gonna have to like search the words. Really? I thought I could do it. I thought I could do it. All right. We're gonna do this the hard way. Probably cause gender dysphoria. Okay, that's what we'll use. Really? Really? I'm not gonna come up with her tweet the first. Oh my god. Oh my god, this just got harder. This just got harder. Discord DMs, okay. That... I get that the quotes are also like, have like a Boolean effect on things. No. No. So much harder than it needs to be. So yeah, 329 retweets, 412 quotes. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean anything by itself, those numbers, right? But it's a good bet that a lot of these retweets are disagreements. In fact, sorry, retweets, the quote retweets, right? So quote retweets can be anything. Like, I could hit quote retweet here, and I could say, 100% agree with you, Abigail. But in general, the person that 100% agrees with Abigail is just going to hit retweet. They're not going to hit quote retweet, right? So, I mean, like, this is some sign that, there were a lot of people with strong opinions against what Abigail is saying here. People are definitely feeling dysphoric. Okay, what is this reply? They're talking about oxidation. How did this go off so badly? Like, what the fuck? I mean, she's on about the basis for treatment in the UK. Like, right? The need to justify treatment, like medical treatment as a trans person, right? And like, medical doctors who talked about gender dysphoria and have been disgraced, like that would include Blanchard, one would assume. Oh, the reply with combustible bodies. I don't get that either. Does anybody get that? Like, okay, so we're on the same page then. Cause I don't know entirely what she means there either. And combustible bodies definitely release phlogiston. Otherwise, how can we explain the loss of mass? Oh, wait. Is this old, like, science? Is the idea, like, phlogiston, oh my god. You're gonna make me look up phlogiston. I think I'm onto something, though. Phlogiston theory. Phlogiston. Wait, there we go. Okay. The phlogiston theory is a superseded scientific theory, right? So it's a discarded explanation. But it was a scientific theory. Postulated the existence of a fire-like element called phlogiston contained within combustible bodies. Do you get what she's saying here? Because I think I'm onto it, okay? During combustion. The name came from, ancient Greek. The idea was first proposed in 1667. Wait, when was this theory discarded, though? Oh my god, it's not giving it 1770s. remained dominant until the 1770s. Okay. So it was Antoine Laurent Lavoisier who showed that combustion requires gas that has weight, specifically oxygen, and could be measured by means of weight closed vessels. I got it. Does that make sense? Yeah, phlogiston is some medieval crank like the conjunction of spheres, balanced humors. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, at least this was a theory, right? And you were talking about like 1670 almost when it was first proposed. So it wasn't quite, as like without basis as that. But wait, so okay. So here I think this is gonna shed some light on what she was talking about. Phlogiston theory attempted. Okay, so there's a fire-like element called phlogiston contained within combustible bodies. So there's this stuff that can burn. If it can burn, it's got phlogiston, right? And it's released during combustion. Okay, so it was used to explain processes of combustion and rusting, so like oxidation, right? Challenged by the concomitant weight increase and was abandoned. Okay, so Antoine Lavoisier and others conducted experiments which showed concomitant weight increase, right? If phlogiston was in matter that could burn, then you wouldn't see this. You wouldn't see this concomitant weight increase. You'd see, the phlogiston, as it burned off, it would be a weight decrease, right? I think that's where she's going. Okay, wow. All right. We're good. I didn't, I was like, how am I going to go? Okay, combustible bodies definitely release phlogiston. Otherwise, how can we explain the loss of mass? And the truth is, there isn't a loss of mass. There's a concomitant weight gain. Dodgy analogy on many levels, not the least because combustible bodies gain mass. Oh my god, really? That's funny. Okay, so yeah, they understand the concomitant weight mass gain, theory. That's the point. Yeah, that's the point. Okay, so that's a little bit of a self-own there by whoever this is. So the point is that the principle of phlogiston is wrong because it was based on the observation and knowledge available at the time to those studying it, who themselves were also subject to the process of oxidation and then evolved to, what the fuck? Oxidation theory again. Okay, so we're talking about the history of the science there. Metal did not self. Oh, now we're into the analogy. The metal did not self-report having increased mass after oxidation. So, I mean, do you see what this is? This person has a problem with basing the administration of I think I'm interpreting this right. This person has an issue with medical treatment based on the self-report of a person rather than this diagnostic criteria, including this gender dysphoria concept, created by cis doctors and imposed on trans people. Okay, so that's what we're talking about. We're talking about this is getting into self-ID, right? Likewise, the analogy fails elsewhere because as an observed phenomenon, the change in mass was documented and hypothesized based on available evidence, based on available techniques for observation of that phenomenon, and one part of that changed the whole of it. As one part of it changed, the whole of it changed. but still via exterior observation, not self-reporting. So that's what the person has a problem with, right? Like trusting the individual to be able to, you know, so this is getting to be like a really, yeah, like, wow, that kind of went... That went in a weird direction. Okay, so Christiosity agreeing, basically as a diagnosable medical condition based on very specific criteria, gender dysphoria is BS. As a base concept that humans can experience, it is very real. So I think there might be a little bit like my understanding is that Abigail doesn't necessarily feel that she wrote more about this though. She did talk about this more. Some people are saying you can't just invalidate other people's experience because it's not something that you experience. Going through the replies, it seems many people misunderstood her original point. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. And I'm actually not sure if, you know, like Demon Mama apparently agreed with that too, right? Destiny is, you know, somebody, Destiny and his community largely is where a lot of the disagreement is coming from. I don't actually know where Vaush is going to come down on this, right? Like I said, I think that Demon Mama's, like from what I understand, Demon Mama's assessment was, you know, similar to my own, but I don't know about Vaush.
That gender dysphoria doesn't exist, and a lot of people got mad. We have to set the...
I don't understand why people care so much about other people deciding to do something without permission from quote-unquote an authority. Well, what I mean, like, this really does tie into trans medicalism. I don't want to say that disagreement with Abigail is, like, you know, corresponds one-to-one with, like, you know, trans medicalist ideas, but a lot of the attacks on Abigail seem to have come from those, you know, ideologies, I guess, right? If that makes sense. I'm trying to, you know, grant room for nuance here, right? What?
Just a rocky trooper, and he surely shook with pride.
Includes Cambridge Trust and an Oxford Trust and an East London Cambridge Trust and an Oxford Trust. Post. The NHS is split into several regional bodies called trusts. Like there's a Cambridge Trust and an Oxford Trust and an East London Trust and a West London Trust and so on. The trusts get money from the government, which they spend on healthcare services like staffing, equipment and supplies, and they give that to patients for free. In this way, the NHS is funded mainly by the taxpayer. But even if you don't make enough money to pay taxes, you can still use it because, again, the point of the service is that it's there for everyone.
So, just a, quick summary of what this is. This is a video called "I emailed my doctor 133 times: the crisis in the British healthcare system." And I'm guessing, to a great degree, in terms of medical interventions for trans people, there are unbelievable waiting lists, a ton of hoops to jump through, and a real sense of doom if you're pursuing medical intervention through the publicly available healthcare service. That's why a lot of trans people, when they can afford it in the UK, will go to a private doctor instead, which makes things easier, but it's still a lot.
Which it definitely is, as well as the
You can word search on the video transcript. Wait, what do you want me to word search for?
right to use the NHS. We also have the right to begin treatment within 18 weeks of referral. And that right to free medical treatment within 18 weeks includes free medical transition for transgender people of all ages. If you didn't already know,
Yeah, a lot of people in UK go abroad if they can afford it.
It's me. I'm a trans woman, and we'll be using the NHS's treatment of me as our case study for today, which will reveal some more general things about how the service is run and the challenges that it's facing.
So here's my deal. I don't think I can search because I'm in Firefox. Right? Firefox does this weird thing where when you hit the search function, it only... Oh, YouTube added this. Wow, okay. Good for YouTube. Oh, look, a blowhigh.
This was the committee.
Wait, is it a blowhigh, or is that's like a different stuffed shark?
That pretty much invented the modern concept of
You must not have an IKEA.
gender dysphoria as it is used today. This team of 12 looked at the history of diagnosing trans people, looked for patterns in the medical literature, and came up with their new diagnosis, dysphoria. Unfortunately, there was a major problem with the data that they relied on, a problem which also makes the diagnosis extremely difficult to actually use.
YouTube fixed it.
How do you diagnose someone with gender dysphoria? Or transsexuality, or mad disease, or whatever we're calling it this decade? When you get to the gender clinic, what does the specialist actually do? Well, they ask you questions, of course. This person, who has the power to decide what the rest of your life will look like, asks you questions to make sure that your answers fit the ones they have in their textbook. And can you guess what the problem is? We lie! Or not even necessarily lie, but just we tell them what they want to hear. There's a documented history of trans people doing this since at least the 1950s, and we're still doing it. A 2015 study found that about 30% of trans respondents admitted to lying or withholding information during their NHS gender assessments, because of course we do! If you wait several years for that appointment and you finally get in the room with a person who has your life in their hands, a person who is almost certainly cis, and they ask you, so, when did you know? Of course you're going to say, oh, ever since I was a child. Yeah, I wore my mother's dress. I called myself Wendy. Like, all I want is to be a 1950s housewife and marry a man. Of course you're going to say that. I'm not saying you should lie to your doctor. I'm saying it's a fact that it happens. It's always been a problem and it's always going to be a problem as long as we have to pass a behavioural assessment to get healthcare. To put it in cybernetic terms, we ourselves reduce the variety of inputs to the system because unless we give the right inputs, we don't get to live. It's a running joke in the British trans community that the assessments for gender dysphoria are ridiculous. But to be honest, the questions they ask can also be very...
So yeah, this goes back to some no comment chick stream history. A long time ago, some of my mods wanted me to take something called the Cogiati inventory, the Cogiati test. This was like a this was like back in the day, this was the test that you took in the United States to determine if you would receive medical care, receive medical care for transition or not, whether you'd be, they try to essentially talk you out of it, right? It was heavily gatekept. And the questions were ridiculous. The one that stands out in my mind was, do you remember at your last major life event, so wedding, funeral, some big event, right? Graduation, etc. Well, I mean, like, I don't know, graduation, because like, what you're wearing anyway, do you remember what you were wearing at the last, thing like that you attended? Like, right? Do you know like what color it was or something like that, right? So do those specific details stand out in your mind, or do they not? And it was thought that, I guess, in a real trans person, right, it's they add together the points, so you don't have to get every question right, but that was the kind of thing that they were asking, right? That was the kind of thing that they were asking. And what Abigail's mentioning there is like, a standard that is like, how long have you felt this way? How long did you know that you were trans? Because the thought being, the more authentic trans person is going to answer similar to what Abigail just said. And it's these kind of things, these kind of determinations, including like, do you comport to a stereotype of a woman, which includes like, being attracted to men, right? Or do you not? Because, if not, then, you're more likely to get shunted down a route that doesn't involve you getting that, Irene is a real hero? Wait, what did I do? A true hero. Yes, indeed. Yeah, thank you for sending me the Sophie tweet, Sarah. I need to, get a good night sleep, Spark. The old Kobayashi Maru. I didn't know there was such thing as non-binary when I was a kid. The first therapist I talked to when I needed a letter for HRT encouraged me to lie to him by leading me with answers, since trying to prove I'm trans was so hard. I got such different care from a variety of different healthcare professionals. I remember the first person I ever brought it up with was like a counselor, was like, somebody that did sessions, like, right, and had talked about gender in a way that like led me to believe that she would be more like knowledgeable, more like, right, because my fear was just like, talking to some like 50-year-old dude doctor, who's just like, transgender, you don't say, that's, like, right, I don't know, I just felt like, I felt more comfortable, like there was something, she's like, this sounds so bad, but she seemed more feminist, and I kind of thought that was, this is a good person to see. So I started to tell her about the way that I feel, and essentially describe not feeling like my identity was the gender that I'd been brought up under. And she at every turn tried to change my mind and really like defamed trans people in terms of her description of trans people, right? Talked about actual trans people who transitioned as being like doomed creatures, like sad people that would never look the way that they want to, and yet spend all their time chasing after this goal of passing, which would always elude them. And just like, I don't know, there was all this stuff that she was just trying to convince me out of it, right? And then the first time I saw like a doctor, like an MD, about this, to get on hormones, This guy laughed at me and told me that I needed to get more friends. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, like, I definitely didn't experience like an easy time getting on HRT. And in fact, it was only through like talking to other trans people that I found out a place to go and get the required therapy that I needed in order to get the letters for the treatment that I was seeking. So yeah,
humiliating.
I had a tough time. Basically, she was a TERF. Yes. I didn't know this at the time, but she was definitely a TERF. This counselor that I saw, the first person that I reached out to for help, ended up being a TERF. That's true. Yeah, and I trusted her, and I thought I thought she had my best interest in mind, right?
How do you masturbate? How often? What do you think about when you masturbate? What do you wear when you masturbate? Who do you have sex with? How often? What positions? Tell me about your childhood. Were you abused as a child? What toys did you play with? Were you abused as a child? Which other children did you choose to play?
Yeah, I also remember, when I finally got like the paperwork done, for gender confirmation surgery, like I was put through like an enormous inventory, like an enormous set of like inventories, assessments, etc., right? To rule out any comorbidities that might cause me to think that I was feeling this way, but not actually be, trans, right? And they like just like a ton of like things, the little things that you have to fill out, right? Is that what they ask for? Wait, is that what they ask for in a trans diagnosis? Now, Abigail is describing what they ask you in the British system, right? It might be different than in the US system. I probably was asked a lot of these questions, particularly about like what is your earliest memory of feeling out of whack with like your gender, right? What was your, when did it start, right? When do you remember like the first time being, right? And I'm trying to remember if they asked me about sex. I don't think that the US still, has that. I could be wrong, but I don't think that the US still has the, sort of pushes you towards the right answer is I am into guys, right? That's almost like a Blanchardian idea, and Blanchard is somewhat discredited, right? The Blanchard divided trans people into AGP and HSTS, neither of which were valid, neither of which he seemed to consider women, but that if you were attracted to women, that made you an AGP, and then your transness is basically pathologized from that point on. I think HSTS is pathologized as well to some degree, but somehow, yeah, this was like traditionally, there was like a real traditional vision of a woman that you had to comport to in order to receive treatment.
Were you abused as a child? What was your first sexual experience? When did you start having sex? Tell me again, specifically, in detail. How do you masturbate? On and on and on. It's humiliating enough as an adult to be interrogated like that by a stranger. I can't imagine what it's like if you're a trans child. And it's not like you can say, hang on a minute, where's your evidence that any of this is medically relevant? Because they have the power to deny you health care. And if you're the committee in 2013 going through the reports from those assessments, trying to find the patterns, you've got no way of knowing how accurate that data is, which raises serious questions about the reliability of their conclusions. There's no way of knowing whether...
It varies, says V. Yeah, as part of getting my psych letter, I recounted like my life and experiences and reasons for feeling like this. Would it help alleviate some of what I was feeling? I was prepared to risk tea.
Gender dysphoria is a real diagnostic pattern or just a collective invention. I remind you that getting trans healthcare in England, and a lot of legal transition too, requires you to go through that interrogation first. That's the real reason the waiting lists are so long. There are very few specialists.
I can't understand how anyone doesn't feel out of whack with gender. And indeed, Abigail, like to my understanding, ends up talking about this idea too, that not so much that like, right, so I think that the gender dysphoria that she was arguing against was like gender dysphoria as a bar for treatment, right? Because I think she also talked about the idea that cis people could experience gender dysphoria too, and gives the examples of like, you know, a guy who may not feel you know, muscular enough getting on T of you know, surgeries and, you know, different things that cis people do to bring themselves back in line with the gender that they identify with in areas where they feel like they're not, you know, like you could have like a cis guy with gynecomastia that gets, you know, surgery to alleviate that. That's, you know, an example of, right? So yeah, it's actually like more nuance that a lot of people were giving it credit for, and it's caused a giant shitstorm on Twitter.
Who conduct these assessments. Apparently it's hard to recruit people to do the job of asking strangers how they jack off.
Like, I have to talk to 6 different counselors for medical transition so far, and the majority of them were unhelpful, and it was so traumatic to talk to them.
But even if there were 1 million of them, even if the asking strangers how they jack off sector became the biggest employer in the country, I just don't think it's a valuable clinical diagnosis. I don't think it even makes sense. And it's also a little bit insulting that I have to do that, but a cis person doesn't. I'm like the emperor's new clothes with this shit, man. Gender dysphoria, there's nothing there.
Now we're bullied and insulted and harassed and shoved around all day long by insane people. And we do our duty, mission after mission, 35, 40, then we're told it's not good enough.
With all that said, why not just ditch the concept of dysphoria? If it's grounded in philosophical error, based on unreliable data, incentivizes patients to lie, creates a deadly bottleneck in the system, and adds this whole extra expensive layer we don't need, why not just get rid of it? We could still use the word. If somebody says, "How are you, Abby?" and what I want to say is, I feel bad about my body and the way that it is perceived by myself and others in a way that relates to my gender because there is a gap between what I want and what I have, then it's probably just faster to say dysphoria, or honestly, most of the time it's faster to just make a noise like,
FTP, I'll be right back. Meow.
But there have been calls for years internationally to ditch the clinical use of dysphoria and just give trans people healthcare without that extra step of a diagnosis. There are some practical hurdles, to be sure. The diagnostic requirement is very baked into the NHS and British law. In 1999, there was a landmark legal case. A trust in Lancashire announced they weren't going to fund transition anymore on the grounds that it was merely cosmetic, and they were sued by 3 trans patients who said actually it was necessary to alleviate their gender identity disorder, as it was called at the time. The patients won, which meant that we have a right to free transition, but it also codified the idea that we need to be diagnosed with something first. The NHS tries to cure illness rather than maximize health. Those are not necessarily the same thing. So gender dysphoria provides an illness that they can respond to. Practical hurdles can be overcome, though. It would take some work to change the system, sure, but it's not impossible. We could have a system that gives us free healthcare and doesn't rely on diagnosing us with mad disease. Other countries already do. Again, and this is the question I kept coming back to with Colonel Cathcart, why not change the system? I have a theory about what's really going on here. And to explain it, I want to draw on some philosophy of disability. In her book, The Capacity Contract, philosopher Stacey Clifford Simplican compares two different ways of thinking about what it means to have a disability. One is the so-called medical model. You have a disability if you have a medical problem. And the other is the social model. You have a disability if, for example, you use a wheelchair and your building doesn't have a ramp. The problem isn't your body. The problem is that the building wasn't designed by you. Simplican says that the medical model can be very appealing to able-bodied people because it soothes our anxiety. I don't want to think about the fact that society is unfair or that the systems I'm part of exclude people. I definitely don't want to think about the fact that I could acquire a disability and then I'd be the one who is excluded. So the medical model allows me to imagine that there is a very distinct line between them and me. A line that is located in their bodies where the problem is. And that also presents an obvious solution. Get them out of here! I think that gender dysphoria does a similar thing. Because here's the real secret of the universe. If you want to change sex, it's possible. For all of human history, we've had this divide between men and women. But if you want to cross that divide, if you want to transcend it entirely and be neither, it's possible. In particular, hold in one hand all of masculinity. Thor, Leonidas, Beowulf, James Bond, Andrew Tate, Jordan Peterson, all of them. And in the other, hold just 2 milligrams of estrogen a day and tell me which one is more powerful. We live in a culture that valorizes men, treats them as the default. But when you're a trans woman, you can take all of that and just... and you can be happier for it.
In a male-dominated gender hierarchy where it is assumed that men are better than women and that masculinity is superior to femininity, there is...
Okay, so do we understand the medical and the social model of disability, right? I've talked about this before. The medical model, yeah, like Abigail said, sees the problem as being the disabled person, right? Whereas the social model sees the problem as being a world which is not suited to humanity, but is rather suited to a subset of humanity, right? And that, you know, so in other words, when we use the social model, we see the problem as being society. And when we use the medical model, we see the problem as being the disabled person. So yeah, it's really clear how this, like, you know, pathologizes people. And she's applying this to, you know, being trans rather than disability. So I think it makes sense. What's up, BFT?
No greater threat than the existence of trans women, who, despite being born male and inheriting male privilege, choose to be female instead. By embracing our own femaleness and femininity, we in a sense cast a shadow of doubt over the supposed supremacy of maleness and masculinity.
I think that some cis people are made a little bit anxious by that. I think they like to imagine that male and female are naturally occurring, stable categories, and that we are just the exceptions that prove the rule. I think they like to imagine that there is a clear line between us and them. And the concept of gender dysphoria.
So, like, this idea would be that, like, that cis people, and she's not, I mean, some cis people, like, or there's a tendency for cis people to want to see trans people as the deviation, trans people as the problem, not trans people as part of humanity. And therefore, when we locate, you know, the problem within our bodies, then we stop seeing that the problem is that we live in a transphobic society, basically.
Dysphoria draws that line. It locates the problem within our bodies and also creates a class of specialists who can patrol that line and decide who gets across. Hell, there are some trans people who like that line being there.
There we go.
There are some, not naming names, who say, I'm a real transsexual. I've been diagnosed with the mental illness that is gender dysphoria, not like all these tenderqueer non-binary teenagers with their green hair and their Lucy and Yak dungarees. And I'm like, babes, you've been diagnosed with baloney. Stafford Beer famously said that the purpose of a system is what it does. And what he meant was there's...
The people that she's talking about are the people that are raging against her on Twitter right now, right? What she said really threatened, trans meds and true scums everywhere, and they've kind of come out of the woodwork to attack her. Where my green-haired tenderqueers at? Yeah. I have liberal people who are convinced that there's a limit to how accepting and inclusive society can be. It's like they want that TikTok recreation of the ugly laws again, but IRL. White supremacy is the elephant in the room. Like, there's a lot of anti-trans stuff is pretty openly about future fertility. And, oh my god, yeah. Future fertility and beauty of the race.
No point claiming a system's job is to do something it consistently fails to do. It functions how it functions, it gives the outputs it gives. With that outlook, I don't think anyone can really claim that the NHS's current system exists to help trans patients. It might occasionally do that as a side effect, but in my opinion, its real function, its main output, is control. NHS gender clinics exist as part of a larger system that is gender itself, and they reduce variety within that system.
Parades aren't designed to teach us anything. They're designed to humiliate us. They're designed to make us suffer the indignity of doing something entirely pointless so that sadistic Scheitskoff can demonstrate he has power over us. The more pointless the activity, the greater our humiliation and the more power he feels. And we can sit here and pretend all we want that there must be some more noble war effort type purpose to all this walking around in rectangles, but there isn't one. We do parades so Scheitskoff can feel like a tough guy. That's what parades are for.
In my opinion, the concept of gender dysphoria pathologizes transness, so people can avoid the endearing truth that there is no line, and that really we aren't so different. And so that some of them can avoid asking themselves the big question. Given that human beings can change sex, do you want to? I should have known that the ending of my story would be as absurd as all the rest of it. One day, I got a phone call, and they said, "Come in on Tuesday." I don't know whether Colonel Cathcart did something, or whether someone ahead of me on the waiting list died. They just said it's on Tuesday. And I thought I would be happy or excited, but to tell the truth, I was angry with them and with myself. I was angry because why did I get that phone call and then someone else didn't? It is by luck and a hell of a lot of privilege that I am here to tell this story, and the arbitrariness of that system compounds the survivor's guilt. For a hell of a lot of people, by the time they...
Okay, so Yosiel, do we know, like, right now, I started watching that Vaush video with you, right? And that just came out. I didn't realize, I wanted to cover philosophy, or I planned to cover philosophy too, by herself in this, right? She's also got a new video essay that's on a completely different subject that we'll probably save for another day. I mean, this is actually, although this was a 4-month-old video essay, this is more pertinent to the current discourse, right? So yeah, there's, like I said, there's a lot of people mad at Abigail, and many of them are trans meds or true scum. there are some people defending Abigail. One of them is, at least as far as I understand, is Demon Mama, right? And in general, Demon Mama has good takes when it comes to things like self-ID. So that, this is kind of in that area. I don't know what Vaush's take is. It literally just popped up, and you haven't watched it yet, but you're throwing a stone in the dark. You might be right. I really don't know. I really do not know, like, where Vaush is going to come down on this.
Finally get an appointment. They've either already self-medicated or they've gone private. So there's hardly any point in even getting one. It seems that the only way to get trans healthcare in Britain is not to need trans healthcare. And there is actually a specific name for that kind of logical trap.
Catch-22.
It's called
Catch-22.
A catch-22.
That's some catch, that catch-22.
It's the best there is.
I hope that sharing my story does some good.
Thank you, Gothic Azriel. Thank you, Chazardus, renewing your memberships on YouTube.
I'm gonna tell you the real on YouTube.
Okay, I gotta tell you what does your membership on YouTube get you, right? So some of you are watching on Twitch, some of you are watching on YouTube. I assume that you're watching on whatever platform is most convenient for you, right? So you get different perks for each one. Like I said before, the Twitch perks mainly have to deal with avoiding the ad break, right? I also think that we have some pretty cool emotes, and there's some other cool things you get with a sub on Twitch, including access to the VODs that very day. So you can go back and look at all the VODs and all the highlights, and there's even some kind of bonus material that exists for you on Twitch. Right? So that's the Twitch sub, right? The YouTube membership is a little bit different in that it gives you a little bit further reach back in terms of VODs. So, right, you can see VODs that happened like much earlier. You've got access to actually a lot of videos that the rest of YouTube doesn't have access to, including the latest one being the Scott Adams one, right? Twitch has access to that, and so does Patreon. So I try to, make those extra videos available to people regardless, where they're subbing, being a member or being a patron. And then there's we do a premium streamium every month. It's a members only thing, and I also make that available to Patreons. I figured out a way to be able to do that. And yes, that's right. The other thing is early access, right? So a lot of the videos come out for patrons, for members, and for subs a day or more before they come out for the rest of YouTube. So that's what the YouTube membership gets you. Essentially, I think the coolest part of it is that time machine that you can go back and see VODs from a year or more ago if you want to. You've got access to all of those VODs that for people that are just subs to the channel, they're sort of limited to a month of VOD. So if you ever miss a VOD, there's places to catch up with that. On, it's easy if you're a member, you can catch up at any time. Otherwise, you've got a month of VODs on YouTube, and I don't know how much is it on Twitch. Maybe it's more than a month on Twitch, right? Just the length of time that Twitch keeps a VOD up, but yeah, on YouTube it does give you get the library, the back catalog, right? You can see stuff from way long time ago. So that's kind of cool about YouTube. What's up? I'm not terminally online enough for this. What did PhilosophyTube do? Oh my god. So for any of you just joining us, right? And I'm sure you're not the only one stepping on. So for anyone just joining us, PhilosophyTube made a tweet. Wait, do I actually have that open on?
Basically, Abigail.
Okay. So made this tweet about gender dysphoria, probably because gender dysphoria was made up based on unreliable data by a bunch of cis doctors, multiple of whom have since been disgraced. We shouldn't need some cis person's fantasy diagnosis to transition. The fact that we want to is enough, right? And it's made some people mad, right? A lot. So, you know, the fact that we want to is enough makes trans medicalists and true scum mad, right? They want their like official medical diagnoses to count for something, right? And like the idea that, you know, wanting to transition would be enough is anathema to a lot of these people, right? So they've come out of the woodwork to attack Abigail. And then when you say something like gender dysphoria was made up, like, right? A lot of people who feel gender dysphoria, you know, are going to take that as an attack. Like, no, I feel it. It's not made up. I'm not making it up. It exists, right? So there's people that are mad at Abigail because of this. There's people that aren't necessarily trans medicalists that you know are taking exception with this language. But I think that upon like further reflection of what she means, right? It's not trying to deny, you know, the suffering that people are experiencing, not feeling in line with their gender, right? It's more that the idea of this being a bar that has to be crossed for medical intervention in trans care is what she's disagreeing with. Although I can see, and we're gonna read Sophie's tweets later, which according to Zara make the point that Abigail was trying to make it in maybe a more understandable sort of way, right? So it's the fact that this is a tweet, the fact that maybe the wording could have been more, you know, more specific as to what she meant. Makes this into a maybe more spicy take than it needs to be. Although, like I said, you know, this is a shot across the bow of trans medicalists. Zara, thank you for the gift sub to BFT 1987. Meow. Yeah, good night, V.
Thorne said that gender dysphoria doesn't exist, and a lot of people got mad.
Oh my god. So it looks like maybe, like, I don't know, maybe is Vaush gonna agree with Abigail on this?
Everything has to be clickable and shareable.
Like, Vaush and Destiny are both bad, but kind of for different reasons. Destiny is big mad at Philosophy Tube, and Destiny's been going after Abigail for like years and years. I'm not sure where Vaush is going to come down. I'm curious, and we'll take a look at it. I don't want to spend too much time covering that because we've got some more things to get to. We got to talk about Matt Walsh. We got to talk about Matt Walsh. Oh my God, always talking about Matt Walsh, right? We got to talk about Matt Walsh. And I was going to take a look at the latest member of Whiteleaf, right? The Whiteleaf Network. The Vaush Network, making it official. Riverboat Jack apparently sat down and had a conversation with Vaush recently, and I'm kind of curious, right? We watched Riverboat Jack weigh in on the Say Her Name discourse and the Hogwarts Legacy discourse, and a lot of people are pointing to that as kind of a audition for Whiteleaf, right?
And homogenous. It's very difficult to get a
Vaush doesn't like Abigail. I'm not sure why, but he said her takes were bad back when I used to watch him.
Message out when you make something like this, which is a little bit different, but when we try, it can be wonderful. I recently wrote a stage play called The Prince, which was on here in London with me in it. And we won an Off West End award. The highest award we were eligible for, we won it. I've gone from making YouTube videos in my bedroom to award-winning playwright. Because it turns out, when we're actually allowed to tell our own stories for a change, they're pretty good. The play was filmed, and the filmed version is going on a streaming service called Nebula. if you'd like to see it. There's a...
Okay, so this is like Abigail in this is Abigail in her own words, and I don't know, is there any more, like, okay, so she talked about the medical model of disability versus the social model of disability. She applied that to you know, trans people. I haven't heard, is there a part here where she talks about like cis people's experience of gender dysphoria? She talks about, that's the transhumanism video? Something makes me think it's here. But here's what's confusing though. It can't, maybe it's not, right? Because they're like, when I look up dysphoria, you see it, you see the first mention of the word at 1 hour into this. When Riverboat Jack did that stream on Turf Legacy, I wondered if she was trying to get in with Vaush. Now I know. Look, not confirmed, okay? Not confirmed, but worth keeping in mind.
Now, I bet that some of you are sitting there thinking, oh, that sucks. But what do you expect? The NHS is in crisis. And you are absolutely right. To show you just how right you are, I'd like to take a moment now to calmly, impartially, explore exactly why the NHS is in crisis. It is true that the situation is pretty dire for everyone right now. There are over 7 million people in England on some kind of waiting list for NHS care. The majority of maternity units in England no longer meet safety standards. There are parts of England where you'll wait for several hours just to get an ambulance, and public satisfaction with the NHS is at a 25-year low. There are regional inequalities too. The healthcare that you get in Newcastle, where I'm from, might be of a very different standard to the healthcare you get in Sunderland, just one city over. And that sucks because, as much as it pains me to say it, the people of Sunderland do deserve to live. Obviously, on the condition that they renounce their football team. Things are certainly a mess.
Okay, let's take a look at the Sophie from Mars tweets. We cannot and should not accept on cis people's terms that there is a mental illness called dysphoria that only trans people can get. When my Uber driver called me sir yesterday, I felt bad. If he called me a cis woman sir, she would also feel bad. She would not be having a mentally unhealthy reaction if she felt bad. Neither am I. If she had a hormonal condition causing her to have testosterone-induced secondary sex characteristics, as she had fought hard to remove, then she was called sir, she would feel bad in an almost identical way to me. We would not call her mentally ill. I say almost because, of course, she would still be cis, and there wouldn't be a societal structure of transphobia compounding her bad feelings about gender, although she would still experience most of the same stuff on a day-to-day basis. So feeling bad around gender is gender dysphoria. We either have to accept cis people also experience it, or gender dysphoria is a special mental illness only transgender people get. QED, gender dysphoria isn't a real mental illness, and we have invented to pathologize us. And like I said, to trans medicalists, this is anathema. This is anathema. This is anathema. Okay, right? This is anathema to trans meds, right? they need to be diagnosed. They need to be verified. They want a dividing line, a distinction betwixt themselves and those that they consider transgenders, right? They wanna be on a separate tier. And so denying the pathology, denying the illness, seeing it as a condition which arises both in trans and cis people, and therefore in no way a basis for treatment. Because cis people meet this bar too. Yeah? Cis people often meet this bar too. And yet we wouldn't want to force a cis person to transgender. We wouldn't want to force a cis person to transition just because they experience gender dysphoria. Therefore, seeing gender dysphoria as a pathology which needs to be treated seems in our, I mean, there you know, in ways there are treatments, but the treatment for cis people isn't transition. You know, it's if they're, you know, happy being cis people, they stay cis people and they treat the symptoms, or they, you know, they treat the dysphoria rather than right. So holding this as the basis, as the bar, as the sign or symptom that indicates, you know, a pathology that makes it valid for us to be treated, it you know, just seems ridiculous. It seems unworkable. Moreover, transphobes paint us as narcissists because they see this mental illness as what defines our experience. This is not at play when they are replying to footage of Brianna's funeral with glee and mockery. They've given themselves license to believe we don't have human feelings. I made in reply to Ruby Sampson's article to show that it was sexual harassment, which it was. It also made me feel dysphoric at times, but the biggest and most upsetting part of it was being sexually harassed in the national press. We need to reject the idea that gender dysphoria, i.e. bad feelings related to gender, is a mental illness. And we should also explain harm to trans people in terms other than the fake mental illness cis people invented to call us narcissists. A lot of people aren't thinking about how pathologization works in relation to this. It always takes understandable human experiences and labels them abnormal to condition. Hysteria, homosexuality, I don't know this one, drapetomania, excited delirium, gender dysphoria. And like there, you know, there's two important. I mean, like the important thing isn't like, you know, acknowledging like cis people's dysphoria, right? That does have like a rhetorical purpose, right? In taking away the pathology, in taking this away as a pathologized, you know, illness, right? But the real people that need to be empowered here and that aren't empowered and are under attack right now from people like Destiny are people who don't experience gender dysphoria and are still trans. And that, I think, is what Abigail was arguing for. So, yeah, this has been misconstrued in 8 different, you know, what is it, 6 ways to Sunday? Oh my god, I don't even know cliches anymore, right? This, you know, Abigail's take has been twisted into something that it never was. But that's what she said, and like according to Zara, like, you know, like, okay, so I haven't seen Abigail say exactly what Sophie is saying, especially the part about you know, talking about dysphoria that cis people might experience as a way of looking at this. But I do think that their viewpoint on dysphoria overall is you know, in line with each other, and this is probably a more accessible and definitive definition of what Abigail was trying to say. So there we go. Let's take a look at this. Let's take it to see. We're not going to watch too much of this, okay? I mean, I'm just curious where Vaush comes down on this, right? I know where, excuse me, I know where Destiny comes down on this. I don't know where Vaush is gonna...
We have to set the proper foundations for this, you know. Obviously, like, drama, in terms of, like, if drama's happening, this is, like, a very relative thing. The peaks of drama for somebody like Abigail Thorne are my nadirs of drama, you know? Like, a bad day for her is a good day for me, because I'm just used to so much more shit. But, you know, we compare by standards here, right? You know, she's even a far larger YouTuber than I am, so I feel like proportionally stuff weighs out. Basically, Abigail Thorne said that gender dysphoria doesn't exist, and a lot of people got mad. That's the broad part, okay? You know, she had a video recently on this. We'll lay the groundwork, and then I'll share my thoughts. This article says, when it comes to gender dysphoria, there has been little constructive dialogue, writes blah blah. Can a better appreciation of the evidence as well as the limits of medicine improve debate and practice in the area? And Abigail Thorne says, probably because gender dysphoria was made up based on unreliable data by a bunch of cis doctors, multiple of whom have since been disgraced. We shouldn't need some cis person's fantasy diagnosis to transition. The fact that we want to is enough. Then somebody replies, girl, what are you talking about?
Cis people getting treatment for gender, yeah, get treatment for gender dysphoria without question, yeah. I'm calling it, Ian is a rancher of mangoes, wow.
People are definitely feeling dysphoric. And then Abigail says, oh, for sure, and combustible bodies definitely release phlogiston, otherwise how can we explain the loss of mass? She's very bad at explaining herself.
Now listen, Vaush has got his audience there. I'm sure the audience will explain to Vaush what Abigail meant. I did a little search, a little Google search to figure it out, but it was pretty clear when I looked at what phlogiston is or was thought to be, you know, what Abigail was saying.
I assume that we're doing the, like, panic, like, the moment people, like, when you fire out a tweet and you see that people are starting to disagree with you and you start getting, like, the cold sweat and you're like, okay, you know what I mean? It's pronounced phlogiston. Okay, phlogiston. My apologies. Yeah, it's, people have been, you know, quite cross with her. And it led to some discourse. The discourse isn't major. I'm mostly using this as a springboard. This person, with all the wisdom and care that you would expect from a Twitter user, said,
oh, no.
I don't even care at this point. If he's going to say my disorder isn't real, I'm not going to act like his gender identity is real.
Okay, so that's horrible.
Either. He doesn't experience dysphoria because he's a cis man who transitioned for fun, so he doesn't think anyone else does either. Very smart, very wise, of course, very big brain. I saw a lot of replies were kind of...
It really sucks that any trans person would do this, right? It really, 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 really sucks, right? Like, the idea that, like, a picture of somebody pre-transition is, like, evidence of their of their lack of validity as, like, as a trans person, right? This like, yeah, this is a... Like, I'm trying to imagine this not being a transmed take. I'm trying to imagine the possibility of this being anything other than a transmed take, and it's really hard.
Kind of in this vein with, like, terminally depressive trans girls being like, well, okay, then, if I'm not valid, then you, and, like, basically that sort of thing, right? I saw that was like the main thrust of the you know, the disagreeability. I also saw, and I only saw this 5 minutes ago because I was like trying to find examples, that Destiny called her a trans trender. So that's also, we can throw that in like the...
Destiny's been throwing around that word a lot lately, right? And he's been talking a lot about trans discourse. And like I said, it's the kind of thing, the questions that he's posing are questions that should never be posed in like a political venue, in on a political platform. These are questions, like I was saying, for you know, that implicate heavily on like standard of care, and these are questions for a medical board. These are not questions for fucking Destiny's shit show.
The bucket of wise Twitter responses, you know, like good big brain engagement. So hella dumb take. Annie, what are you talking about? How could you? Yeah. So anyway, some people are mad. At least a few people are pretending to be mad. And I wanted to talk about, like, why this is. Abigail recently put out a video. I think it was the video where she said, like, I called my gender doctor 5 billion times or something like that. I thought about getting a clip from it to indicate what point she was making, but I can't listen to British people talk for that long, so I'm just going to explain it myself. It was a really good video. I highly recommend it if you know if you can tolerate that sort of thing. It's a good video. It also took a while. I wanna get back as we
so
always
like what he's saying that that philosophy tube videos are boring.
Do to Dubois. Did I just say Dubois? Maybe I'm not rested. Oh my god. I was thinking Foucault. Did I just mix those up because they were both French names? I think I did. That literally in my head, my brain just transposed. You pronounced it wrong too?
Yeah, WD. I mean, wow. Just wow. Vaush also talked about us a lot. A good video if you can tolerate them. Wait, what? Vaush talked about us a lot? What?
Yeah, because Du Bois rejects his French pronunciation. So I was like 2 layers of wrong. Several multi-tiered. Okay, it's about Foucault. All right. Well, how did I? Okay, it's about Foucault. You know how ADHD people can be a bit inattentive.
Talked about trans people a lot. Okay. I'm also checking to see if anything new has happened in terms of Donald Trump.
At times, you know, it's in the name. Attention deficit disorder. You know that? We've heard about that. Inattentivity is not like an ADHD specific thing. Everyone feels it, right? Like that's a ubiquitous human experience. Everybody feels inattentive at times. People with ADHD just tend to feel more of it and more often. But that doesn't mean that the experience of inattentiveness, I think actually, and yeah, it's inattentiveness. The experience of inattentiveness isn't like specific to ADHD people. It's also not categorically different, you know? If an ADHD person is feeling...
Okay, so it sounds like Vaush agrees with Abigail here, despite, you know, throwing some aspersions her way.
Inattentive. That's not a different feeling than a non-ADHD person feeling inattentive. The argument that Foucault has made with regards to a number of our psychiatric conditions is that we've medically otherized some types of behavior.
It looks like that shirt from yesterday covered in sweat. You know what it is? It's not. It's like, it's a different shirt for sure. And what it is it's got like, it looks like it's got some airbrushing or something. And it literally just looks like it's soaked in sweat, but it's not. But I see why you think that. I'm looking at it up close, right? And what it is that there's a picture of like some pine trees, it looks like, and the background is a little lighter than the rest of the shirt. So like, I don't know, like you're looking up at palm trees and seeing a kind of, you know, wispy clouds in the sky. And it gives the appearance of the shirt being wet, even though it's not. I am getting the Vaush's shirt discourse.
In ways that have caused us to develop negative attitudes towards them. How before, people who were autistic or ADHD were odd, but they were odd within a sort of confluence, a wavelength of how humans behave. But there wasn't the term autism 100 years ago, or ADHD. So the oddity was it itself. You know,
Whoops.
there are certainly odd people who don't have autism, ADHD,
Here's
or
the
any
thread
other
if you want to
diagnosable
check that out.
condition.
That's the
But there's
Sophie
something
thread.
about naming an oddity. There's something about giving a term, putting it into a box that I think causes people to think of them differently. One of the examples that Foucault uses with regards to intelligence is that people used to have now this is a big generalization, but people used to have a kind of paternalistically affectionate attitude
There we go.
towards the very stupid. You know what I mean? Village idiot. That's not to say that very dumb people back in like medieval Europe were treated well. They weren't. But there was a kind of, at times, an underlying expectation of hospitality that would be offered to, you know, that maybe like someone is touched, or maybe like, oh, well, maybe they're not good at this, that, the other, but they can be good
So
at
I think Vaush is referring to Madness and Civilization here.
this thing. Not to say they were treated well, not going to say that, but I think that the way they were treated was very distinct from what happened when people started opening up like mental asylums and insane wards back in like the 20s and 30s and stuff, right? When they started, like back when retarded was a medical diagnosis. The difference is that like the medical distinction on some behaviors served as a legitimizing mechanism for certain kinds of treatment. We did the same thing with scientific racism, right? Like racism in an abstract, broad sense, that's been around for a long, long, long time. But our modern conceptualization of racism is heavily oriented around a pseudoscientific understanding of the differences between different types of people, you know? It's not like 4,000 years ago it was, oh, yeah, you know, like their genomes are different from evolution. Like that's a relative...
That's why I feel paternalistic towards Vaush.
modern idea of racism. Now it's scientific, or at least it pretends to be. And what I'm getting at here is that while there aren't benefits to this kind of medicalization, there are sometimes downsides. What Abigail Thorne is saying basically is that the same thing has happened to the term gender dysphoria. See, everybody experiences something akin to gender dysphoria. It just doesn't have to be about gender. It's called dysmorphia, and dysmorphia and dysphoria sound similar. They're similar in a lot of ways, actually, but there's a kind of hard line between the two that sometimes feels like it's nothing more than a respect for an arbitrary medical distinction, you know? It's not as though the term gender dysphoria is like...
No, that's bullshit. People who were mentally ill in Europe were victims of exorcisms and being burned. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, yeah, he's probably minimizing, or not just minimizing that, he's like, you know... Well, I mean, I don't know, minimizing sounds minimizing, is what I'm saying. Like, minimizing plus... maybe that merely professionalize the abuse of the mentally ill. Yeah. Vaush is kind of missing the point of Madness and Civilization.
I'd say very concretely rooted in a kind of biological analysis of the brain. It's like a set of symptoms and descriptions, right?
What I wonder though is, did he actually grok the social versus medical model of disability? Because I feel like everything I've ever heard him say about disability betrays a lack of understanding of those concepts, and definitely like a unconscious or blind. Wow, there we go. Talk about like, yeah, the language itself is kind of ableist at times. In discussing disability, I'm going to try to avoid using ableist language because it's just too fucking ironic, and like it's the dark kind of irony. It's not the good kind of irony. It's the bad. It's the kind of irony that doesn't feel good. So I'm gonna try to avoid doing that. But like, yeah, like an unconscious allegiance to the medical model, which is kind of like what most people have. Most people that don't know, they don't have an understanding of the social model. In the absence of that, they, you know, adhere to the medical model without realizing that's what it is. But yeah, in a lot of ways, our society, our understanding of disability, you know, out of the box is based on that, right? So, you know, the social model is not something that has widespread understanding or acceptance yet.
If you're diagnosed with gender dysphoria, they don't measure your brain or read your brain waves or anything like that. You talk about your experiences, how you feel.
Dysmorphia sounds kind of like dysphoria. Only Vaush could impart such high-level knowledge. I think he is not right. Why is Vaush comparing dysphoria and dysmorphia? They aren't really the same except in the sound.
And if your symptoms line up with what people, we tick the boxes next to gender dysphoria, then it's like, okay, well, then you have it. That's why it's a psychological condition. You have to meet certain behavioral criteria. And of course, a lot of the things that trans people feel about their bodies aren't entirely dissimilar to a lot of the things that cis people feel about their bodies. Though people get angry when this gets pointed out, as we can see in chat. And the reason for that is because, like, fundamentally, we're talking about an extreme discomfort with the relationship between your mind and your body.
Even Lenin himself wrote, needless to say, all the boundaries in nature and society are conditional and changeable.
The way your body is, the way in which you think your body adheres to certain expectations for both you and from society. And in this respect, it's kind of a ubiquitous experience, right? I mean, we've all experienced something to that effect. Trans people obviously experience like a pretty elevated and very specific version of that. But even then, we know there are trans people who don't have gender dysphoria. So we're not talking about like a one-to-one criteria alignment. There are trans people who experience minor dysphoria and very severe dysphoria. And there are trans people who experience no dysphoria at all. And there are, of course, cisgender people who have eating disorders or who kill themselves because they're unhappy with how they look, or who break their body, exercising to look a certain way, or who get constant, let's say, unhealthy levels of plastic surgery and body modifications in an effort to capture some unrealistic or unattainable standard of beauty. And in both cases, dysphoria has been alleviated by both social and physical conditions. There are trans people who have felt their dysphoria alleviate as a product of like facial feminization surgery or bottom surgery. Like, yeah, we know those work. And there are, of course, trans people who have felt less dysphoric because they've been around people who are more accepting of their identity and their appearance. So it's kind of a wavy term, don't you think? I mean, right? It really, it's a pretty big...
Eating disorders are a different thing entirely, yeah.
Wavelength. I think one of the best examples of non-transgender gender dysphoria that you could fairly identify, and by the way, I'll defend to my death this terminology applied here, is guys with like penis size anxiety. I know it sounds really dumb, but I swear to God, to those of you who haven't seen this phenomena online, there are people who are literally like suicidally depressed because their dick is like 5 inches instead of 6. I don't know how to like describe like why. It's just a thing that is real. It happens, and a lot of it's pornography, of course, because you look at porn. It's obviously the guys are all really well hung, and then because people are all porn addicted these days, you go on social media and you see girls.
That's how you can tell that porn is not. Yo, wait a minute. Can we just stop for a second? Okay, now I'm going to try not to get myself demonetized. I've been such a good girl today. I've not been anything on main that's going to get me demonetized, but I got to stop and ask some questions, okay? When we're talking about duck sizes in pornography, right? Duck sizes in pornography. The ducks are usually quite big. They're quite large ducks, right? They're not on the small side. They're generally on the large side. If you watch pornography, as some people do, you'll find a lot of big ducks in pornography, right? Who's that for? Who's that for? Why are the ducks so big? Because I feel like if the ducks were there for me, right? They were appealing to, women who like men, then they would be a variety of ducks. Because I feel like people who appreciate ducks. Oh my God. Okay. Well, I mean, God, I'm trying to talk about certain types of porn. I realize this applies to certain types of porn, but not others, right? That when we're talking about like heterosexual pairings, right? No, actually, no. I can't parse this. But in pornography, I can, right? In pornography, everything is definitely grouped into categories. Sometimes those categories are even racist, right? Sometimes those categories are like really problematic. But yeah, it's like in humans, I'm noticing that human sexuality, human sexual experience doesn't feel like it's entirely represented in pornography, right? Yeah. So I guess what I'm wondering though is that like if pornography tends to have the target audience that I think it tends to have, which is cis straight guys, right? Then are the ducks big for them? So, because Vaush is talking about duck size and talking about the anxiety that can come from not meeting one's expectation of duck size, and the driving factor being the large ducks represented in pornography. But yeah, I really wonder who the ducks are there for. Who are the big ducks there for? Like, who is that? Everyone's porn addicted. Self-report much? Large duck, geese even. I appreciate big ducks. Still don't watch. I appreciate all kinds of ducks, right? I don't think that I'm that exceptional in that, like, right? That it's not in the manual, the DSM is just a provisional manual of how psychiatrists encounter and manage conditions, knowing well in advance that they will change. Vaush self-reporting here. Vaush may be self-reporting. Look, not confirmed, okay? But worth keeping in mind. More important thing is who is the duck attached to. You can just say corn. Oh, corn? Corn? But then I'll have to say cornography, and that sounds weird. That sounds like calligraphy with corn. That sounds like if you took a piece of corn and you dipped it in ink and you drew like with it, like it was like a big corn marker or something. I don't know. I'm so confused now. The reason why ducks are so big is because the viewer would see themselves as the actor and they would rather imagine themselves with the big duck than the small duck. That's kind of what I thought. So they're there for the reason of they're there because the target demographic would prefer they be there, and at the same time as the target demographic prefers them be like that, large, it's also harming the target demographic's self-esteem. You ask a guy if he wants to watch a girl do it with a small duck or a big duck, and he's going to say big. Yeah, that's the thought. Yeah, that's the, that's what it's supposed to be, is
how they love 8-inch dicks, not because they've ever taken one, but because the guy they slept with lied and said his 6-inch dick was an 8-inch dick, and like so it's like and it's like everyone's like,
look, I don't carry a ruler to the bedroom, okay? So if you say it's 8, it's 8. I don't care.
Running around assuming the average dick size is like a forearm, and meanwhile, like it's not. And so there's a lot of like weird.
That's one big.
Or yeah, and if you couldn't call that gender dysphoria, I mean, if a trans man can feel gender dysphoria because he doesn't have a dick, I don't know how you couldn't say that a cis man couldn't if he's like really upset that his dick's not big enough. That's clearly a gendered like expectation of your body. We're clearly talking about the same kind of thing here. Maybe not to the same extent in all cases, but it's a wavy term. Now, none of this is to say that like there's no utility to like gender dysphoria or like trans-specific dysphoria as like a specific category, because obviously just because a broad range of feelings are kind of all like tied together doesn't mean that you would treat all of them exactly the same. For example, like depression can relate to a huge range of behaviors.
Maybe the guy should just grow up and just rock with the duck that he's got. I prefer small ducks. I'm smaller. Oh yeah, no, me too. I mean, like, okay, I mean, that's kind of what I was getting at, Dragon Princess. Yeah, I agreed. Like, I mean, not like in totality, but like in general. I don't know. It's like often an issue for those of us with like a small canal that like too big of a duck can actually be a drawback.
Sometimes you can have a couple symptoms, but not enough for people to really say like, oh yeah, I think you're depressive. And it's like, you know, like you're kind of checking stuff off.
Female ducks are called hens, just like with chickens. Male ducks are called drakes.
Enough of the definitional criteria. And we don't treat all people with depression the same. It's not to say that a person who's like
Pearson's gonna call my duck Drake from now on.
Absolutely out of their mind depressed is the same as somebody who feels a bit sad one day, because they're both experiencing the same underlying like category. You know what I mean? But I'm sympathetic to Abigail's position here, in part because she did a much better job expressing it in her video, and also because I think what she's really railing against here is she's doing what Foucault would do. Foucault would argue in this case, I think, that
that's what Vaush is going to do from now on. From now on, it's what would Foucault do?
He'd be unproductive.
Oh my God, no, Vaush, that should not be your standard. Foucault is not ontologically correct. No. Oh my God, do you know the fact that I'm thinking of about Foucault?
Productive to use gender dysphoria as a kind of like
Vaush,
definitional gateway
all the
to being
theorists.
trans, because as we know, a lot of trans people aren't gender dysphoric, and it makes it sort of medicalizes the situation in a way that
you're
ends
right,
up,
Dragon
like,
Princess. Drake's does kind of, well, I don't know. Roosters are like, I'm not hating on the name roosters. That's kind of cool. Foucault, of course, Foucault.
Kind of affirming trans medicalist ideology. You know, the idea that that's like, oh, there's a specific term. And what's more, I think people would take trans dysphoria, like transgender dysphoria, more seriously if we acknowledge the fact that these feelings are similar in a lot of trans people, right? Like being gay and being straight, the feelings that you're capable of having, sexual attraction, arousal, love.
I read an article by a guy with a 12-inch duck, and he said some women were afraid of it. I could see that. He was always had to explain ahead of time so they wouldn't scream and run away. Oh my God. I mean, hopefully I wouldn't do that, but yeah. I just want my dad to stop yelling out that I'm a cock. Oh my God. Like, as far as the horoscope goes, is that like, oh my God. That's embarrassing.
Whatever. Are the same whether you're gay or straight. Obviously, you're just directing it
at yeah, my dad's embarrassing too.
Groups of people, and sometimes not even, you know, femboys, whatever. Trans and cis, I don't think it's as directly parallel as that, but at the very least, I think a little more of a parallel could be drawn. People were dumb about her tweet, unsurprisingly. Yeah, they were, but, you know, I think it's, yeah, so CDRCH says, yes, Vaush, I literally used this logic to explain dysphoria to someone earlier today. If you're talking about dysphoria, right? If gender dysphoria is where the term begins and ends, pretty difficult to explain that to a cisgender person, right? But every cisgender woman at some point has felt some kind of deeply burning anxiety about the shape of her face, or her weight, or her tit size, or whatever else. And guys with the dick size thing, or like guys freaking out about not being tall enough, or I think that if you looked at that and you went, okay, look, we all have at times, you know, a desire to be.
What do you think about this, chat? There's something about this line of reasoning that's like bothering me, right? There's something. Is anybody else getting this feeling? Like, right, and I'm not just trying to disagree. I'm not just trying to look for something to disagree with Vaush on. Like I said, you know, he seems to be defending Abigail here, and that's great, especially since like being attacked by Destiny and Vaush at the same time, that would probably be pretty tough, even for a channel as big as Abigail's, right? It's weird, right? Okay, so what is it? I'm trying to figure out what exactly it is that bothers me about this. like, part of it is that maybe, okay, is this a way for cis people to relate to trans people? Is this gonna give cis people greater understanding of our lived experience? Is like what we feel, you know, just a more extreme version of, you know, what a lot of cis people feel? What do you think? I cannot imagine that duck anxiety is anything approaching the trans experience. Yeah, and like, and I don't think it's just an issue of scale either. I think there's some like fundamental qualitative difference that maybe Vaush's what feels like a quantitative analysis by Vaush is missing, right?
Different than as we are. And sometimes that desire is so significant that it causes people to get medical restitution, right? Like men who don't like their hair loss can get, you know, a number of procedures to address that. That is absolutely a chemical medical solution to a gender issue, right? The you know, we haven't perfected dick size increasing technology just yet, but judging from the ads you see on the banners of porn sites, I think cisgender men have been pushing for that one for quite a while. You can go to China and have your shins broken and refit so you're like 3 inches taller, can't you? Isn't that a thing, right? Like the leg lengthening.
Is that a thing? How have I never heard of this? Is this a thing? Vaush did throw some shade while basically making fun of her for being British and apparently intolerable. Yeah, she might take umbrage with that. It would. Okay, so really, oh my god, you actually can be that, and that works and stuff, and you know, like have some like, wow, okay, how did I not know that?
Surgery, right? Vaush, read this for the segment, please. Oh, I think I've heard of this before, Tempest. Amanda Bynes, that's not a name I've said out loud for a while, fought depression and gender dysphoria while filming She's the Man. She's the Man was one of the biggest movies in 2006, and Bynes played the lead character, Viola, who pretends she is her brother Sebastian in order to play soccer at his school. Gonna guess that's her. The film was inspired by Shakespeare's Twelfth Night. While filming the movie, Bynes spent much of her time dressed as a male, which she later admitted to.
It is a thing, but also this kind of shit because you kind of fuck up. I was gonna say you would fuck up your bones. Yeah, you'd probably be maybe more susceptible to fractures. Fuck up your bones to gain like 3 inches. And then yeah, 80% of people wouldn't care even. Yeah, the yeah. I think there's a lot of problems with it.
Took a toll on her body image.
I didn't even know it existed.
Insider. Bynes stated, when the movie came out and I saw it, I went into a deep depression for 4 to 6 months because I didn't like how I looked when I was a boy. When Bynes saw herself dressed as a man on screen, she described the feeling as a super strange out-of-body experience. That's interesting, isn't it? I feel bad for her, but that is interesting, isn't it? Maybe a little bit informative. This is bullshit. She didn't look like a boy. It was a goofy kids movie with terrible costuming. Thank you, Miyashi. I feel like you're missing the point a little bit. I haven't seen the movie. Sounds like the John Money thing. Yeah, I mean, if it's possible to induce something that is undeniably gender dysphoria in cisgender people who still have their cisgender bodies.
Wait, I mean, part of her thing was that you're saying like experience gender dysphoria, right? And like I feel like I kind of feel weird about calling it that. Like I feel like Abigail did point something fundamental out, that the whole basis for this diagnosis, this pathologization of, you know, one aspect of, you know, the trans experience, in order to be able to code our existence as a medical pathology and then justify the treatment, right? Like that's what she was questioning. So, I mean, gender's a lot more of a malleable and ephemeral thing than it has been previously presented. Do you get what I'm saying? There's more than one way to be a guy. There's more than one way to be a girl. There's the essentialist view of gender is pretty laughable, right? And so to say that one feels gender dysphoria as if it is like, you know, a definable gap between your experience in the world and your self-perception and your identity is it's like it feels reductive. Does anybody get what I'm saying? Am I the only one who feels this way? That kind of feels like that kind of feels reductive? Everything is contingent because it is socially constructed. Yeah. So like, you know, I mean, like Abigail wasn't like, you know, and I'm definitely not trying to deny anybody's like if you're feeling gender dysphoria, like, you know, I'm not saying that's not valid. I'm just saying that calling it all one thing like gender dysphoria, it feels reductive. It feels like there's more going on potentially that we don't even have our eyes on because we've accepted this. And this is what Abigail was bringing up. The creation of this concept had certain contexts. Those contexts were cis doctors wanting to establish a you know, wanting to establish like a theory, wanting to establish an operating system for this kind of medicine, which according to Abigail amounts to gatekeeping, right? Amounts to people who, like I said before, maybe could never understand the trans experience being counted on to validate it, right? There really is something kind of odious with that, and I don't think I would have thought of it, at least not in this way, if not for, you know, this whole discourse and you know, like starting with Abigail's tweet, right? Gender dysphoria is a single symptom, but not the totality of what it means to be trans. Well, yeah, but like a single symptom, but it's experienced in so many different ways, right? Does it not feel a little bit arbitrary to be like grouping all experiences together under that umbrella? I get that there's a purpose for it, and you know, even going back, you know, to when medical treatment could only be obtained through that kind of validation, right? I get why it kind of, you know, gets thought that way. I just wonder if like our concept of gender dysphoria isn't somewhat tainted by the context in which it was created. Does that make sense? When I hear gender, my first association is something like phantom pain, and I think it's reductive and problematic.
No, it is. I think that would suggest that there's kind of, well...
Meow, hey Solar.
Maybe a little bit of a category error here. Something worth analysis. I'm sorry, I see a series of what I might charitably describe as counter-arguments coming from chat, and I'm going to try to reply to
Wait,
them
a
very
category
sensitively.
error.
Just a moment.
Okay,
Not
so... Okay, I kind of missed that. The reason that I want to see what Vaush was saying about that is that category error got mentioned elsewhere on Twitter. Yeah. Category error got mentioned elsewhere on Twitter, and in a really transmedy kind of way. I don't know how much I want to get into this because the two people involved are really toxic people who I have had horrible experiences with, who I wish I had never met. Okay? Like two really nasty trans meds. And I don't even know if I'm going to talk about them, right? Because, you know, I really don't want to have anything to do with them. But yeah, that's out there on the internet too, apparently.
Going to ignore them. I would never ignore you fine people. Oh, the first message I read was unironically standing that tweet from Destiny Catface.
And plus, I'm probably blocked.
Let's see. Body dysmorphia isn't cured with transitioning to an attractive person. They literally have different treatments. We can get to that. If you have gender dysphoria, that means you are impaired to the point to receive that diagnosis. To use your ADHD example, anyone can be easily distracted, but that doesn't mean you have ADHD. There's a chemical physical reality to ADHD, and there is a physical, I'm seeing a bit of medical realism here, and there is a physical component to some people who have gender dysphoria as well. Insecurity isn't gender dysphoria. Why are we saying gender dysphoria is insecurity? Excuse me. I would say there's a heavy relationship between them, yeah, to the extent that insecurity kind of encapsulates discomfort with how one is. You know, if you use the...
I felt gender dysphoria when I was told I was sterile and when I was assaulted trying to use a woman's bathroom during NCS bathroom. Oh, North Carolina, yeah, the bathroom bill and the... I should clarify. I didn't mean symptom in the biomedical sense. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Broad definition, yeah. Not insecurity in like the day-to-day social sense, obviously. You know, you could imagine a person who is like perfectly at one with themselves in the universe, not feeling much in the way of dysmorphia, gender dysphoria, or anything like that. It's not like it's a deterministic thing. You know, we know not all trans people have gender dysphoria. Again, that's not to suggest that there's no validity to any kind of medical intervention. And what's more, you say that body dysmorphia isn't cured with transitioning to an attractive person, but that's not true. There are people who have like really burning insecurities about their bodies that aren't transgender, who get surgeries or medical treatment, and that actually can help. For example, people who have like crested upper lips, cleft lips, I think, you know, often feel like incredibly like unhappy with how they look, and they can get a surgery to fix that. You know, people get breast augmentation, both up and down. People get their faces changed in a variety of ways. Well, the difference is, and this is where we come back to Abigail's point, you don't have to go to a doctor for a diagnosis in order to get your face changed by a plastic surgeon. You do have to go to a doctor for a gender dysphoria diagnosis in order to get the medical treatments that are gate-kept behind that definition in the medical system. And that's the line, isn't it? Right? You haven't heard, like, you know, you've heard this complaint before, I imagine. You can do a lot of stuff to your body as a cisgender person without a doctor having to sign off on it. If you're an adult and you're, you know, you've got a wallet with money in it, and you're, you know, not declared legally insane or a ward of the state or whatever else, you can just run around doing whatever you want, you know? You can do a lot of stuff. I think part of this is because we kind of look at all that and we think like, oh, well, that's just cosmetic, you know? Is it? Like, people don't go after significant cosmetic alterations without any kind of underlying psychological desire, right? The desire to have hair plugs put in could reflect an insecurity or a deep discomfort in your presentation as a man. And that is a psychological factor that if you were being diagnosed for gender dysphoria, a doctor would ask you about. The kinds of things that a guy would say to a doctor if asked before going to get leg lengthening surgery in God knows where, you know, Like, imagine what conversation you would have with a
Hey,
doctor
Timmy.
if you had to get a doctor's permission to get your legs lengthened, right? It wouldn't just be like, oh yeah, I want to, kablamo. Like, if we're following by the standard of care set by how we treat trans people, it'd be like, well, okay, let's make sure you're not just chasing a trend here, you know? Okay, let's make sure this is born of an actual need and there isn't like another way of fixing this issue, right? I hope you guys understand where I'm trying to come from here. You know, it's complicated words. Even then, none of the questions be about fetishes. That's true. Can you imagine if like every woman who wanted breast implants had to be given a questionnaire on whether she had like a...
Yeah, so again, like, just to summarize my feelings about Vaush's take on this, I am somewhat relieved that his take is nowhere near as detrimental as Destiny's is. It's you know, he obviously is not a fan of Abigail's, but is, you know, nominally defending her here, and, you know, is it seems like, you know, got the right take in terms of that. The issue where I was a little uncomfortable with was him kind of proposing, you know, and this is an offhand thought on his part, it sounds like, but proposing the idea that understanding, you know, inadequacies that cis people often feel in terms of, you know, their own ability to meet a set of gender roles is analogous enough to the dysphoria that trans people experience for it to be a means of cis people understanding trans people better. I'm a little doubtful of that, and I worry that it's, you know, that's like a superficial empathy at best. So, but yeah, other than that, I haven't really disagreed with what he's saying.
Fetish for lactation or for having big breasts, or like if a guy who wanted, say we had like the medical knowledge to make penises bigger, you know, can you imagine the questions they'd be asked if we were following by the standard of like transgender, you know? I think like one of the best examples of this, so there's this guy called Ollie London who right now is grifting as like a detransition advocate. Ollie London was a trans trender, but the trend that Ollie London was chasing was not being a woman, my friends.
What? Yeah, just as I say, like, I don't disagree with Vaush as much as I was expecting. He's like talking about transgender now. What does he mean though?
Ollie London was chasing the trend of being a BTS Korean member, a Korean K-pop star. Ollie London was the
forgot about Ollie London.
person who got a bunch of plastic surgery in order to make himself look more like one of the BTS. I don't know their names. And now he's detransitioning, and he's like he's doing the whole thing on social media where he's like you know, look at how much damage transitioning did to me. Shouldn't our children be protected from that? And it's literally because this person is not mentally well. They were approached by like a conservative advocacy group and offered money in order to do this, and that's what they're doing. Like, obviously it's that simple. Jimin, is that the name of this superfan who spent $250,000? Now, guys, did this person need to go to a doctor and get a gender dysphoria diagnosis? And if not, why? Because they needed it a load more than a lot of the trans people in this community, I'll tell you that much. There are tons of people who ruin their lives with ill-advised medical decisions born out of a deep discomfort with their body. We specifically gatekeep the trans people, and that has nothing to do with a consistent medical standard and everything to do with the social deviancy associated with being transgender. That's not to say there shouldn't be any kind of medical gatekeeping, for example. I'm actually perfectly okay with, in some circumstances, doctor, you know, asking some questions, or there being some consideration or some therapy, especially if they're lower than 18 or whatever. Honest to God, I feel like I kind of would like that for a lot of medical procedures that aren't life-saving, right? Like, because if you actually think about it, it's like, okay, like maybe there'd be some benefit to somebody having like a little sit-down questionnaire before getting like $100,000 in facial like plastic surgery or whatever. I mean, maybe. I guess I don't know how exactly that would be applied. I don't want to make any strong statements on that, but I like thinking about it. If you start from first principles and think, okay, we have to set up a system where like doctors will interview and get like the mental well-being status of people before they do certain surgeries. Like, do we stop only with trans people, or do we do this kind of broadly? And it's like, well, I don't know. There are kind of some like weird preset expectations here.
Also don't like how Vaush keeps trying to equate plastic surgery with gender affirming care. Yeah, and his justification seems to be like
all of that
sort of validating the need for plastic surgery and rather than questioning the need for trans affirming care. But I do see what you're saying. Capitalism is inherently gatekeeping healthcare. Vaush is dumbing down for cis liberal homophobes that think trans people are mentally ill, but unlike conservatives, think that they should be protected. Yeah, unfortunate, but better than Destiny. Yeah, Destiny is a whole, and for anybody who knows what Destiny's been on about lately, like, right, this is like let me put it this way, okay? Since Destiny got kicked off of Twitch, I have done everything I can to not cover him. I might have talked about him, I might have mentioned him, but we didn't really watch any Destiny, right? We haven't been paying attention to what Destiny's been doing. I've enjoyed that, and I wanted to continue that. However, at this point, Destiny's doing so much damage that we're going to have a YouTube-only stream just to address it. So thanks, Destiny. Thanks. It seems like an evolution of the born with another body model that was used to explain the trans experience. Oh, yeah. Wow, okay, I didn't think of that, but you're right, yeah. I think dysphoria is probably more than body image issues, yeah. Yeah, I feel uncomfortable with Foucault is a sex pat. Oh my god, Foucault was a lot of things, right? Foucault was a lot of like Foucault wrote a letter supporting the destigmatization and of intergenerational, in other words, like what would be considered CSA, right? Foucault was wanted to break down the legal boundaries against that, right? So unfortunately, it was not even an uncommon view in France at that time. Foucault was like far from the only French intellectual of his time who felt that way.
That being said, Vaush, you saying you want it to be considered as cosmetic surgery? I don't think the line between cosmetic surgery and non-cosmetic surgery is as clean cut as a lot of people think it is, and that's why I'm talking about this. For example, if a person has a severe facial deformity that could be fixed with cosmetic surgery, the ability to do that may literally determine whether they kill themselves or not. Now, under those circumstances, could you fairly say it was just cosmetic? The truth is, for the most part, people don't go in for expensive procedures if it's purely cosmetic. Usually there's a psychological reason underlying everything from tattoos to hairstyles to pedicures. But we're talking different levels of severity, obviously. I'm just saying that rather than sort things by severity, we've chosen instead to sort things by whether they're trans or not. You get me? Minor trans procedures are gate-kept, while major, not trans procedures are not gate-kept. And it's like, okay, yeah. Vaush your keloids. I still have keloids on my right ear. And, while I am a generally pretty confident person, I won't lie. Obviously, having keloids on my ear now, I'd prefer they not be there. I don't think they're particularly attractive. I don't think about them that much, and they don't bother me that much, but I don't, I don't care for them. And their presence, if maybe I was a little more sensitive about them, that could significantly affect my social engagement with others, my psychological well-being, but removing them would undeniably be a cosmetic surgery. So I ask again, what is actually the difference between the two? I know there's a blurry line. I know there's like a hazy cloud where we move from highly necessary, heart surgery or whatever, to not. But it's an anti-essentialization thing. I just don't like like unjustifiably strong distinctions between categorically similar things. No, I mean, it was a surgery, but it didn't require psychological evaluation. I was trying to give an example to add to your point. Oh, yeah. I asked because this could seriously affect whether trans people get their procedures covered by insurance. Oh, well, hold on. Obviously, I think trans people's medical procedures should be covered by insurance. You know, though obviously, even there we draw distinctions, don't we? I think that stuff like facial feminization surgery, breast implants, hormone therapy, bottom surgery, you know, like stuff like that could be. But what about like every single conceivable procedure that might in some way enhance the femininity of their body? What about liposuction to increase their hip to waist ratio? What about, I don't know that much about plastic surgery. I'm sure you could think of like, oh, well, here's like 27 things now. Are all of them considered like essential transgender life-saving surgery?
I want Wolverine claws.
Better to err on the side of caution, and this may surprise you guys. I'm actually an advocate for free healthcare. So if we're really getting to the heart of my positions here, this wouldn't really be like an issue. But you know, in the system we have now, obviously, I'm fully of the opinion that transgender healthcare should be covered. I just can't help but wonder if like there's a lot of other really, you know, really important stuff that could be covered as well that affect people in a way that's quite comparable to the way gender dysphoria affects trans people. And I'm only saying all of this, by the way, to point out that the system of medical gatekeeping for trans people is unjustifiable, it's wrong, and it's harmful, and also the ultimate, like the fundamental model of what should determine whether or not a trans person gets a procedure they want is if they want that, because that is what we have for everyone else. The only question for Ollie London was, did he want it? That was the only question that mattered. Did he want it, and did he have the money for it? Psychiatrists do not prescribe cosmetic surgery for BDD. Perry Chan, you can't really argue against what I'm saying by talking about current medical practice, because I'm arguing against the standards used for current medical practice. Also, by the way, guys, if you're, not just guys, if you're feeling really depressive, you'll never guess what one of the things that can reliably improve your life and lower your depressive standards are. Exercise. It's exercise. Not just because the act of exercise.
He's randomly being. This is some Jordan Peterson. Yo. Okay, so people are talking about Vaush's recent. What do you want to call it? Like a manosphere arc? It feels like it, right? You know, now he wants to put a, you know, sort of line of demarcation between himself and the red pill people and the, you know, the super right wing ones. But he's giving a lot of the same, like, sort of, you know, takes that those people are giving, right? In terms of, you know, what's wrong? The left should appeal to men too. It's, you know, like, right. And what I'm noticing now is we're getting Petersonian advice. Really? Or is Vaush going to tell us to exercise? Oh my God, feeling suicidal? Just exercise, right? Oh my God.
Moves endorphins through your
body. I mean, like, look, I'm gonna say that I do like exercise. I should get more exercise. Many of you would probably benefit for more exercise too. Just like cleaning your room would be useful. Like, right, the things that Jordan Peterson says aren't necessarily wrong, but they're just I don't know. So, somehow, like, I mean, just these are things that we all kind of know we should do. Just stating them as your philosophy really mean that your philosophy is, I don't know. There's something a little wrong with it. I should not smoke. No brainer. Yeah, exactly.
But also because, generally speaking, people...
Also, body dysmorphia is not cured or necessarily made better by plastic surgery. Therapy is, for the most part, most important, since BDD is more complex and not just liking. Yeah. There's definitely examples where, you know, the plastic surgery does not, you know, improve the symptoms.
Feel better when they feel better about how they look. Now, when it comes to being in physical shape, there's no cheat code to that. You know, you have to kind of actually exercise. No, I don't think that's true at all. I think I have explicitly heard from friends that therapists have encouraged them to get like a nose job if they were persistently insecure about their nose for like years and years and years. Like if a person's just been insecure about their nose and feels
The
like
Petersonian, the world's most pretentious museum. Yes.
over and over.
Oh my
like,
God. I
just-
would.
And that's just consistently a thing. Like, and a therapist, like the patient would bring up, I've been considering getting a nose job, and the therapist would be like, if you feel that'd be good for you, then maybe it would be. I've heard that before. The nail nose ring. There's a lot of variability out there. But isn't it a good indicator for the fact that non-trans related cosmetic procedures have a significantly higher regret rate? Or is that because of the lack of gatekeeping? Well, to an extent, gatekeeping probably does lower the regret rate. That is true. We just don't have any evidence to the idea that it would be like sky high without any gatekeeping. But additionally, that's probably also because of the like stories that we tell about a lot of stuff regarding cosmetic surgeries. I don't know. Doesn't it seem a little bit strange that when we talk about a transgender person getting... Oh, by the way, facial feminization surgery is objectively a cosmetic surgery. Like, I hope there's no... you can argue it's vital and life-saving, and I wouldn't disagree, but I mean, obviously it is cosmetic surgery. You're doing the same thing that plastic surgeons do with everyone else. And you can have a cis and a trans person who get it. But what's weird is like, if a trans person gets facial feminization surgery in a way that makes her more happy...
I like Madness and Civilization, but Foucault shows biases about the Renaissance's treatment of the mentally ill. Mentally ill people were literally kept in literal cages and used for entertainment for lords, yeah.
With her appearance, that's like a life milestone, Trans women will put like facial feminization surgery dates on their like Tinder bio, or not Tinder, more like Twitter, I guess. No, Tinder too, honestly. They'll be like, yeah, I got this, and it's my journey, and so on and so forth, and I'll read donation shortly.
Oh my God, Vaush.
And when cisgender people get
the way he talks about
plastic
us is
surgery,
so
none of this
weird.
happens, like at all.
The way
In
he
fact,
talks about us is always so weird.
Getting cosmetic facial surgery as a cisgender person is kind of like shameful, a little bit. I mean, maybe if you're correcting some kind of like severe physical abnormality, not. But when I see people talk about cosmetic surgery on other people, I see, for the most part, people are quite negative. It's seen as vain. It's seen as self-absorbed and obsessive, and I don't know if that can really be justified. That distinction, Yeah, even in Hollywood where it's normal, like it's expected that you keep that shit quiet, like under wraps. I agree with this line of reasoning for adults, but I think for minors it's a different story. I agree some degree of gatekeeping is necessary for trans minors, 100%. I've heard trans people say they prefer it to be called reconstructive surgery. I get that, Tempest, but that comes... I don't know if I necessarily like that. It's not reconstruction, right? Like, that's not what's happening.
Yeah.
Like, that means a different...
The way he talks about any group that isn't cishet white dudes is weird.
But
True.
then it's like, well, we're reconstructing
True.
the imaginary, like universally valid female face I had. Yeah. Look, okay, we're not, but we can't break every egg in the carton, okay? Does everyone get the point that I was getting at? So you're saying that regret rate for cis cosmetic surgeries is because of social stigma? I definitely think that influences it to an extent. The narratives that we tell about the procedures that we have done massively influence the way that we feel about it, for sure. Absolutely, 100%. I like, keep in mind, nothing that I've said here in any way, shape, or form, none of it indicates that I'm like denigrating the validity or importance or severity of transgender surgeries, cosmetic or otherwise.
Meow.
That's clearly not what I'm saying if you're listening to me in good faith. I've been such an active advocate for the accessibility of these surgeries. The only thing that I'm saying is that I think that we are doing everyone, cis and trans people, a disservice by enforcing an arbitrary categorization that leads to unjustifiable medical gatekeeping in one case, and also a lack of empathy, because it makes gender dysphoria out to be some unknowable, unimaginable construct that a cisgender person couldn't possibly relate to. And being able to relate to the experiences of a minority group is pretty important when it comes to facilitating like social integration and so on and so forth, right? So yeah,
see, that's where it gets weird. There we go.
Some requests for surgery should be
facilitating social integration.
Who inject oil into
wait. No, I need like a Vaush like signage that says like Vaush video facilitating social integration of minority groups since like whatever year he started. Vaush is parroting the hog medical position here. There's a strong movement to recategorize FFS as medically necessary for trans people. It is truth universally acknowledged if she wants. That wait, did he just say that? Did I like somehow did I zone out? He said that like 3 minutes ago. What? Oh my god, how did he lull me into a sense of oh my god. Like somehow it just like he says so much. A universally valid female phrase is not the phrase I thought I would ever hear. That sounds like what is that? Like I don't know. It sounds like Fifth Element. You got the multi-pass, the universally valid female face.
Unimaginable construct that a cisgender person couldn't possibly relate to. And being able to relate to the experiences of a minority group is pretty important when it comes to facilitating
Wait, was
like,
it before this?
social integration and so on and so forth.
We got social integration.
Dysphoria out to be some unknowable, unimaginable construct that a cisgender person couldn't possibly relate to. And being able to relate to the experiences of a minority group is pretty important when it comes to facilitating like...
It's before this, but like the way he says this, like, I don't know about you, but I like to be able to, like, to... Let's hear that one more time.
One case, and also a lack of empathy, because it makes gender dysphoria out to be some unknowable, unimaginable construct that a cisgender person couldn't possibly relate to. And being able to relate to the experiences of a minority group is pretty important when it comes to facilitating like social integration and so on and so forth, right?
I don't know about you, but I like to be okay. Anyway, I like to be able to empathize with the minority group every once in a while. It's really relaxing. Like, you know, what are we gonna do today? I'm gonna empathize with the minority group. Thought it'd be cool. Basic empathy. Like that's the whole thing, though. Is it's like, yeah, the better way to do this would be like, right? Like that's what bothers me. Is it feels like it's just like some kind of workaround of like to get him around like listening to marginalized people. Well, I don't need to listen to marginalized people. I can empathize with you, right? I don't like the way that X part of my body looks. I don't think it looks like I don't think it looks masculine enough. So, therefore I can empathize with trans people. Yeah, I'm just like you for real. Like, right? No, you're not. And like I feel like listening to marginalized people would be so much of a better
regret rate. Or is that because of the lack of gatekeeping?
He talked to Riverboat. Yeah. So he talked to Riverboat Jack the other day. My understanding is that she's joining the White Leaf Network, right? So Riverboat Jack will now be part of the infamous White Leaf Network. That's how they get you.
Well, to an extent, gatekeeping probably does lower the regret rate. That is true. We just don't have any evidence to the idea that it would be like sky high without any gatekeeping. But additionally, that's probably also because of the like stories that we tell about a lot of stuff regarding cosmetic surgeries. I don't know. Doesn't it seem a little bit strange that when we talk about a transgender person by the way, facial feminization surgery
here we go.
Is objectively a cosmetic surgery. Like, I hope there's no, you can argue it's vital and life-saving, and I wouldn't disagree, but I mean, obviously it is cosmetic surgery. You're doing the same thing that plastic surgeons do with everyone else. And you can have a cis and a trans person who get it. But what's weird is like, if a trans person gets facial feminization surgery in a way that makes her more happy with her appearance, that's like a life milestone, Trans women will put like facial feminization surgery dates on their like Tinder bio, or not Tinder, more like Twitter, I guess. No, Tinder too, honestly. They'll be like, yeah, I got this and it's my journey and so on and so
I hate
forth,
the way that there's something about the way that he talks about us that just really bugs me.
And when cisgender people get plastic surgery, none of this happens, like at all. In fact, getting cosmetic facial surgery as a cisgender person is kind of like shameful a little bit. I mean, maybe if you're correcting some kind of like severe physical abnormality, not. But when I see people talk about cosmetic surgery on other people, I see, for the most part, people are quite negative. It's seen as vain. It's seen as self-absorbed and obsessive. And I don't know if that can really be justified. That distinction, you know? Yeah, even in Hollywood where it's normal, like it's expected that you keep that shit quiet, like under wraps.
Wait, but where's
I agree with this line of reasoning for adults, but I think for minors it's a different story. I agree some degree of gatekeeping is necessary.
Yeah, he's the very biggest advocate for minority liberation. Yeah.
Matters, 100%. I've heard trans people say they prefer it to be called reconstructive surgery.
So much to the point that any minority group, if you want liberation, all you have to do is get out of his way and let him take over your struggle.
I get that, Tempest, but that comes
okay, so there's something about a universally
like it's not reconstruction, right? Like that's not
valid.
What's happening. Like that means a different thing. But then it's like, well, we're reconstructing the imaginary like universally valid female face I had. Look, okay, we're not, but we can't break every egg in the carton, okay?
I'm not entire. Oh my god, what just blew up? Did something just blow up? You piece of poop! You absolute piece of poop! I got creepered on. Oh my god, what an annoying game, Minecraft. Really, really, a creeper just came down here and landed on me? That is so ridiculous. Okay. Wait, so what sense is he saying? Is he like? Yeah, he's raised in Beverly Hills. It's completely normalized. Here is where he rejects the contemporary process of getting FFS recategorized as medically necessary. He has no idea what he's talking about. Universally valid female face. Yeah. That does sound like a thing. It needs to be a meme.
I get.
Wait, can we make this into an emote somehow? The universally valid female face. I don't know. The initiative to get FFS recategorized as medically necessary. The tactic is to get it categorized as reconstructive. Oh, so that's literally what it. So it's not. So the yikes thing for me. Oh my god! Look at this bit. Look at this. Look at this face he's making. Look at this face he's making. I have never seen Vaush look so soy before. Look at that. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted by his face. The universally valid female face is not the actual like most disturbing part of what he's saying here. It's that he's accusing when he's talking about you know, FFS as a medical necessity, right? So it's like the way that it's coded, or the way that it would be coded, the way that if it could be considered this way, right? To would be as reconstructive surgery. So in other words, if you need, you know, surgery to reconstruct something, you're good. So, you know, he's saying that, like, what, this is a reconstruction to the universally valid female face, please, right? So yeah, the more disturbing thing is that this is where he denies that. He rejects the contemporary project to get FFS recategorized as medically necessary. Also, his understanding of what cosmetic is tied to the idea that FFS is just beautification, not necessarily reconstructive surgery.
That, Tempest, but that comes. I don't know if I necessarily like that. It's not reconstruction, right? Like that's not what's happening. Like that means a different thing. But then it's like, well, we're reconstructing.
I like madness and wait.
The imaginary, like,
oh hey, where are we at as far as likes on YouTube?
Female face I had. Yeah. Look, okay, we're not, but we can't break every egg in the carton, okay? Does everyone get the point that I was getting at? So you're saying that regret rate for cis cosmetic surgeries is because of social stigma? I definitely think that influences it to an
Oh, we're only
extent.
at
The narratives that we
32.
tell
If anybody
about the procedures that we have done massively influence the way that we feel about it, for sure, absolutely, 100%. I like
anybody in the YouTube chat hasn't liked yet, please click that thumb button. It really helps me out a lot.
keep in mind, nothing that I've said here in any way, shape, or form, none of it indicates that I'm like denigrating the validity or
Is that his justification because it deals with the face, it's cosmetic?
importance or severity of transgender surgeries, cosmetic or otherwise. That's clearly not what I'm saying if you're listening to me in good faith. I mean, I've been such an active advocate for the accessibility of these surgeries. The only thing that I'm saying is that I think that we are doing everyone, cis and trans people, a disservice.
So he's claiming that he's not, like, that he's an advocate for trans people to be able to get these surgeries.
By enforcing an arbitrary categorization that leads to
But he
unjustifiable
wants to do it in an ontologically correct way.
in one case, and also a lack of empathy, because it makes gender dysphoria out to be some unknowable, unimaginable construct that a cisgender person couldn't possibly relate to. And being able to relate to the experiences of a minority group is pretty important when it comes to facilitating.
But, like, there's a difference between actually being able to relate to and being able to trick yourself into thinking you're relating to, right? And it's not, unimportant. It's not unimportant. I don't like this. I don't like where he's going with this, right? I feel like he's advocating for a really superficial empathy, right? And in fact, like an empathy that, like, how can you claim something is empathy when you're not even, like, empathy means, like, you feel to a greater or lesser extent. Empathy means you feel what I feel, right? That's what we're saying. And I don't think that what Vaush is describing is empathy, right? And, like, I know it could get somebody to, like, feel like they feel empathy, but, like, who are we really doing this for? Because it really doesn't feel like it's for trans people at this point, right? It feels like the service that you're providing is to make cis people feel good more than it is to make cis people to encourage cis people to, like, listen to and understand trans people. FFS is obviously not just something people just want just for the sake of it. It's part of a process of gender affirmation care one can take. He is doing the thing that hogs do when they say they're taking your rights away, but in a pleasant, friendly tone. Yeah, kind of feels like it.
Integration and so on and so forth, right? So yeah, that's the point. Some requests for surgery should be replaced with psychiatric treatment, though, like the guys who inject oil into their biceps. You mean the synth oil people? Yes. I had these guys on my mind while I was talking about gender dysphoria in cisgender people, because I would find it difficult to imagine that anyone would do this to themselves for any reason other than a severe discomfort with, like, gendered attributes about their body. Obviously, like, being hypermuscular is considered a masculine characteristic, so
I don't know about
they've injected oil
this.
into their body. It's just balloons. It's not good for you, if you could believe that.
No.
Probably shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't sound like Vaush understands.
just oil. It's just oil
because he compared it to insecurity. Insecurity can be valid and needs to be addressed, but some people who are trans go way too far and never actually cure their GD because they have actual BDD. That is an unrealistic view of their body no surgery will cure. I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to, Perry Chan. Insecurity can influence the way people feel about their body, and a large part of gender dysphoria is the way people feel about their body. Obviously, highly insecure people will probably feel heightened gender dysphoria because they're more insecure. These concepts don't, like, overlap to each other or one-to-one, but, there's still like a degree of synchronicity there, I think. Do you really think that in general, BDD in cis people is 99% as intrinsic/immutable and debilitating as gender dysphoria is for trans people? Hungamaster, not all trans people even have gender dysphoria. And here's another question. How much of gender dysphoria is biological and how much of it is social? Or to put it another way, if you took every trans person on Earth and set them down in the middle of an infinite forest where none of them would make contact with any other human ever,
why is he doing
how many
this?
of them
Good
would feel
question.
an innate discomfort with their body, and how many of them, in the absence of any social critique, wouldn't? From what I can see, and from what I've seen, it seems like it's a pretty big mix of both, and it's really difficult to tell. Sometimes people are like, the gender dysphoria, the discomfort with one's body, is this like innate, intrinsic incongruity between the way they feel and the way they physically are shaped. And sometimes it is largely or heavily, and from some people I've heard even entirely, a product of social ostracization, of you know, being raised in an environment where your body and your behavior and your identity is considered invalid. But yeah, the reason why I don't like doing this, like, well, is it as bad for this group as it is for this group, is because I don't think the evidence we have right now justifies a different, an aggressively distinct categorization based on presumptions of severity. I guess to put it another way, like, if a trans person had very minor gender dysphoria, should that mean that their bottom surgery and their facial feminization surgery or whatever not be covered as anything other than cosmetic surgery? Like, if you could magically determine that they were only very minorly dysphoric, would you go, well, in your case, then never mind, this is all cosmetic because you're not that dysphoric, so yeah, like, you're paying for it out of pocket? Because that would be the logical conclusion, all right? If we could somehow, like, magically, perfectly assign everyone by these categorizations rather than going by group assumptions. To be clear, cosmetic surgery should be covered. Yes, in an ideal world, the term cosmetic surgery probably wouldn't even exist, because I feel like it's born mostly out of insurance company bullshit. Are you saying being trans is not inherently genetic? I do not think that being trans is inherently genetic, no. You don't think hormone differences influence people's own perception of gender at all? Well, I did say there was a genetic factor, making it a bit more than social. Well, I did say there was a genetic factor to it. So by genetic, I mean like your body composition, the hormones, you know, that you feel or whatever.
Oh my God.
I'm genuinely confused. How can
like he doesn't seem to be cured? Like, right? This is, oh my God. Okay. Your hormone levels, really? That's what he wants to just like. That's a theory. That's a game theory right there, right? Like, right, to be fair, like, I think there is like a theory is it something about like the hormone levels of the mother? Anyway, I shouldn't be getting into it because I don't think he's terribly serious about whatever it is he's alluding to. I think he's just kind of throwing it out there, and I don't want to spend a lot of time like deconstructing or, you know, agreeing or disagreeing with what he's saying, since like I'm not sure. He is such a false mouther. It's ridiculous. Being trans is how you were born, and genetics are the fabric of how you are born with extra steps. So he's basically being a piece of shit.
Someone be trans without first experiencing what the medical community calls gender dysphoria? Because you could theoretically,
what?
If
oh my God, that's
trans...
such a weird way to say it, what the medical community calls gender dysphoria. So are we gonna pay some credence to the fact that there's an arbitrary nature to the construct of gender dysphoria, and although it is, you know, useful and it describes what some people experience, it may be reductive, and there may be other ways of thinking of it, and its use as a diagnostic criteria, it may be problematic, right? That's
medicalist. You could believe that a person could look like me and then choose, with no discomfort about the way their body is, to identify as a woman and then to live as a woman. Obviously, such people are not that common, but there are trans people who, you know, I guess I would say, like, settle towards androgyny in terms of presentation, and nonetheless fully identify socially as, you know, a man, woman, or whatever else. which would indicate like the place where they want to be at socially and the level that they want their body to meet the standards associated with that place are not like totally synchronous. Does that mean it's not an intrinsic identity? No. What's I don't know what is an intrinsic identity. How would you respond to people who argue this line of reasoning extends credence to that social
He's a
contagion theory
Gigasude.
stuff? I have a line about that in my ultimate research document, and by line I mean 3 paragraphs.
What?
Essentially,
He's got the ultimate research document.
About a person's
What?
identity and
What is
beliefs
this?
heavily influenced by their environment.
Whoa!
Can you guys think of something that isn't
ultimate
legit?
research
Dick size?
document.
People's comfort with their dicks.
What? I thought I was supposed to be the one with super documents. Vaush has had a super document this whole time. What did they call it? His ultimate... What? Is this real? Am I falling for a meme? The ultimate research document. Science is over. He's read all science. He's read all research. Holy shit. Your universally valid research document by Ian Kochensky.
Size absolutely varies. The Romans thought big dicks were attractive. The Greeks thought small dicks were attractive. I bet you that in Roman society there were way more guys who were insecure and like
some of us think it's more about the shape.
Like I sort of like deeply, not just deeply insecure. People kill themselves over this. Like really unhappy with their dick size than they were in Greece. You know, like obviously, yeah. I don't think it's all like born out inherently. I thought this whole issue was behind us in the trans community. Thought most people understood that if someone wants to transition, dysphoria doesn't matter. Yeah, well, if someone wants to transition, if they're an adult...
Look, now here is a difference between the Destiny community and the Vaush community, and it's not universal, right? You'll find some Vaush people who violate this, you'll probably find some Destiny people who violate this, but in general, as far as the thought about trans people, like a great deal of what I can only call transmedicalism and even true scummery, the kind of neo-Blanchardian model is accepted and even encouraged in Destiny's community. To my knowledge, this is not the case in Vaush's community. So, I guess kudos for that. You got so many other problems in that community. That's transmedicalism doesn't seem to be one of them, at least not on the same scale as it is in the Destiny community. So if you Roblox yourself or adopt anxiety, I don't know what to tell you. It wasn't the same over 1,500 years. Oh my god, I know, right?
Like, I think an adult should just be able to do what they want. Like, the same way it is for literally all other medical procedures. Romans liked small dicks and thought...
Does anybody know about this research document?
Like the big dicks. Vaush being transsexual is an inherent thing.
I do not understand the research document.
And it is not at its core an identity. It's a psychological thing with the brain sex is misaligned with the body. Yeah, I don't necessarily...
Is it real?
Like,
is this real?
I don't like that rhetoric. It's not like...
Does anybody know about this? Like, is it just about this 700 pages of the R word? Yeah. No, 700 pages of the R word and like 500 pages of the N word. And then 300 pages of misogyny.
Not as simple as like pink brain, blue body shit, right? In reality,
250 pages on reverse racism.
Like, if a person is interested in living as the opposite sex, getting all of the surgery and hormones associated with that, I don't think that
you can
is
find
just
it?
born of like a defect in their brain. I think social factors can influence that. I think it's...
Wait, is this the thing in Discord? I remember hearing about this, that there's some kind of a... Is this the like, it's like in his Discord? It's like kind of a group, like kind of a crowdsourced like fact sheet on a bunch of... It's a Google document. Yeah, I feel like I remember hearing about this. I just didn't realize it was real. I thought it was the stuff of legend. It's a research document he is writing to own the chuds permanently. He's been working on it for a few years. Is he gonna publish it? What would be the publication to publish Vaush, I wonder?
possible for a person who is like perfectly comfortable with their body to also go like, wow, okay, I guess I'll live like as a female now because, you know, whatever. Like if you can imagine some kind of sci-fi future world where it would be possible to change your sex.
I'm
really
always imagining
easily,
a sci-fi
would
future
the
world.
only people doing that be people born with a defect that makes them want to, or would suddenly it be really easy and convenient and frequent for people to change their sex based arbitrarily on what they're interested in at that time? The social normalization of that kind of behavior would probably also take away a lot of the stigma. I have a feeling it would be quite popular. I mean, listen to how many like guys, cisgender guys.
Why is he talking
are
like
dude,
a
if I was like a
fucking-
girl for one day, I'd like
Why is he talking like a Bond villain?
squeeze my boobies. People in the trans community like to say, "Oh, those are all eggs." No, they're not. The honest truth is, wanting to be the other sex for a time, or like being curious about it, or if it could be a button you could press on.
Okay,
and off,
yeah, that's the problem with trans people. They're always assuming that No, that's wow.
Basically, everyone would at some point press that button because why the not? Because it's like a dumb thing you could do. Because you could like you could like if you were like born female, you could be like, I wonder how much it really hurts to get hit in the balls. Hits button, punches dick, immediately smacks button back, never touches it again. Like I don't think people. No, but like okay, how do I put it? I actually think people who think that's egg behavior are engaging in a kind.
Jules, can you DM it to me on Discord?
Kind of transmedicalism against themselves. Everyone would do that. Like, if you don't think so, like, if you really think in a sci-fi world where you could hit a button and switch your, like, whole body and sex, that only 0.1% of the population would ever do that, that's a really dumb thing to think, I think. You know?
Wait, the
idea
question?
of being transsexual might not even exist in a future where that technology is available, because it's a really dumb thing to think, I think, you know? The idea of being transsexual might not even exist in a future where that technology is available, because, like, what would be the need for the social categorization? Just
Why did he choose to say transsexual there? I was just talking about like how the Vaush community wasn't very infiltrated by transmedicalism. It's not like it is with Destiny, right? And here you go talking about transsexuals all. Yeah, that's what we got. What the fuck, Vaush?
hit the button, right? Like
oh my God.
A transsexual is defined
Sarah,
by a person
thank
who's hit the
you.
button an odd number of times rather than an even number of
Meow.
times, thus meaning that the button position they've settled at is different from the one they start. Like, okay, like what, you know, like what? All right, should the trans people that don't have dysphoria have the same priority and access to medicine for those who do have actual dysphoria? Yes, I think so. I feel like this line hurts those who have dysphoria, especially with the hormone shortages. Well, you're the one arguing that, like, we set up a system of medical gatekeeping to determine dysphoria and then line trans people up based on the extent to which the institutional, like, medical diagnosis system determines they're worthy of that. Like, you're the one arguing in favor.
You
of
sent me the
construction of a
universal
medical
document, the
bureaucracy that
super
exclusively
document.
harms and affects trans
Look, I was supposed to be the one with documents, right? It turns out that Vaush was the document person all along. The real clan ops was the debate bozos we met along the way.
What, like, how else
Damn.
can one, like, a sorting axis of how dysphoric a person is or something? A lot of people are saying in response to Vaush, a lot of people responding.
I would publish it, says Chad Alpha. Yeah, this
seem
is fucked up.
Unaware of the existence of non-binary people. It's really weird, Arma.
First
Yeah,
page,
I don't know. I guess
the first page is about institutional racism. Open it up in private browsing. Yeah, White Nervosa will like have all of my like data. She'll just like download it all.
It's been a while since we talked about this exactly, but
So I guess Vaush is a modern day Zarathustra.
well, I feel like if nothing else, we covered some interesting conceptual ground. Hey, Vaush, I'm a trans man.
Thus spake Irish laddie.
And I've been pondering this for years. Theoretically, a cis person could want the opposite genitals that they have and still want to live, be addressed, to be respected as their assigned gender, right? Like a cis woman theoretically could want a penis and balls and still want to be respected. 100%, yeah. And again, if there was more like medical variability, if it was easier to do stuff like that, God,
It's so weird how they write to
How many
him.
cis women have I met in my life who said like, dude, it'd be so much fun to have a dick? They're not trans. We're talking like a large number of the cisgender
Who does he
women
think
that I've
he's
talked to or been
arguing
friends
with?
at some point in their life have been like, oh yeah, that'd be cool. It doesn't make them trans. They're not going to transition. Maybe one of them over time, but
Probably
like,
edited by
no,
Rose
that's just
Wrist.
Human,
Yeah.
psychological
Well,
we're just
so my understanding is that this is a document that's being compiled currently and has been compiled maybe since kind of like the start of his community. A lot of times this would serve as a just a rough guide for him to debate, talking points, and for people in his community to go out and debate, like all it's also kind of a statement of beliefs for the community, that since it's so heavily parasocial, these tend to be like like Vaush's viewpoints are not what everybody in the community believes and agrees with, but it's a pretty good estimation. Vaush is out here pretending to be an expert. Vaush just recreated Wikipedia with extra steps, but no, it's Wikipedia according to Vaush's interests.
Broader than that. I just don't think trans people are that
It's just like if something that Vaush doesn't care about, it doesn't exist.
An extremely, in many cases, not even at all, in many cases, an extremely elevated expression of some like negative feelings that people have. And that obviously, like the restitution.
Again, he's trying to make it like scale.
The alleviation of them, that should be like considered very important, very valid. But if we go down the scale and we start talking about trans people who don't have dysphoria, it's like, okay, well, are they valid then? Well, I certainly think so, because I'm a gender abolitionist, so
Gender abolitionist.
Yeah, I feel like we probably covered the topic about as well as we can. The chat, holy shit. Well, I'm glad people are engaging with the subject.
Gender abolitionist. Gender abolition.
Oh boy, your emails are going to be fun tomorrow. Yeah, I'm sure. No, Vaush, I think you misunderstand the core problem for trans people is sex. The social stuff is an extension of it. Rhino, you're projecting. Transsexual. First of all, we're talking about trans people, not transsexual people.
Wait, okay,
when I say
okay.
Transsexual, I'm distinguishing.
What do you mean? Yeah, what do you mean?
Like that as people who want to live as the opposite sex and don't just like identify as a gender other than that which they were assigned at birth.
Wait,
transsexual
what?
And transgender.
Okay, what's he saying? What's the distinction that he's making? Is he talking about like medical transition versus like not? What does he mean? The idea that trans people who get all the surgeries are distinct. Yo, oh my god. And here I go trying to defend him and being like, well, you know what? Vaush has got his problems. We talk about his problems all the time. But, trans medicalism, that's more of a destiny thing. Oh my god, am I wrong? The terms are somewhat interchangeable these days, are they not? Not really. There's like a connotation, right? And when you say like, generally the people that, and this isn't always true, right? Because there's language differences, there are age differences, right? That the word transsexual was a lot more common like many years ago. So, older trans people, you'll sometimes have them using that. But there's also like a trans medicalist. Like there's like a weird, like Zara was saying, kind of an elitist sense in which that word is used, right? Where it's meant to describe somebody that has ticked all the boxes, including the boxes that are not like required any longer. It's basically a trans person that wants to hold themselves as distinct from other trans people and maintain like a validity that they don't afford to other trans people, right? That they'll think of themselves as true trans, and the proof of this will either be that they've gone through all the surgeries or whatever, or something about passing, or it could be that they pass some sort of imagined, test as far as validity, right? So they want to hold themselves, the rest of these trans people, I don't know about them, but I'm real. Like if this was like, the 1970s, I would get treatment, right? Because, back in the 1970s, it was gate kept in a whole different way. Back in the 1980s, right? They want to like appeal to a more medicalized vision of being trans and maintain that they are valid according to that in a way that other trans people maybe aren't. So yeah, that's and in general, that's something that you're gonna find a lot more in Destiny's community than in Vaush's community. However, like Vaush, is using the word transsexual in a way that feels, at least like there's, even if it's an unconscious, like sort of implicit, like transmedical model of being being transgender than you would expect from somebody that wasn't a transmedicalist. God damn, I made that way too long.
Gender are categories that often overlap, but they're not the same category like exactly. Like there are some differences.
I'm making this way too complicated.
I have said many times that there are absolutely people who have like a hormonal or biological inclination towards wanting to live as the opposite sex. So I don't see what the issue is. Obviously, a ton of this is social. Saying it's social doesn't mean it's fake, by the way. Are we still, we're past the point where we hear social construct and think that means it's fake, right? We don't need to run down that gamut again. Obviously, something being a social construct doesn't make it fake. Our set of ethics is arbitrarily constructed. Like clearly, if arbitrarity...
Yeah, like, I mean, it's socially constructed implies arbitrariness, not like an illusory, not something being like illusory or unreal in some way.
Meant invalidity, then none of this would anything. Nothing. So like we have to. Vaush, but medical transition is extremely important. I would kill myself without hormones. I study sociology. Please, I understand the socially constructed aspect. Please, Rhino, what have I said that invalidates what you've said? At what point have I said like there aren't trans people who need like when have I said that? What's more, by the way, Rhino, I don't want to invalidate your identity, but you should know this if you study.
I mean, it's literally just him. He's saying he believes in transsexuals are more trans. I mean, I don't know. Like, that's what I got from it, too. Does anybody disagree? Does anybody think I'm missing what he's saying here? I wanted to cut him the benefit of the doubt, but here he goes again, right? Again, not as bad as Destiny. Destiny's out there right now saying that trans trenders are the biggest problem for the trans community, right? Just doing all kinds of harm, having debates, political debates on standard of care for trans kids, right? Just like Destiny's doing a lot more harm on this issue. But yeah, Vaush is still kind of a piece of shit, I guess. Some things never change. Buck Angel uses it. Yeah, and I was just commenting like last night. I took this tweet down because I feel it's confusing, right? I feel like this tweet's confusing and some people might get the wrong idea about what I'm trying to say. But I said that like transsexual is like the alpha male of like being trans, right? That the way that somebody like Nick Adams like talks about alpha males, and the way that somebody like Buck Angel talks about like is proud to be a real transsexual, and he won't let us stop him calling himself that, etc. Right? There's like a commonality between that and that they're saying that they are a more valid version of what they're describing, that what they're a more valid version of their identity than others. But I took it down just because like I felt like it, like the next analogy would be like, so is like AGP the Sigma? And like I realized that was a tweet I couldn't make because there are so many different ways to understand that. Really what I was trying to say is that there's trans people that call themselves transsexual as a means of implying that other trans people aren't as valid, they are a separate tier from other trans people, right? And just like there's the alpha male thing, it's kind of like it's an upper echelon, it's an upper hierarchy basically. But then when I wanted to describe, like, so AGP is within the Blanchardian framework. Blanchard was this weird cis researcher who studied trans people and came up with some just really weird theories that depending on whether trans people were attracted to men he really was talking about trans women, depending on whether trans women were attracted to men or women, they were either HSTS, right, which he basically thought of as gay men that want to change their gender, or AGP, or autogynephile, which is like him pathologizing like trans lesbians basically, right? And like, so an alpha male is not a thing, a transsexual is not a thing, distinct from, what I mean, it's not a distinct thing, right? And an HSTS or an AGP also not a thing, right? And so the comparison I was trying to make is that the people that because you will find people out there that are like, oh, I believe in Blanchardism. Yeah, I believe in Blanchardism, and I'm an AGP, right? And like, I just feel like there's something so Sigma about that, right? That's what I was trying to say, but I realized that people could think like if I say that, people could think like I'm saying the Sigma, like giving it like, because people will talk about Sigma in like a positive sense, right? I was using it to make fun of the whole alpha beta Sigma discourse from I guess that's from the manosphere, right? But I just realized that like that's not a joke I can make on Twitter, because invariably people are going to understand that joke in a variety of different ways, and some of those ways I do not intend. So yeah, I didn't end up making that tweet, and I ended up deleting the tweet about like transsexuals and alpha males, because I felt like that there's some ways in which that could be confusing or come off the wrong way too. So anyway,
sociology. You have no clue how social it is.
So Vaush hasn't brought up Blanchard yet, right? Imagine how many more Greek letters are red pillars gonna use for their bullshit. I should clarify the second clause. Wait, there's a second clause. Whoa, chat just moved really fast. Chat, you're so fast. You're so fast, chat. Look, I'm gonna have to come back to this scene. Okay. This is literally him saying that he believes, yeah, that transsexuals are more trans. That's what's kind of strange to me, because he calls himself a female, living his life as a male, but hasn't had bottom surgery. So he hasn't even, oh, okay, I see. So by some trans med standards, that's less valid. That's not heckin' valid. He's trying to use this bullshit version of gender abolition to say that he still accepts people who don't medically transition and identify with a different gender. But there shouldn't be a distinction between trans people who pursue medical transition and those who don't. I should clarify the second clause was that's what I figured, Zara, was my perspective. The first part is his perspective and my critique. Gamma males, which is funny because gamma comes from, oh yeah, Wait, have they done that yet? I feel like I have seen like other like Greek letter males. Like what? No, my favorite part about the Sigma male thing was that they were like the rarest type of male of all, and it was like so clickbaity. It was like, oh my god, the rarest type of male. Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see the Sigma male. I need to know about the Sigma male. Yeah, we got a hold of the ultimate research document. I think I'm pretty good at, yeah, definitely. Thanks for finding that. Vaush is arguing against a trans medicalist in this clip. I think that's why he said transsexual, because the chatter used the term. Vaush is definitely an expert in mispronouncing Du Bois, even after getting corrected for over a year straight. Is it a meme at this point? I feel like it's a meme.
Every psychological condition is variably social, environmental, and inherent, internal, and there's no way to tell which is which. Well, we can tell where things lean, but there's no way to go, this is 100% X and 0% Y. It's not possible. It can't be done. Any person with depression will have a mix of like internal chemical.
Wait, alpha male means ox male, beta male means house male, sigma male means teeth male?
Brain stuff and environmental stuff going on, anxiety, ADHD, and autism. Hell, the definitions of ADHD, autism, depression, anxiety are all directly affected.
He doesn't want Du Bois to be correct, even about the way he pronounces his own name.
By the
Wait, what does it do in USA Whole stream? It's not a meme to disrespectfully mispronounce. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely not a good meme. I agree, but I feel like he does it on purpose. Like, right? I'm having trouble believing that he's like, the first few times I saw him mispronounce it, I was like, oh, he really doesn't know. And I've seen it happen enough that now I think he does know, and that he thinks it's funny to mispronounce. It's not a meme. I deny its validity as a meme.
A degree to which those conditions affect your social well-being. Like, that's the model for a lot of
you shall not voosh.
Illness, mental conditions. It's does this express itself in you to the point that it causes you trouble in your life? Likewise with gender dysphoria. Obviously, if you went to a doctor and said this causes me no
it
problems
plays
in
the
my
beta
life whatsoever, they probably wouldn't give you the diagnosis that you were looking for. But it also means the line you're talking about, Rhino, was...
I'm pretty sure I can set up sound clips to do that. I wanted to set up sound clips to be activated by like bits and stuff like that, and to give you the ability to do the thing that people do, you know, where you type in a thing and you pay some money, and it like the robot voice talks and it's like, no comment, chick is the best streamer out there. Oh my god, she is so attractive. You know, it says something like that, right?
Instructed by doctors, not measuring brain states, but writing down...
Vaush doesn't like to be corrected on anything ever, from what I've heard. I think he doubles down on stuff on purpose, even mispronouncing W.B. Du Bois's name. Text to speech. Yeah, but we tried doing it, and like it took somebody's money. Like it literally took their money, didn't give it to me, and it just like, I don't know what the fuck happened. And so I had to turn it off because I don't want anybody else to get... Like, I mean, I ended up manually, like, playing their message on the text-to-speech, but it's frustrating.
Ideas, which means that there's a lot of arbitrarity and a lot of bias when it comes to how we determine whether or not something actually meets that set of criteria. We're really out here in the trenches.
So, for real, though, Big Man Dog, he's not... He just got caught up into using the word transsexual because the transmedicalist chatter in his chat said it.
Zany Druid. I'd say for the most part, extreme gender.
No comment chick is the most important historically complicated file cabinet saleswoman. Machine said all my money was tasty and it ghosted me.
Dysphoria in trans people leans more intrinsic / biological, while BDD in cis people leans more.
I feel like I bought a bad vending machine or something. You know what I mean? The vending machine that just eats your, that just charges your card and then like won't give you the.
Social? Do you disagree? Yeah, I don't like that categorical distinction. I don't think we even have the medical knowledge necessary to justify the idea that gender dysphoria isn't heavily socially conditioned. Like, haven't we talked anthropologically about, like, I don't know, like ancient Polynesian societies where there was a third gender of people who, you guys understand, I hope, that medical transition is a past century thing. The idea that the negative feelings associated with sex transition have been completely unaddressed for all of human history up until now seems pretty unlikely to me. I'd be willing to bet that people 1,000 years ago, in the right time and place, it's not like history is very transpositive, who, were transsexuals, who wanted to live as the other sex, probably could see.
No, wait, he did make, he is making a distinction, right? Am I wrong? Yeah, third genders do not equate to transgender.
Significantly alleviate the negative feelings they had by living as the gender associated with that sex. So if you had, for example, somebody born female who wanted to be male, dick and balls and everything, that's not on the table for
Wait,
them,
that's what male is. Oh my god, you're not really male without dick and balls. Okay, damn.
But they can put on, like, I don't know
what to say. I don't know what to say.
Whatever guys wore back then. And I think there are, like, we have, like, historical stories of, like,
the last thing I want to do is bullshit you, right, on anything, right? And that includes, like, making assumptions that everything Vaush is going to say, every take that he has is going to be bad. Obviously, he probably gets some things right? I'm sure of it, right? And indeed he's defending Abigail on this, right? So I don't want to bullshit you in trying to present this person as like the ultimate evil or anything like that. And I thought that maybe this was one thing I could give him some credit on, but oh my god, did he just prove me wrong? Look at this. If I have any issue, it is that I am way too good of faith. I am way too good faith, right? I'm ready to cut somebody the benefit of the doubt, and even when I'm wrong. Is he conflating sex and gender? I don't know what he's doing, but like he just described fully male as being defined by dick and balls. So
this being a thing that was done. And obviously in retrospect, we can't like draw the line between transsexual and transgender on people who died.
Yeah, I'll have to change my name to Richard and buy a bunch of balls to be valid. Oh my god.
These terms were invented. But at the same time,
what the fuck?
The idea that every transsexual throughout history has just killed themselves and the transgenders all just, dressed as the opposite sex and it's been that way up until like the 1920s just doesn't ring right with me. I don't think that's true. I feel like it's a lot more complicated than that, but it's complicated in a way that doesn't invalidate any of you people. None of you, I swear to God, please, none of you are being invalidated. If you have an extreme psychological reliance on like hormone therapy or whatever, that's fine. Well, it's not great that you feel negative. I'm not saying that, but that's it's not. I'm not saying that there's not. I'm not saying that I'd go up to you and go like, "Oh, yo."
He may be saying that transsexuals wanted to change their sex, but transgender people wanted to change gender.
You're the same as somebody who thinks they should work out more. I'm not saying that, In the same way that while anhedonia and sadness are emotions that every human experiences, I wouldn't talk to a person with
Yeah, I don't know what he's on about. Sus, Shakespeare. It's sus.
Suicidal depression and go.
It's sus.
Oh yeah, well you're basically like my cousin Ted. My cousin Ted, like
I was right. I was trying to be. Yeah, I wanted to be too. I honestly did too. Right? Because hey, what's up, Brixton? Living for this lighting. Yeah. Vaush hates being corrected and when he gets called out on that, he falls back, oh my god, yeah, on a number of, yeah. Yeah, excuses it by, you know, talking about his autism, which, you know, like a lot of autistic people are like, what? That's not. I don't know if he got caught up or he was trying to engage with the chatter. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean, when you said that, I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, but yeah, it does seem like he's got this idea of, transsexual apart from transgender. Oh, you're on Twitch now? What's up?
Did a really bad job at golf the other day and got sad. It would, however, be correct to say that the sadness that my cousin Ted and the anhedonia that...
Yo, God's Truth Seeker just donated to Vaush. I shouldn't be, like, making assumptions or being judgmental, but what the fuck? What the fuck? Why is there a Vaushite named God's Truth Seeker? Like, really? What the fuck, Vaush?
My cousin Ted felt would be the same kinds of feelings the suicidally depressive person has, at least part of them, you know, the suicidally depressive person would probably have other emotional experiences wrapped up in
Okay,
there.
I don't know how much of this I can
way more. But obviously sadness is still on the table. So is anhedonia. Weird sound coming through your mic. Can we pull up gender dysphoria in the DSM-5 before we wrap up this conversation? Perry Chan, what do you disagree with me on? Vaush, would you agree that even if we got rid of the term dysphoria and said it's not real, that still wouldn't make bongers or conservatives more apt to be less of it? Yeah, obviously getting rid of it wouldn't just immediately fix transphobia. That's not what I'm suggesting.
He's really capturing the entertainment market, yeah.
And that it's worthwhile to keep that in mind when we're talking.
God's Truth Seeker felt it was important to, like, you know, fund Vaush's outreach to all. God's Truth Seeker, okay. I don't want to look. I'm not like, before anybody asks, I'm not anti, like, religious. I'm not even, like, anti-Christian, like, necessarily. I know people that are Christian that are, you know, mostly focused on helping people out, right? But I don't know. Is he making an argument that the difference is whether or not they likely... I thought... Wait, is that where he's going with this? I thought he was trying to... Like, it sounded like... It sounded like just, like, a distinction based on, like... Based on surgical status or something, which, you know, yeah, sounds very transmedy.
About standards of medical gatekeeping and for shared human experience. If I'm hoping to live as a woman socially and get top/bottom surgery, would that make me transgender or transsexual? By my definition, that would make you both. But I'm just a cisgender guy. I think a lot of people, including myself, are having a hard time conceptualizing this, even though I agree transmedicalism is bad and such. Living with gender dysphoria is such a hard-hitting thing, and people are so used to refer to that thing as a tangible thing that distinguishes their experience into going the validity of medical intervention. Can we agree, as I expressed when we began this, that ADHD people and non-ADHD people often feel the same feelings, the same experiences, just to different extents and more often. But we have a different definition for ADHD. Like, ADHD has a distinct medical categorization. Because of my diagnosis, I get Adderall, but that doesn't...
He's saying that people have always understood sex and gender in the same way for 1,000 years, in any random place. I'd say I wish Vaush's audience would push back more, but it's futile. He won't listen, so I don't know. Yeah, so he's very basic. He's just a cisgender guy. Why is he talking clearly? He doesn't have the knowledge basis here. If he is too attention deficit to properly address the topic. Yeah, I mean, like, right, that's what, like, there's no understanding of that at all, right, in the debate sphere. There's no understanding that, like, malpractice on, you know, certain of these issues can have really disastrous consequences, really disastrous impacts on the community that you're discussing. Everything is an intellectual game to be played, and you know, none of the consequences are real, I guess, unless they're consequences to that like privileged perspective that tends to be more overrepresented in these communities. If he's too, yeah, this is too attention deficit to properly address the topic, he would be better off recusing. He cannot apologize everything. He is just no way for him to compare and contrast everything just because it falls under the category of psychiatry, etc.
Doesn't mean that Adderall couldn't be helpful to non-ADHD people sometimes, right? Obviously not, because people shop for it on the black market to help them with their medical exams. So if like, there's a line there. If the line helps us describe some stuff, but people are usually willing to acknowledge that, like, okay, well, ADHD people feel this way. Non-ADHD people also often feel that way. It's just like a difference in thing. I just want that same standard to be applied when it comes to transgender people, cisgender people, dysphoria, dysmorphia, this collection of words that we have, because I think it would be very beneficial in the long run to understand the relationships between these things. Are you taking call-in debates on this topic? Absolutely not! Is that a good example? Not to assume, but I'm pretty sure there's like tangible things going on with the prefrontal cortex development ADHD people. No, Yo Marin, you're misunderstanding. I'm not saying that ADHD people and non-ADHD people are the same. I'm saying that there's an underlying set of experiences that both of them have that are just elevated in ADHD people. They both exist on a spectrum. It's the same category. The feelings that they have are fundamentally the same. They differ in meaningful ways, but not in kind, not in category.
Wait.
Vaush, you taking nothing?
Oh my god. Okay, so he's like massively wrong about this, isn't he? Here come the calipers. Breathtaking lack of clinical understanding. Is he seriously comparing ADHD to transness? Yeah, and I feel like he's even wrong about the ADHD. My understanding is that, you know, you could fold inattentiveness into like a category, like non-clinically, right? But I think the inattentiveness that people with ADHD feel is fundamentally different than attentiveness that people without that would feel, right? Because we're talking about like the symptom broadly is inattentiveness, right? But the causation in ADHD is executive dysfunction, as opposed to, you know, the many other potential causes of inattentiveness that don't have anything to do with it. Does Vaush have ADHD? I don't know. I actually don't know. Also, I don't think many people without ADHD can really relate to that set of experiences when it happens on the daily. Vaush is proof of the mediocre white man being given more credence than the most accomplished by POC. Why does he feel so entitled to address this publicly at length, as opposed to, say, subatomic particle physics, something else he has no understanding? I feel like he'd do less damage with, like, by misrepresenting a field of like science that he doesn't understand than something like this. I feel like there's real harm here, that especially at the level of you know, the level of exposure these views are getting. My cousin has severe ADHD as an old woman, and at times it's literally Bethlehem. Wait. Literally, it's like literal Bethlehem Hospital. There's something about trans issues that he sometimes feels entitled to leap ignorantly into them publicly. Vaush said he's prescribed Adderall. You see, with OCD and impulsive thoughts, having some neurotic impulses isn't the same. Oh yeah, good point. Good point. Yeah, there's an example. Having some neurotic impulses isn't the same as having these specific conditions. He doesn't discuss science as much because that would involve reading and not speculating wildly. I don't know. I mean, you could do like the Vaush style of science where you're just like, atoms. Atoms are really small units of small particle units of matter, and they bump into each other, and sometimes they form bonds, and it's like there's like atomic bonds and stuff, and that I don't know. I feel like you do less damage.
Nobody trans girls to talk about it, lol. I don't know what you mean. I'm curious, do you think a large number of people today who feel extreme gender dysphoria and a need to medically transition would not feel a need to medically transition or present as the gender they identify as in a society that had different cultural norms / gender roles than our present society? Yes!
Like, he'd end up doing something like conflating, like, ionic and covalent bonds as being the same because he couldn't remember that.
Absolutely. I think a large number of people would feel a much lower desire to
He would teach you about avocado. He would unironically teach you about avocado's number.
Transition in a society that was more accommodating of transgender people and less gender like essentialist when it came to, well, a woman is.
He would never talk about science despite being soft science major. He's the STEMist of the STEM lords. Oh yeah. Like we talked about the dysphoria tweet that Abigail posted, and I agree with her. I feel like I could see why there might have been a better way that she could have worded it. Right, and including like it, and even Vaush has admitted that if you read her tweet and then you watch her video, talking about dysphoria, you get a better insight of it, and it's not what some people think it is, right? She's not denying people's experiences, right? She's not that's not what the goal. That's not the goal that she had in mind. Some people are reading that into it, but that's not what she said. There was a second part to what she said, though, that's driving the transmedicalists wild. And they're having a field day on Twitter exploiting her language in the latter part of the tweet. And exploiting purposefully, maybe even the misunderstanding that a lot of people are having on that. So yeah, it's a great day for the transmeds, I guess. They're really making a lot of hay out of this. Can I have a link to that tweet? Let me grab it for you. Wait, is it this one? Okay, so here's the tweet for anybody who's interested. If you want to take a look at it, this is the tweet that caused so much controversy, and there's some nasty stuff that's coming from this. I think this was it's confused me because he's arguing against transmedicalists, but he has some transmedicalist influences himself. Yeah, and again, there's a big difference between what Vaush is saying, what Destiny is saying. What am I not seeing people's? Why am I not seeing people's tweets? Okay, what part? How far back, Sarah? Don't worry, you chatting is not a problem. Just me not seeing chat is the problem. It's a serious thing, but there's some very socially based parts to it too. Expectations, upbringing, and cultural norms when it comes to gender. 45 seconds from where we are? Okay.
Who feel extreme gender dysphoria and a need to medically transition would not feel a need to medically transition or present as the gender they identify as in a society that had different cultural norms / gender roles than our present society? Yes, absolutely. I think a large number of people would feel a much lower desire to medically transition in a society that was more accommodating of transgender people and less gender like essentialist when it came to, well, a woman is when you have a pussy and a man is when you have a penis. Absolutely, I do. Likewise, I think people would be far less likely to, I don't know, kill themselves over their dick size if it weren't for porn reinforcing the idea that every man has a 9-incher or they might as well not even, you know, it's, I think that these are similar in kind, not in extent. I'm not saying that there is no difference between gender transition and feeling
I hear a meow.
insecure about your dick size. I'm talking about whether they're referring to the same underlying innate discomfort with the way your body is, especially in this case in a gendered sense. Vaush, I don't think anyone in chat disagrees that
So wait, he's saying that in a less gender essentialist society, that people that there'd be less people seeking surgeries and like medical transition. That's what Zero was trying to look at. I'm thinking, right? That's what you were trying to interrogate there, right? That actually was a lot more fucked up than I realized on first listen. I'm not sure he knows what he's saying. Oh, he's not thinking of the implications of what he's saying, but it's pretty clear, I think, to most people in chat. Probably didn't ask to go back far enough, but well, no, I mean, like, this is, yeah, fewer people would transition, and that's in an ideal future, right? So the idea that being that he's saying, like, and like Jules is saying, Jules isn't sure if he's actually worked out this implication in his head, but the implication being that there's people that are, you know, transitioning now that probably shouldn't be, and that are only doing so because of gender essentialist conditioning. It's the same kind of bad take he's made before. I really wanted to cut. I thought this was an issue in which I would not disagree with him. I thought there was no way that he would have a bad take on this issue. And, you know, although, like, part of his take was okay, like, some of these, like, tangents are really disturbing.
less likely to, I don't know, kill themselves over their dick size if it weren't for porn reinforcing the idea that every man has a 9-incher or they might as well not, to medically transition in a society that was more. Non-ADH people are the same. I'm saying that there's an underlying set of experiences that both of them have that are just elevated in ADHD people. They both exist on a spectrum. It's the same category. The feelings that they have are fundamentally the same. They differ in meaningful ways, but not in kind, not in category. Vaush, you taking nothing, nobody trans girls to talk about it, lol. I don't know what you mean. I'm curious, do you think a large number of people today who feel extreme gender dysphoria and a need to medically transition would not feel a need to medically transition or present as the gender they identify as in a society that had different cultural norms / gender roles than our present society? Yes, absolutely. I think a large number of people would feel a much lower desire to medically transition in a society that was more accommodating of transgender people and less gender like essentialist when it came to, well, a woman is when you have a pussy and a man is when you have a penis. Absolutely, I do. Likewise, I think people would be far less likely to, I don't know, kill.
Yo, he didn't say to medically transition, right? Does anybody think that's what he meant? Because now I'm really confused. I am really confused here, right? He said to transition. But I'm guessing because he said, like, God, how bad is this? Yeah, he's thinking of it as medically transitioning. Okay, so yeah, it's less. I mean, it's still fucked up, but it's not. Yeah, it's hard to tell for sure, right, Jules? I think he's only considering transitioning as medical transition.
To non-ADHD people sometimes, right? Obviously not, because people shop for it on the black market to help them with their medical exams. So if like, there's a line there. If the line helps us describe some stuff, but people are usually willing to acknowledge that, like, okay, well, ADHD people feel this way. Non-ADHD people also often feel that way. It's just like a difference in thing. I just want that same standard to be applied when it comes to transgender people, cisgender people, dysphoria, dysmorphia, this collection of words that we have, because I think it would be very beneficial in the long run to understand the relationships between these things. Are you taking call-in debates on this topic? Absolutely not! Is that a good example? Not to assume, but I'm pretty sure there's like tangible things going on with the prefrontal cortex development ADHD people. No, Yo Marin, you're misunderstanding. I'm not saying that ADHD people and non-ADHD people are the same. I'm saying that there's an underlying set of experiences that both of them have that are just elevated in ADHD people. They both exist on a spectrum. It's the same category. The feelings that they have are fundamentally the same. They differ in meaningful ways, but not
okay,
in
so some things are on a spectrum, but like to assume that everything is, it's reductive. I don't know.
Mind, not in category. Vaush,
and it's also noticing that like he's focused on the symptom here, and he's not realizing that a single symptom can have multiple causes. That's a huge concept. That's a hugely important concept that is pretty basic to medicine.
Nothing, nobody, trans girls to talk about it, lol. I don't know what you mean. I'm curious, do you think a large number of people today who feel extreme gender dysphoria and a need to medically transition would not feel a need to medically transition?
They said medically transition.
Or present as the gender they identify as in a society that had different cultural norms / gender
would
rules?
not need to medically transition or present as the gender they identify as. That's the question.
In our present society, yes, absolutely. I think a large number of people would feel a much lower desire to medically transition in a society that was more accommodating of transgender people and less gender like essentialist when it came to, well, a woman is when you have a pussy and a man is when you have a penis. Absolutely, I do. Likewise, I think people would be far less likely to.
Wait, so what is he saying? That in a society that had overcome gender essentialism, less people would feel the need to transition, or did he ignore the second part of that question? Because like the first part was medically transition, but the second part was to present as the gender they identify as. So, like, I don't know if Vaush realizes this, but the chatter is saying, like, would it be okay, like, do you think in the future that more people will be trans, but just kind of keep it to themselves? that's what the idea of like not presenting as the gender that you identify as, like, what the fuck? He must have missed that second part. Like, there's no way. Yeah, he ignored the second part. That's what I thought. Because there's no way that he means that. Like, that's wild. That's wild that the chatter even said that, right? Yeah, but I don't think that's what Vaush means. It's still yikes, but
I don't know, kill themselves over their dick size if it weren't for porn reinforcing the idea that every man has a 9-incher, or they might as well not even. You know, it's I think that these are similar in kind, not in extent. I'm not saying that there is no difference between gender transition and feeling insecure about your dick size. I'm talking about whether they're referring to the same underlying innate discomfort with the way your body is, especially in this case in a gendered sense. Vaush, I don't think anyone in chat disagrees that cis people don't also feel degrees of gender dysphoria. Really? We are arguing, I think, that the degree of debilitating gender dysphoria that trans people experience seem to be more intrinsic / immutable than the casual gender dysphoria that most cis people feel to a degree. But I haven't expressed the contrary position. I've literally said that there is probably an innate hormonal component to gender dysphoria for a lot of trans people. And I haven't said that about cis people, so I don't know why you'd assume the contrary position.
I don't know why he's going to the hormonal component.
Based on what seems like it's a guess to me. Oh my god. These types of convos are hard to have because it's so personal for so many. It might always feel invalidating. Yeah, the problem is people in my chat love to have the sociological imagination until it's about something they're in. Everybody has a lofty academic interest in breaking down the fundamental modes of society and engaging with them until they're in one of those modes, at which point every personal traumatic experience they've ever had suddenly becomes the most important thing in the world, and I'm not considering it. And like, come on, we've all been here before. Remember when I was talking to that Playing with Fire pickup artist?
Oh, he talked to Playing with Fire too. Should I watch, like, apparently President Sunday and Vaush have both debated this person. I guess they're a pickup artist. They're called Playing with Fire. I've ignored it. Me think thou doth protest too much. I can't with him. He brings up porn because that's what he cares about. That's what he thinks is the most important point to the conversation. Sociological imagination. To break down the categories until you're in one of the categories. Ignore that, please. I can't take that POA guy. He's pretty bad. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound great. And also, President Sunday is not my cup of tea.
About how a guy's propensity to rape might be influenced by his politics, and he just could not get it. Well, look. As chat, as arguing with chat goes, this has been more productive than 99.9% of the times this happens. So you know, it's. I would say that unlike transgender surgeries, arguing with chat has a very high rate of regret. But in this case, I don't. I love you all. I don't want to like toot my own horn here because I talk about trans issues pretty often. And I'd like to think that I have like a decent head for some of these things, some modes of sociological analysis. I feel like the extent to which we engage with these topics here collectively in this community exceeds basically anywhere else on the internet. There are probably some like specific Substacks, Medium articles, and maybe some smaller channels.
What the fuck is this
obviously,
flexing?
Every once in a while, a large video comes out.
What is this flexing?
From like a larger YouTuber like Contra or Abigail. But we do this on a live stream consistently with no script editing. And I think that we maintain a very high level of discourse here when it comes to gender theory. And I genuinely thank you all for that. It's very nice.
Oh my god. Wow. There's a skeleton. And there's a zombie. Boom. Not a zombie anymore. Not a no, it's not a zombie. Oh my god, chat. So we're saying that virtue is speculating about other people's plight while refusing to listen to them or work to dismantle their oppression. And a vice is being upset when the virtuous scholar talks over you and speculating about their opinion of your struggle. What's up, City of Doors? He definitely likes to toot his own horn. I mean, I don't know if he's that flexible, but yeah, it seems like a thing that he would enjoy. It's the first time in a while he hasn't been angry, at least. Yeah, and I honestly expected... I was like... I honestly just watched him to figure out, like, where he stood on the Abigail thing. Because I guess I assumed that he would be with Abigail, but the fact that he was making a video made me question that. And, you know, like, he agrees with her on the Twitter discourse, but there's so much more there that's just... Wow. All he does is toot his own horn. It sounds very Freudian and masturbatory. Not that there's anything wrong with that. The masturbatory part, at least. The masturbatory part. The masturbatory element. The masturbatory part. We got the masturbatory... Oh my gosh, so loud. Meow. Okay, so we got a Matt Walsh clip still yet to come. I kind of want to check in and see if anything has developed on Erasmus. I don't expect the indictment to come down today. It could, but it probably won't. It'll probably be later this week. But, I mean, that doesn't mean that nothing has developed. Whoa. Wah. Masturbation the musical? I would... Oh my god. I was about to say, like, I would to that. Yeah. The musical? Oh my god. Especially if it was, like... Oh wait, there is a musical that like talks about masturbation. Like the Hair. Isn't there a song where they're like masturbation? Yeah, he like comes up to some random person and he's like cunnilingus. You would play the French horn. Yeah, that would be good. I mean, it's got a good sound. Oh my god, I feel like we've probably like... So there's like a mine shaft here. So yeah, we got Matt Walsh. There's a Vaush chat with Riverboat Jack, and I just wanted to check in on that, you know, take a look. See if there's anything of interest, right? Maybe the key takeaway here is that Riverboat Jack has formally joined the White Leaf Network, right? As in GG website. And I do mean GG as in, like, you know, there is no like helping somebody usually after they're on the White Nervosa website network, right? Even if they were to change their mind about supporting somebody like Vaush, they're not really in a position to do so anymore. And you know, like, I never really knew Riverboat Jack. A lot of people you know, appreciated GG indeed. You made a clip? Nice. Wait, oh my god. Wait, how did you make a clip? The internet is for porn. Hey, according to Vaush. Wait, wasn't that like Cookie Monster character the one who sang that? With the Twitch clipping feature? Oh my god. Why did I think that... Okay. That's awesome. Send it to a mod, right? Oh my god, there's zombies! I've never seen a Minecraft zombie before. Oh my god, I didn't know they looked like this. I'm trying to, oh yeah, the riverboat, riverboat Vaush. So that's what the people have been asking, like, what does that mean? What is riverboat Vaush? Are they fusioning? Are they doing a Patara? Are they gonna do a Patara fusion? Are they gonna do the fusion dance and go fusion ho? No, they're not gonna do that, but it's just, you know, a discussion. I was kind of curious about what they said, just because, you know, from my understanding, Riverboat Jack is officially joining the Whiteleaf Network, and yeah, that it is GG when you join Whiteleaf, right? That's when Vaush has pretty much got control of you, and you know, that's what's going on with Riverboat Jack. So it's kind of curious. I don't know if it'll be interesting or not. Meow, 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 meow. It's an excellent clip. Okay, let's take a look. Let's look at the clip. So unlike Sneeko, I know what a clip is, right? I'm not gonna get confused here and mix it up with a mag. It's NCC singing. I sing. All he does is toot his own horn. It sounds very Freudian and masturbatory. Not that there's anything wrong with that. The masturbatory part, at least. The masturbatory part. The masturbatory element. The masturbatory part. We got the All he does is toot his own horn. It sounds very... And that was right when I turned on the music. Oh my god. The masturbatory element. Wait. Was I playing without, like... Could you not see Minecraft? Is it the one, is it one of their talks from... No, I don't think so. I think that this recently happened. I think this recently happened. And there it might just be a little chat, and if that's all it is, I'm not that interested in it. I was just wondering what it was, because like we saw what a lot of people are interpreting as like Riverboat Jack's audition for Whiteleaf, right? Now I'm not saying that like, you know, oh my god, I'm not saying that like, you know, formally, like, right, that Vaush didn't say, you know, this is your audition, like, right, as you know, that nothing like that has like publicly happened. I just mean that it was Riverboat Jack agreeing with Vaush and, you know, most of the rest of the Clout Network, if not all of it, on what is a very crucial issue to them, right? Being, you know, against Jesse Gender, against the quote-unquote, you've got to think that Jesse Gender was like calling for a boycott of Hogwarts Legacy, which even though she specifically said she wasn't, and you've got to, you know, say that this is pointless virtue signaling, and then you got to say that Jessie Gender was also virtue signaling on the Say Her Name discourse, right? So it was that was, you know, what a lot of people perceive as the audition for Whiteleaf for Riverboat Jack. Maybe the thing that seals the deal, I don't know. Because the Whiteleaf network, it's less than opaque. I mean, sorry, it's less than opaque. It is opaque. It's less than transparent, right? It's not, you know, it's not entirely clear how power functions within that network. But yeah, I wanted to watch those two things. I also kind of like, so I was thinking maybe of making this kind of a long stream because I got some cooking to do, and I thought that maybe I'd bring you into the kitchen with me. If that sounds good. Does that sound like fun? Oh, you found the recent talk. Nice. NCC long streams. Well, yeah, if I make myself something to eat, then it works, because that way I don't like run out of energy. Meow. 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 Yeah, we have the based and chat-filled Minecraft stream. That is true indeed. Yeah, we're just kind of like I was just getting ready to move to the next part of the stream, which I guess I feel like I should do some cooking. A little bit of cooking with NCC. It won't take very long. I just need to like make myself some coffee because I love drinking coffee at night. That's always fun. Coffee and some like noodle soup. Because it's like the quickest thing to make. Noodle soup is so quick. So yeah, it's not anything fancy like from HelloFresh or anything like that. Oh my god, you know, another thing I should ask people about is what kind of sponsorships would be best, right? Because I want to always find sponsorships of things that are useful to you. I'm not trying to get you to, you know, buy products just because they are from your favorite streamer, No Comment Chick, right? I want to give you stuff that's actually, you know, useful. And I feel like a lot of people got some utility out of the Babbel software, right? We're talking about like the language apprehension, language learning software that Babbel offers. I feel like a lot of people, you know, got some real utility out of that. I'm not sure if the HelloFresh thing works or, you know, if I just did a bad job of selling it. But yeah, in the future, I'm gonna try to veer towards more things like language and less things like food, if that's okay with everybody. You're still using Babbel, nice. THC gummy soup. Gummy noodle? Oh my god, wait, where do you get that? Like, look, I have so much of a weak tolerance for THC that I'm like afraid to use anything that is a edible. Because in my experience, edibles are like, they get you fucked up for the day. You know what I mean? Like, if you do an edible, like, don't have any plans. I'm saying that you should. I'll be sponsored by THC gummies. That's a great idea. I mean, wait a minute. Wait, could I? Wait, is that a thing? I don't know if you're saying that because that's fun and it would be nice, but it's not real, or if you're saying that because that's a real thing. Because I know that like some places you can indeed get THC edibles mailed to you. Oh my god, run, run, run. Run, run. Oh no. That's not good. How did I get so low on health? And how did I get hit by that freaking zombie? Huh. Kitchen has been remodeled, so I won't be able to cook for a while. Oh, it's being remodeled. Come on, give me the heart spot, please. That was really close. I wasn't even watching my health. You and I have recently watched a video together that was sponsored by THC Gummies. Was it in this universe or was it like in the Alphaverse? Or was it in the AGP verse? No! 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 Don't tell me there's a universe where Blanchard's theories are true. That would be so freaky. Oh my god. I'm talking, of course, about Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. The premise of that movie being the idea of a multiverse, right? You gotta live in a multiverse. There's not just one universe. There's not just one way that like events could transpire. One set of conditions that governs everything. There are many, and I just proposed a real doozy, almost by accident, right? Just because I was thinking like alpha, and it made me think of alpha male, and that made me think of the alpha male to transsexual tweet that I made and then took down because I was pretty sure it could be misunderstood. Hot dog fingers and AGPs, right? That's what I'm talking about. Well, as long as my universe contains like raccoons that ride on your head and help you cook better. Oh, that's what I really need, chat. Every time I want to eat, I need to go into the Rakakuni universe. The Rakakuni just don't go near raccoon dogs. Okay, that's bad. Oh, that's a lot of minerals. That's a lot of minerals right there. I really miss Rakakuni too. But yeah, I'm trying to have a little bit more of a chill stream, so doing a little bit of gaming seems to make some sense here, and then we'll do a little bit of cooking, which is also relaxing, and then we'll make fun of Matt Walsh. 'Cause that's really relaxing. Oh wait, weasels on your head? Wait, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Here we go. Meow, oh my god! Oh yeah, this way, this way. No, that's a little zombie, little baby zombie. Little baby. Come up here, little baby. Come up here, little baby. Little baby zombie, little baby zombie, little baby zombie. Oh my god, you're gonna get blown up by a creeper, aren't you? Oh, yep, you are. You are. Wait. Oh, a diamond. A diamond. Wait, I want to light up all this down here. Then I'll go back for the diamond. Wait, this is like a long way. It's a long cave. We good? We good? We good? We got it like all... Okay, here we go. Here we go. Are we gonna... Yeah, we're gonna do the Riverboat Vaush video as well, in addition to the Matt Walsh thing. Wait, we could even do cooking and Riverboat Vaush at the same time. I don't know if there's gonna be anything that interesting there though, so, you know, we'll take a listen. See if they're talking about anything interesting or if it's just like a whatever. Because it could very easily just be a whatever. Meow, 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 meow. I mean, that's 4 diamonds. That's a pretty successful trip. So if I was a smart Minecrafter, I would be heading back up. Oh my god, no, I gotta explore. Ah! I should be heading back up to safety. Okay. I still can't believe he made his wife go through 7 miscarriage. I cannot imagine. Wait, this is Matt Walsh that we're talking about? I've heard this mentioned before. I didn't know it was... I guess that makes sense though. Yeah, they're all about the children, aren't they? Oh, that's what we're gonna be talking about too. Shakespeare, you have caused me to preview the Matt Walsh content, which I should probably do. So what is the Matt Walsh content? The Matt Walsh content is his feelings about trad wives, which I guess, I mean, is his wife would be a trad wife. And you know, when he asked her to answer the question, what is a woman? She said, somebody who needs you to open the pickle jar for her. Right? So that was her definition of woman, somebody who needs the man. Oh, yeah, like, right? If you ever want to eat pickles, you're gonna need a man. You're a trad wife, there's no other way, so... I don't know. That's like... Seven miscarriage and 6 children? That is... yeah. Well, what if I get my pickles out of a barrel, you know, the traditional kind of way? Good question. Oh my god, what's going on down there? No, I gotta stop it. I'm too curious for my own good. I'm too curious. What would Zara say? Zara would say, you have got 4 diamonds on you, lady. You need to take those diamonds. And you need to put them somewhere safe. There it is. Okay, we're good. Wait, is it up there? I think it's up there. Wait, are these two different, like... Go deeper, right? That's what I... You know what's frustrating, though, right? Is that I started this new map specifically to find the deep dark, to meet the warden, and probably get killed by the warden a bunch of times before actually being able to kill a warden. And the problem is that the deep dark only spawns under certain biomes, and I can't find those biomes. Like, I mean, I went, like, in 3 different directions. Sorry, 4 different directions for many, many blocks. And I was hoping that one of those directions would lead me to a biome that... It's something like, steep hills or something like that, I think. But I couldn't find the biome. I could not get myself to the biome. And you need that biome if you're gonna get to the deep dark. So I don't know what to do. Oh, yeah, RetroVid's got a video about the... Retro Gaming Now has a video about the Deep Dark. Yeah. That would be useful. That would be highly advantageous. I feel bad about missing the Sunday stream, so that's why I'm giving you an extra long stream today. That, and I just really want to play Minecraft. And also, I suspect that something might develop as far as the Erasmus. So there we go, 16 iron, 4 diamonds. And 1 golden apple. What the... Look at that. Look at that. Gotta do something with that copper. Yo, I feel like copper... Like, why did they add copper? Copper is so annoying. Meow. Meow, meow. I must deposit the diamonds. I must. I simply must. Meow. Bounce, a bounce. Okay, so let's take a look at this video. This almost seems like a lore video. It's just a super long video about the warden.
There's something hiding deep beneath the world of Minecraft. If you spend your time in the relative safety of the surface, you may never find it. The peaceful villagers, the livestock, the wandering traders, all of these go about their daily lives, oblivious to what lies beneath their very feet. Yet, ignorance does not change the facts. There's something really strange going on deep underground. As we explore, we find a biome called the Deep Dark. It contains a squishy and shimmering material known as skulk. But these deep dark biomes are more dangerous than they first appear. If an adventurer is not careful, they can summon the warden,
I'm just hoping that somehow he's gonna mention like how you find the deep dark, because that's my problem.
Beast of such power and
Fox News is reporting that law enforcement does not expect Trump to be arraigned until next week.
Violence that it dwarfs all other overworld foes. Yet, despite this looming danger, in the Deep Dark we find remnants of ancient cities.
Okay, I want those
outposts built
candles.
with the warden in mind. Why would someone knowingly
I very
accept
much
the
need those
risks to build
candles.
these places? Why is there a mysterious structure at the center? How does Skulk work? And what exactly is the warden? To answer these questions, we are going to need to take a deeper look at the deepest biome. And there's only one way to do that. Join me for a dive beneath the waves.
Dive beneath the waves. What are we doing?
To understand the warden, we need to first understand the location in which the warden can be found. Deep dark biomes spawn somewhat rarely underground. Upon visiting them, we notice that they're covered with a strange material called skulk, a substance found nowhere else in the game. Skulk is not just a block, it's a category of them, with several that are related but have different properties and functions. Let's take a look at each of these. The most basic skulk block is, well, skulk. It's by far the most common. It has dark blue shimmering dots on the surface, and the sounds tell us that this is a squishy block. Just take a listen. The audio-visual elements are immediately intriguing, but things get weird quickly when we actually break the block.
Wait, so he
Instead
said
of
something
skulk dropping
about...
itself, something quite unexpected comes out of it.
He said something about, like, you gotta dive below the waves to get to here. The skulk. Like, it maybe... could it be under an ocean biome, too?
To understand the warden, we need to first understand the location in which the warden can be found. Deep dark biomes spawn somewhat rarely underground. Upon visiting them, we notice that they're covered with a strange material called skulk, a substance found nowhere else in the game. Skulk is not just a block, it's a category of them, with several that are related but have different properties and functions. Let's take a look at each of these. The most basic skulk block is, well, skulk. It's by far the most common. It has dark blue shimmering dots on the surface, and the sounds tell us that this is a squishy block. Just take a listen. The audio-visual elements are immediately intriguing, but things get weird quickly when we actually break the block. Instead of skulk dropping itself, something quite unexpected comes out of it. Experience. At first, this seems impossible. We may be tempted to think that experience is just a gameplay element designed to provide progression to the player. Yet, it turns out that there is strong evidence that experience is a physical quantity within the Minecraft world. Magic in Minecraft is strange, but it's not random. When we enchant a weapon at an enchanting table, experience stored within the player is used and converted into the enchantment. It's actually possible to go backwards too. A grindstone converts enchantment into experience. Another key property is that energy can be transferred between beings. This is seen most commonly when killing a mob.
This is
Upon its
definitely
death,
a lore
raw
video.
Experience is dropped and can be picked up by the player. The exact same thing occurs when the player dies. The experience is released and sits on the ground until it is gathered. One way to interpret these phenomena is to consider experience as some sort of magical energy. Much like real-life energy, it cannot be created or destroyed. It only changes forms.
Wait, I think
The
it can
enchanting
be
process
destroyed,
is
though.
one such example of a form change. However, this
It could be despawned. What is he talking
experience
about?
energy can also take a different form, known as soul energy. In the Nether, we find a special block called soul sand. We can see that there appear to be several screaming souls on the texture. If the soul speed enchantment is used on boots, a player can travel faster on soul sand. During this process, we see an animation.
Okay, so I just really want to... The new Deep Dark biome in Minecraft 1.9. 9 months ago. Okay, so it's not like...
Finally, after countless hours, I've gotten everything I need. I've upgraded all my gear, and now I have fully enchanted netherite weapons, tools, and armor.
How did I miss netherite? Is netherite stronger than diamond? New York Post also said that arraignment is gonna happen next week. Apparently law enforcement told Fox News that it would happen. They need to like not tell Trump or anybody, right? When the indictment's gonna happen. Like, right? I don't know who's giving, like, aren't they like not supposed to give this information out? And like, particularly because there's been some effort to create the Patriot mode, or whatever the hell that is, right? Boo, edging the nation. I know, what the fuck?
Armor. It's time to take on the Warden and the ancient cities.
Okay, but first you have
All
to tell
I've
us
got
how to
left
find...
to do is to find the Deep Dark.
How
This
do
will
you
be a
find
quick
it?
trip. How hard can it be?
Really hard. Really, really hard. I've been trying to do it. Last wondering... He would die on a pointed dripstone after searching for 17.6 hours.
Hello everyone.
They didn't
I'm
keep
the
the
last wanderer.
secret.
And with 1.19 finally out, we get access to the Deep Dark biome along with all the new content it brings. From skulk blocks to the Warden to ancient cities with all their loot. But there's a slight issue. There's no obvious in-game way to find the Deep Dark. And that's a problem I'm gonna fix here by showing a legitimate in-game way to easily find the Deep Dark.
How do we do it?
Wait. What's
you gonna
going on
cheat?
here? Oh, yeah, I should
we have to
probably
cheat?
explain this. The fastest way to find the Deep Dark is technically to just cheat and use an external program like this one. It can also show you the exact location of ancient cities. While my method might not be as fast, it's still pretty reliable, non-cheaty, and works even if you don't have the seed.
Okay, so we're gonna do
just
it
requires
non-cheaty.
a little bit more effort. Back to my strategy. As you probably know, the Deep Dark only generates deep underground, hence the deep part of the Deep Dark. Now, you might be inclined to think that that means the best strategy is to go deep underground and keep following cave systems.
Georgia prosecutors are moving forward with additional racketeering and conspiracy charges. Good to hear.
Until you find it. But that's actually a
Happy
pretty
Erasmus.
slow plan. That's not going to get you the Deep Dark very fast. It's actually better to try to find the Deep Dark from the surface of the overworld. Now, this might seem counterintuitive, but it's actually not. You see, there are two things that are always true about where the Deep Dark biome generates, no matter where it is in the world, and both of these things can be detected from the surface. The first condition makes sense when you think about it. The Deep Dark will never generate under any ocean biome. if it were to intersect an ocean biome, its generation just abruptly stops. Now, this makes sense because the deep dark is supposed to be deep, as I mentioned before, and the ocean floor is much lower down than normal land masses. So it wouldn't really be that deep underground if it were to generate under an ocean. So it doesn't. The same is also true about rivers, though rivers are obviously a lot less impactful because of how much smaller they are. The second condition is a lot less intuitive, and you have to have a decent understanding of the F3 menu to know. And it's that the deep dark will only generate at places with a low erosion value. What does this mean? Well, if you open up your F3 menu, erosion is denoted as the E in the noise router line.
What?
And in order to increase your chances of finding the deep dark, you want this value to be as low as possible. The deep dark only really seems to generate at erosion values lower than negative 0.1, so it's best to get that erosion value as close as you can to negative 1, or even lower than that. That'll really maximize your chances, though values that low are pretty rare. So, is that all my advice? Just run or fly around, avoiding oceans and rivers while checking the F3 menu for spots with low enough erosion for you to dig down and see if there's a deep dark? Well, no actually. You see, there's one other surface feature that tends to generate around the same spots that the deep dark generates. And that's mountains. Not the old ones, but the ones added in 1.18. If you see any of the 5 new mountain biomes, Grove, Snowy Slopes, Frozen Peaks, Jagged Peaks, or Stony Peaks, it's basically guaranteed that there's a deep dark biome either directly under it or within just about 100 blocks or so of that biome. I should note that not every single deep dark biome will generate under a mountains biome, though a vast majority of them will, especially the larger ones. And the bigger the mountain biomes are, the bigger the deep dark underneath likely is. You can also see this relationship in an external program, like ChunkBase, which I'll be demonstrating now. Right now, I have all the mountain biomes highlighted out on the screen. If I switch from the surface of the world down to the bottom of it, you'll see that there's a deep dark everywhere that there was a mountain range, plus a few other small ones. But you can also see, if I switch on ancient cities and then go to the top of the
So low erosion, certain mountain biomes. I didn't even catch that. Snowy Peaks, something peaks, Grove. I don't know if I've seen any of these biomes.
The world. The ancient cities generate almost exclusively where there's mountain biomes, with just only a few outliers. The last thing I should mention is that finding ancient cities is a bit more complicated than just finding the deep dark. Yeah, they are big, but they're also pretty rare. In case you want to find one of these, you are going to have to travel through caves. Once you've found your deep dark biome, you're just going to have to explore. And that still might take a while, because they're a bit rare. It's important to know that ancient cities will always generate with their floor at y-51, and their average roof height is around y-33. So that's where you should be looking for them. But unfortunately, once you found the deep dark, there's really no better strategy for finding ancient cities. So that's my strategy for finding the deep dark. Avoid oceans and rivers, search for low erosion areas, and once you've found a mountains biome, you can be sure that there's a deep dark nearby. Mountains, not the old ones, but the ones added in 1.18. If you see any of the 5 new mountain biomes, Grove, Snowy Slopes, Frozen Peaks, Jagged Peaks, or Stony Peaks, it's basically guaranteed that there's a deep dark biome either directly under it or...
Okay, so let's take a look and see if this Vaush Riverboat Jack thing is anything that's worth paying attention to.
Oh, here's where everyone is.
They're fucking amazing.
Hey, what's up?
Well, I've been gone. They've been running the shit on the ground at the houses, making sure people go to bed on time, making sure food is there. You know. So if you've been
So that's Riverboat Jack. I don't know. It says Riverboat Jack conversation. I can't tell if she's just streaming or if she's talking to. I mean, I guess it could be like a panel as well.
Eating, if you've been sleeping, it's because of them.
I have not been sleeping.
Good.
Hello. Hello, Vaush.
What's up?
What are we watching it? What are we walking into? That Costello guy that spoke on Tucker Carlson right after he left the wait. What Costello guy? Right after he left the GJ?
Militarian.
All right, let me open this up. Nice. Okay, how y'all doing? Sorry, I didn't sleep and I just played D&D and I'm hungry and I'm sleepy. And what are my calories at today? 800 for the breakfast. That was 500. 1300.
I need to start counting my calories.
I heard there's this place called Wisconsin. Tell me about it.
Come here and grab a bite.
Wait, this is Michigan.
Well, as a Milwaukee native, I can say, Milwaukee, it's like a janky city. It's kind of like Chicago. It was supposed to be Chicago.
Okay, so we're talking about Wisconsin.
But then some weird historical stuff happened. I don't remember the details of. And it's like a dilapidated shell of what Chicago was what was supposed to be Chicago. But it's a really nice city, it has a lot of character. I enjoy it. I like living here.
Yeah, so I heard
I'll be there tomorrow.
a rumor that politics is happening over there. What's going on?
That's what they're saying. I heard that down the grapevine.
Yeah, there's a bad man. There's a
a couple of bad hombres going around
named Daniel Kelly, and he's real bad. And this bad hombre, okay, he wants to dismantle the democracy, both in Wisconsin and across the United States.
He's basically bald Hitler.
And then there's this heroic lady named Judge Janet, and Judge Janet is a very nice lady who believes in the basic concept of democracy and also in not having completely fucked up districts.
Milwaukee
and also,
is the
abortion rights.
Milwaukee is the hometown of Israel's only female prime minister,
and trans rights.
Yeah,
And
Oh, basically Janet believes in love and happiness and joy, and Daniel Kelly, he's like, I don't like that. I want to get rid of that. That's kind of it.
I saw him kick a puppy once.
Yeah, I think we could.
True.
This is a little bit too morally complex for my audience. I think maybe if we could find ways to make this a bit more bare bones when it comes to the assessments.
So Janet, Posadowitz, is the idealized version of Marianne Williamson that everybody wanted to believe in.
So you would say that she's that she's Christ-like, and the opposition is more like maybe the Antichrist.
Vaush, have you ever played Bloons Tower Defense?
No, I fucking hate Bloons.
Well, balloons. Well, in balloons, like Janet's kind of like the monkeys throwing the darts, and Daniel is like the balloon. In case you've ever played it.
That's dope. Yeah, sorry,
Mhm.
I'm a fucking giga chat. The only tower defense games that I ever enjoyed were the original custom map games on Warcraft 3. Okay, that was my jam.
Did you ever play Minecraft Tower Defense?
No, I did not. I have not played that.
Okay, to put it in D&D terms, okay? Daniel Kelly is Tiamat, okay? A chained elder god deep within the bowels of the seven layers of hell, okay? And Judge Janet is essentially someone who lives in a world full of terrifying magic and demons are real, and everything wants to kill you, and just looks out at the wild, untamed wilderness and says, I have no magic, and yet I will pick up a blade. And that is our plucky hero, okay? Judge Janet. We need to get out there and we need to give her all the assistance we can.
So it's a lot like the hit video game Forspoken.
Among Us? Oh, yeah, like that one.
Okay. Or Hogwarts Legacy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like
that one.
Hogwarts Legacy, where like we're the players and they're Hogwarts Legacy. And Daniel's Hogwarts Legacy, the evil, transphobic, crazy person.
Yeah, we would be Harry Potter, who denounced J.K. Rowling.
Yeah.
And they would be like Luna Lovegood, whose actress said actually she's a hero of feminism.
Wait, really?
She took it back,
No.
yeah.
Luna Lovegood was like my favorite character.
This is
Yeah,
like
sorry, she's a turf now.
That's actually
You're breaking
so
my
sad.
heart.
No,
You is lying. She told me her favorite character is Lord Voldemort. Don't lie. Or
don't say his name.
Oh, that's right. He who must not be named. I
Mhm.
apologize. Okay, I've got a quick question for Vaush because I love. My name is Josiah, by the way. Big fan. One of the things I like about your advocacy is that for the last
What did
however
we
many
stumble
months, you are very
into?
stridently anti-Republican. Like that is. You're not interested in so much like purity testing or anything like that. The
You're just
coalition
anti-Republican.
is very
Good
much
job,
about
Vaush.
opposition politics if need be. And when I was on earlier, I was having a conversation with Lux and Riverboat Jack when we were talking about trying to make the case for Judge Protasevich, like an affirmative case. And I was making the case that it was really difficult to do so because she's not a legislator. She doesn't have like policy positions on a website. And I was saying that from my experience, I was appealing to the fact that Daniel Kelly, her opposition, is a, diehard Republican conservative, and you can take I guess a negative case.
You gotta love the way that
against
people
Judge
kiss
Kelly.
Vaush's
Like,
ass.
you can make the case that
I like you, Vaush,
even
because
if
you're
you
all
can't make an affirmative
pragmatic.
case
You're
for
all
Judge
about
Janet, you can appeal to the fact that Judge Kelly would be terrible. So
I mean,
do
look,
you find that you're very successful in appealing to, I guess, to negative politics compared to like an affirmative message?
Oh my god, this
yeah,
is
it
such
really
a
depends on
cursed
whether you're talking
convo.
about
What the
electoral or
fuck?
ideological stuff. Electorally, I can't really say because it's hard to get numbers and stuff like that. I think that ideologically, it's generally a good idea to supplement them both equally.
And
When it
look,
comes
what's wrong
to
with this
electoral
isn't
stuff though. I like
you isn't
get
like
your
the
average
concept of
Republican
harm
to like
reduction,
Joe Biden.
right?
It's just not possible.
It's
There's
like
too
the
much there.
level
But
of
maybe you can get them to dislike their own candidates more. I think in that case, it's probably better to focus on attack ads than like a positive case. You still want to build that case, but like Democrats suffer all the time because they're just unwilling to be negative. And well, they'll be negative against their
What
own local races, but for the broader stuff like
fuck?
federal or big state races, they just lean back and try to be the bigger man, which I think is dumb.
Do you think it's important for those of us on the left, be it, moderate leftists or full-on progressives, to, I guess, take a more, I don't want to say a hostile approach, but it seems like Republicans are very much animated by negative sentiment. And I feel like Democrats and people on the left could also benefit from that, that it's not just that we have to make an affirmative case for a particular candidate. I feel like in Kelly's case, Daniel Kelly, I was making the argument that because he was credibly tied to a plot to steal the election from Joe Biden in 2020, he was paid $120,000
You mean
by the
Joe
Wisconsin
Brandon?
Republican Party to advise them on sending fake electors to Washington, D.C. I feel like it's important to emphasize that as much, if not more, than talking about Judge Janet's record. And it seems like that's something that you've been in your political messaging and the debates that you've had, like emphasizing the pitfalls of Republican politics and the danger they pose to democracy. So I guess my question is, in a situation like this where Wisconsin is so important to the national trajectory, would you encourage people in this race to make a negative case against Republicans if they don't feel like they can make a positive one for Judge Janet?
Well, you have to. They're not mutually exclusive, and the fact that it would ever even be on the table.
Well,
I don't understand the mentality, to be honest. I don't like the idea. Why would you ever not run attack ads ever under any?
I mean, look, that's a great question for somebody that is high up in the campaign staff, actually, right? Why are, like, your question is, you know, who to vote for, like, as a person in Vaush's audience, is like, who to vote for, how to help them, and like, your question isn't should we run attack ads. There's no we. It's they. It's the candidate and the candidate's campaign that decide are the attack ads, are the ads just going to be like, I have a great record on this, this, and this, or are there, you know, and it probably varies depending on what, you know, election and what candidate, right? This is so silly the way they want to, like, this is just like masturbation, and not in a good way, right? Because there's nothing wrong with masturbation, but it's like masturbatory, like the little thought exercise of like, are we going to do negative attack ads on them? Like, ask your candidate, ask the campaign. Like, that's not likely to be up to you in any possible way, right? The other thing they're saying is like, you know, you are great and you are pragmatic because you will support people even if they are not exactly what we're looking for ideologically, as they like never are in the Democratic Party, as long as there's a case to be made that the opposition is worse. And like, I mean, it's not really that. Are they so into politics because they imagine themselves as politicians and expert consultants or staff? Is that their aspiration? I don't know, right? I have no doubt that, you know, this Democratic judge is probably like less bad than the Republican evil judge, but I don't know. I don't know what to say about this. This is, yeah.
Key to remember that there are always opportunities to get out here, and while these events are a good pipeline to get involved, you can always find work and assistance. And
Pretty much, yeah. The girl just muted Vaush. Wait, why would somebody mute me? I've been muted in Discord.
The Waukesha County Democrat Party, one of their leaders is named Mary. She is an amazing old lady that organizes bringing us food for things. Young lady. Amazing young lady, you're right. She's been so helpful. She gets all the lit together for us, staples it together, so we have these like sick
Again, folks, we're trying to get people out to volunteer and canvass on the ground in Wisconsin. You can use...
Okay, so that's what this is. That's what I accidentally stumbled into. It's, like... Wisconsin party politics. Look, I mean, like, it is like, people should be concentrating on local races more. A lot of times those get ignored in favor of national races. You know, even, you know, stuff like a judge can be important. I don't know much about the situation. I'm not gonna, you know, shit on it or anything. But yeah, they do a lot more in terms of electoral politics and in terms of getting Democratic candidates elected, who admittedly are often shit sandwiches, but they're shit sandwiches that are less bad than the Republican ones. But, you know, there's just like not a lot of consciousness of like pulling yourself out of this mentality of electoral cheerleading, which, you know, empowers the Democratic candidates without really asking anything back from them. And the real need is to pressure the Democratic candidates once they're elected to actually fulfill the campaign promises that you're in line with, and B, try to get them to be a little bit better. It's sort of that it's that follow-up that doesn't happen a lot of times with both Vaush and Destiny's like electoral efforts. So that's what we stumbled into. Okay, so here's today's Matt Walsh.
Today on the Matt Walsh Show, another NHL player sparks outrage from LGBT activists by refusing to wear their religious symbolism on his uniform. Meanwhile, the New York Times publishes a patently insane op-ed claiming that ancient Judaism recognized at least 4 different genders, supposedly. Also, is Trump about to be arrested, handcuffed, and perp walked? And if he is, how should
Oh my God, okay, there. NHL descends into wokeness. That's one section. Conservatives worry about niceness while Dems throw their opponents in jail.
Former lawyer Michael Cohen, is expected to testify this week in the Manhattan grand jury investigation into former President Donald Trump's alleged $130,000 hush payment to porn actress Stormy Daniels during the 2016 election. Attorney Robert Costello is reportedly prepared to attack the credibility of Cohen, who allegedly made the payment to Daniels on Trump's behalf and was later improperly reimbursed for the expense. The Associated Press reported that Costello claims to have information that contradicts some of Cohen's current statements and that could be exculpatory for Trump. The report said that the Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg's office last week subpoenaed Costello's law firm for records and invited him to provide testimony on Monday afternoon. And now he is going to provide testimony. This is what Trump said on social media, quote, "The most important witness to go before the New York City grand jury, a highly respected lawyer who once represented convicted felon, jailbird, and serial fake storyteller and liar, Michael Cohen, will be doing so tomorrow afternoon. This information he will present will supposedly be conclusive and irrefutable." That's Trump saying that. Trump ignited a firestorm over the weekend after he claimed on social media on Saturday that he was going to be arrested on Tuesday. A spokesperson for Trump later said that Trump has been given no notification, quote unquote, that there will be an arrest next week. Trump's remarks came after a report from NBC News said federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies were analyzing security assessments and making plans to prepare for the possibility that Trump could be indicted next week, but no date was given in the report. So I guess that's where it starts, with mainstream media reports that they're preparing for the possibility of protests and quote-unquote unrest in New York if Trump is indicted, but he hasn't been indicted yet. And then Trump indicated that this was going to happen on Tuesday, and now we find out that, there's this big witness that they're going to hear from today at some point. And Trump says that, it should be, the testimony should, what's the word he used? Irrefutable and conclusive. So still not clear exactly what's going to happen, if the arrest is going to be made or not. But here's what Trump was saying. Let's back it up a little bit. This is the most recent update. Let's go back to this weekend. And back when the story was that he was going to be arrested on Tuesday. This is what Trump posted on social media. He said, and we say social media, his website, Truth Social. It's time, he said, we are a nation in steep decline.
The real social media.
Being led into World War III by a crooked politician who doesn't even know he's alive. True. But who is surrounded by evil and sinister people who, based on their actions on defunding the police, destroying our military, open borders, no voter ID, inflation, raising taxes, and much more, can only hate our now failing USA. We just can't allow this anymore. They're killing our nation as we sit back and watch. We must save America. Protest, protest, protest. And then in a separate post, he again called for people to protest and take our nation back. All right. So here's a few things here. Whatever happens, this whole thing is a farce and an absolute disgrace. Alvin Bragg, I mean, from this DA in particular, this is one of these Soros DAs, Alvin Bragg. He lets.
What do they mean? This is I can't figure this out. What do they mean by Soros DAs? What is a Soros DA? Can anybody tell me? Diamonds are a girl's best friend. Yeah, that's true. Wait, no, can anybody help me out here? I really need to know what the fuck he means by this. Well, I don't think that Alvin Bragg, like I haven't heard any, I don't know that Alvin Bragg is not Jewish, but, there's a dog whistle there, right? So the George Soros stuff, they picked George Soros rather than some other random millionaire, particularly because he's Jewish, and yeah, that often functions as a dog whistle, but. Like, I really need to know where this is even coming from. All of them make this claim. None of them explain what they mean. A Soros-funded DA. What do you mean? What are you saying? Are you saying that George Soros is bribing DAs? Are you saying that George Soros has control over police departments? Like, what the fuck are they claiming?
Violent criminals roam the streets.
You're just repeating Donald Trump's tweet.
Now there are known violent criminals that are known to the system because they've been through the system and they're let out.
Yo, there's known violent criminals roaming the streets. That's true. They're called the Proud Boys. What is your point, Matt?
Out on parole, even though they're known to
what
be
is your point?
Dangerous to the community, or they're never put in prison to begin with. They're giving these slap on the
police protect them at protests. Yeah, I know. Yeah, true. There's known violent criminals. That's true.
Sentences, probation, or whatever else.
They're your friends, Matt.
And they're allowed to roam the streets until they commit a crime so heinous that even Alvin Bragg has to put them in prison for at least longer than like a couple of days. So that's what's happening in New York, just like in so many other cities across the country. And yet, while allowing that to happen, Alvin Bragg is spending all this time, and really it's years and millions of dollars, trying to nail Trump on some frivolous, ridiculous misdemeanor charge. And maybe they'll try to turn it into a felony, but really it's like at best what they're going for is a misdemeanor charge. Which is also something that, by the way, if paying hush money to a mistress, if that warrants all of this, the grand juries and everything else, then there should be grand juries convening for like 90% of the politicians in Washington, D.C. It doesn't make it right. Like, you shouldn't be having affairs in the first place. You shouldn't put yourself in a position where you have to pay hush money. But everybody understands that this kind of thing goes on all the time, very frequent. And if they're not paying hush money to a mistress, it's to someone or whatever. NDAs, I mean, all this kind of stuff is very, very common. And yet, in Trump's case, they want to pretend like it's some sort of unprecedented infraction.
Okay, so I'm going to say that he's right in the sense that they don't do this to people for just paying hush money, right? There's something more being charged here. There's something more than just hush money, right? Like, this isn't just like he had an affair and he doesn't want anybody to know about it because he'll be embarrassed, and so he's paying hush money. That's not what's going on. And I think that Matt Walsh knows it. Like, that wouldn't be a crime. Do we need to look into the Stormy Daniels case a little bit? Any thoughts, chat? That would be awesome. Any thoughts? Let's look into Stormy Daniels. I think Trump will get indicted in New York City and Georgia. Good guess. Yeah, I think so too. What we're trying to interrogate here, though, is what exactly is this charge over the hush money? Because I don't think that it is a simple, he paid hush money to have her not talk because it would be bad for the campaign, right? I feel like there's something more to this. Election fraud. So yeah, in other words, yeah, so well, wait, is the problem the source of the money?
Adult film star Stormy Daniels is at the center of the Manhattan grand jury probe into the former president that could lead to an indictment. The crux of the investigation, a $130,000 alleged hush money payment Mr. Trump's former attorney and fixer Michael Cohen made on his behalf to Miss Daniels less than 2 weeks before the 2016
Well, no, I mean, I don't think it's a question of prostitution, or it's that
election. Cohen says he made the payment at Mr. Trump's direction to keep Daniels quiet about an alleged affair, and the former president later reimbursed him for it. The Trump team labeling the payment as legal expenses and not reporting it in campaign finance records.
It seems like charges are likely.
So these were campaign funds. Is that the issue? Wait, so is it a campaign finance violation, though, if Trump, out of his own pocket, like, I don't even know how that works, right? Maybe they don't consider, maybe for the time you're running, they don't consider it out of your own pocket, because especially considering that Trump is in a large part, financing his own campaign, that is just all kind of the same money, right? Whether it's charged for alleged role in scheme to violate federal campaign finance laws. But that's what I'm trying to figure out, right? Is this an issue of campaign funds being used? Like he's chalking it up to, is the problem that he didn't report it? Is the problem that
to include the fact that Mr. Trump falsified business records?
He falsified business records,
concealing hush money payments as legitimate payments to a lawyer. There may well be a second charge.
Okay, I get it. Okay. So here's my understanding. Michael Cohen pays $130,000 to Stormy Daniels. This money is paid to Miss Daniels on the condition that she doesn't speak about her affair with Donald Trump. Donald Trump, from the campaign cash, pays Michael Cohen $130,000, saying, "This is a lawyer fee. He is my lawyer. I am paying my lawyer for legal services." But in truth, those services were not research on the law. They were not, anything that a lawyer normally does. Those fees were to reimburse Mr. Cohen for the money that he paid Stormy Daniels. So he kind of gave a payment from his campaign funds, used campaign money to shut up somebody that he'd had an affair with, and claimed it as legal, as being a legal expense, right? It feels like Matt Walsh is being a little bit less than honest with us. That's all I'm saying. This is what The Guardian says. Trump may face an uphill struggle with those arguments, given the fact that that having mixed motives to protect himself personally and to protect his campaign could leave him liable, and the timing of the payments suggest there was an urgency to pay the money before the end of 2016 campaign. So we're talking about a campaign finance expense that was fabricated, that was laundered through a lawyer who was then ostensibly paid a legal fee, which turned out to not be a legal fee. So the accounting of the campaign finance is fraudulent. It's fraud. Yeah, election fraud. That makes sense.
Which is using those hush money payments to conceal a second crime, which is election fraud.
Mr. Trump was caught on tape in 2016.
Wait, using those hush money payments to conceal a second crime. So is the election fraud paying off Stormy Daniels? Or is the election fraud, he used that money, the hush money, to hide a second crime, that being election fraud? Is it election fraud to pay off a potential somebody with a story? Like I
Acknowledging a different alleged hush money payment.
I spoke to Alan about it when it comes time for the financing, which will be. Listen, what financing? We'll have to pay you. So no.
The former president and his lawyers concede the payment to Daniels occurred, but deny the alleged affair and any wrongdoing. The longest running of several ongoing probes into Mr. Trump has faced heavy skepticism since it began.
If Trump is charged in connection with the Stormy Daniels payoff, it would be the weakest case of all the investigations, federal and state, that are pending against him. The big question arises, if these facts occurred 6 or more years ago, why is Trump being charged now?
Ali Rafa, NBC News.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
So there's a theme that emerges. Well, it's not just emerging now. It's been present all along. But it's just the same situation with the classified documents. Find out that Trump has some classified documents in his house, and they pretend that, oh, this is unheard of. How could he possibly do this? And then we come to find out, well, Biden has classified documents. They all do this.
So this is the weird argument, right? Trump was the guy that was supposed to drain the swamp. Trump represented himself, campaigned on the idea that everybody in Washington is dirty. Everybody in Washington is screwing you. But Trump is going to be different. He's going to be a breath of fresh air. He's going to come in. He's going to sweep out all the corruption. Now the argument is, yeah, sure, Trump is corrupt, but so are all the other politicians. Joe Biden had documents too. I mean, of course, he didn't lie about them. He didn't drag his feet on them. He gave them, when he found them, he returned them, right? But let's pretend that those things are equivalent too.
Well, the entire thing, again, is a farce. It's a disgrace. It's
imagine if Trump testifies.
And even to call it a farce probably understates it.
To call it a farce is an insult to farces everywhere.
What they're actually doing here, obviously, is they're trying to throw their political opponents in jail, and they're doing this at a time when, I have to continue to harp on this because it's an important point, but you've got conservatives who are sitting around debating amongst themselves whether we're being too mean. Okay, there's conservatives who are worried that the words we're using, and that's all it is. They're worried that the words we are using about the opposition might be too mean and rude. And so while we have to spend weeks at a time.
There's a crucial aspect. So Trump reimburses Cohen with several checks for a lesser amount using his personal funds. Cohen pleads guilty in 2018 to the federal charges, but Trump, I guess, was not charged because he would have been in office. So these are charges that only really became, actionable once Trump was out of office.
Debating the types of words that we use Democrats are simply in the process of trying to throw their political opponents in jail. And not just any political opponent, but the number one guy. The former president, and right now the assumed front runner for the GOP nomination. They want to put him in jail.
Matt, you gotta give me more than this, okay? If you're gonna say that you're charging a conspiracy, you're charging that this is not the normal proceedings of the Southern District Attorney of New York, right? This is not just normal proceedings. You're charging that this is an individual who is making these charges on a political basis somehow. He's saying the Democrats are doing this, right? And how's he getting by on this? Because the district attorney is a Democrat. This is a prosecutor, right? Trump can only be prosecuted by like a white Republican. And even if that was the case, remember Mueller? Mueller was a Republican. That wasn't good enough. Mueller was biased. He must be an establishment Republican. He must be a never Trumper. He must be, right there. Nobody is good enough, right? Any Trump just can't be prosecuted. He can commit all the fucking crimes that he wants, and he does, and that's like what he's fucking always done. He's always gotten away on a technicality from whatever he's gotten, whatever he's been doing, right? But he can commit all the fucking crimes he wants, and he's allowed to like live in a separate legal reality from the rest of the world. It's just like none of these rules apply to him, because any sort of attempt to just be like, hey, there is a law that's been violated, charges need to be filed, right? Nope, it's got to be political. It's always political.
So they're doing that while we're saying, are we being a little too rude to these people?
You picked the worst possible political candidate, the most obvious fucking charlatan, right? Somebody that plays fast and loose with the law all the fucking time, right? Somebody that's going to be getting into legal trouble, right? Somebody who doesn't give a fuck about that kind of stuff because he's always gotten away with it, right? You pick that guy, he commits a bunch of crimes, and then you throw your hands up and say, this is political. I can't believe that the fucking criminal out of all the assholes in that fucking lineup of the Republican primary, out of all those assholes, all those absolute worthless human beings, we picked the most brazenly dishonest criminal of them all, right? And we are so surprised that our criminal is being charged with crimes. What the fuck? This must be political. This must be political.
This is just, if this is not a wake-up call, then
no, they'll never wake up. That's the problem. They'll never wake up.
Then I guess you might as well just stay asleep.
You find the worst person you possibly can, and then empower him with just an unlimited rubber stamp of whatever the fuck he's gonna do. He's got to get away with because he's got his fucking stands. And those stands will do anything for him, and they will never believe anything bad about him, even if you rub their fucking faces in it, right? It's always political. It's always unfair. It's
incredibly obvious, and it's been incredibly obvious for a long time, that we have to fight fire with fire. We really have no choice. Okay, so what
we're going to do here is we're going to say that these charges are political. I'm going to give you no fucking proof. I'm going to suggest that Soros is involved somehow, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and justify, like, more, criminal actions. I'm going to justify, like, a hostile takeover of whatever fucking remains of democracy, right? That's where we're going.
Be gentle. And we can be nice. and we can respect the unwritten rules and all the norms. We always hear about these norms.
What are you talking about? That is not what the Republicans have done for a long, long time. There are unwritten rules, there are norms but they're violated time and time again by the Republicans. Hence the fact that y'all own the Supreme Court right now. Hence the fact that there is a conservative majority on the Supreme Court, right? That was done through violating the norms. Democrats don't do that. Democrats could have played hardball back. They didn't. They always want to be seen by this mythical, like, centrist David Brooks class, which David Brooks, may I remind you, represents no voters. No voters whatsoever, right? David Brooks has no constituency, right? It's just, there's just nobody there. Like, right? Not really representing anybody, but the Democrats want to be seen as good in the eyes of this person, and they don't realize that David Brooks doesn't even actually care. He pretends to care about it. He pretends to want to find a middle ground. He pretends to want compromise. He pretends to want civility, and he doesn't. Like, right? People like that probably don't like Trump, probably would rather have a candidate more like DeSantis, but it's basically because DeSantis gets them in less trouble. DeSantis has the same or worse policies in a million different ways, but he doesn't have the baggage of Trump. But yeah, like, it's the Democrats that are doing what Matt Walsh is complaining that somehow the Republicans do.
The Democrats, they're violating the norms. So we can allow ourselves to be manipulated into respecting all that stuff and being nice and being gentle and everything else and being relatively polite and moderate and open to compromise and all that. We can do that, but it's not going to stop the other side from ratcheting things up further and further, which is all they ever do. They're not going to look at our niceness and say, wow, these people really, they're not so bad, actually. Maybe we should lay off a little bit. You know what? Maybe throwing Donald Trump in jail is a little bit too far. I mean, look how nice they're being.
You're acting like there's a fucking decision being made by a group of Democrats. Are we going to throw Donald Trump in jail? Like, it's just already accepted, right? No need for proof. We're going to allege some kind of weird fucking secret meeting room, some kind of cabal where like, Alvin Braggs comes in and says, okay, I'm ready for my marching orders. What would you like me to do? Would you like me to press forward with these charges that somehow Trump should never have to face, right? Even though he's done the crime, he should never have to do the time. But would you like me to defy what supposedly is the normal course of operation in a prosecutor's office and go ahead and do this anyway, right? This thing that admittedly it seems to be a violation of campaign finance is election fraud, right? But somehow I'm not normally expected to file these charges, but would you like me to file the charges anyway? And George Soros and Hillary Clinton and whoever the hell else they think is in that room say, yes, Alvin Braggs, file those charges, right? Which, like, he doesn't even say they're fraudulent. He just says that the normal course of action, there's somehow, this is permitted. This is law violation, which is regularly permitted, which is par for the course, which everybody does, but only Trump is being charged with it, right? And like, he doesn't have to show you anything. He just puts forward this idea that there's this fucking secret meeting room out there that the Democrats, he literally just said, the Democrats going to decide, oh, geez, I guess we won't send Trump to jail after all. Ha 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 ha. Right? No, that's literally.
That's not ever going to happen. Fire with fire it's not, look, this is the point. It doesn't even matter at this point if you're comfortable with it or not. You have no choice. There's no choice. They don't leave us any other choice. And in a case like this, what is fighting fire?
Matt Walsh isn't leaving his listeners any other choice because he wants blood. This dude's a monster. This dude's a fascist. It says it right in his Twitter bio. People will tell you he is kidding. He is memeing. He is saying this is what people think of me and describing himself as a theocratic fascist. No, he's waving it in your face. And a lot of people are just like not seeing it. Like it's right fucking there. Look into this guy's life. Find out, how he lives. Find out about his weird trad lifestyle. This guy is absolutely a dominionist. This guy is absolutely a Christian nationalist. This guy is absolutely a fascist, right? It's right in the open. It's not being it's not being hidden.
With fire meanwhile means...
Yeah, Jesus loves stochastic terrorism, right, Bread Bro?
Potentially various things, but here's one thing it certainly means. Is that the Democrats who are getting away with their own crimes, they need to be thrown.
Which crimes? Are you talking about the spirit cooking? Are you talking about the adrenochrome harvesting? Which crimes are the Democrats getting away with, Matt?
In prison.
Are you saying that they stole the election? What crimes? What crimes are you talking about?
So when you've got Democrats trying to throw President Trump in prison, the response should be a DA who's actually on our side, and there are some of them out there. They don't run major cities, but you need somebody like that to launch an investigation into the rampant criminal activity of a high-profile Democrat and try to throw them in jail. It's all legal. It's like actually invest.
So he's proposing lawfare. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about lawfare. Right? He's like, we should just politicize. He's accusing the Democrats, unsubstantiated, right? No fucking proof, implying that there's some cabal meeting, giving, Alvin Bragg's marching orders about what to do as far as Trump. And then he's basically saying, well, we gotta fight fire with fire. Let's find a corrupt prosecutor and get them to file false charges against a Democratic, politician as well, and basically lavajado somebody. That's what he's asking for.
Investigate the real crimes committed by these people and throw them in jail. That's not going to be us taking things to a new level or anything like that. This has already happened. And so we can lay down and get steamrolled, or you can fight back. Those are the only two options. I mean, just think about, there's so many examples of this, but like January 6th, we talk about this all the time, but perfect illustration.
And, here's like everybody in here is perceiving what he's asking for, right? I mean, at least what he's proposed there is lawfare, right? But January 6th, if he's gonna echo Trump's message as he has so far, right? It's going to end up with an implication of not an out and out statement, but kind of like a mafia-esque statement that something needs to happen, right? And that something is
January 6th happens, and the Democrats spend.
He's really sucking and fucking that dog whistle.
The next 2 years and
spirit cooking sounds like a new age cookbook.
Counting,
if only.
Trying to hunt these people down like dogs and throw them in prison for years at a time. Meanwhile, just months before that, you had BLM and Antifa rioters plaguing cities all across the country, and the Republicans were ready to just let that go. They were ready to move on from it. And they did. They still have. There was never any serious effort to actually track these people down and throw them in jail. Some people went to jail for a little bit, but nothing like what we saw with January 6th. And even more important.
No, Matt, like they threw people in jail who were just protesting, right? They named like curfews that were impossible for people to meet, right? They set curfews in that like if somebody was out protesting, there's no way that they could get home by that time. In other words, basically you are criminalizing the protest at that point, right? So it's not just he's proposing that there's like all these criminals out there that did, verifiable crimes, and the Republicans know it, and they could find out who it was, and they didn't, and they can't. And the cops hate the BLM protests. The cops hate protests against their funding, right? Because that's what a lot of those protests, that was what the ask was. Defund the police, reform the police, abolish the police, right? The police don't like to hear that. No. So yeah, don't tell me that the cops were going easy on the protesters. They were not. There were innocent people thrown in jail for expressing their free speech, right?
There was never any serious we heard talk about investigation, but there was never any serious investigation into the people who were funding and organizing the BLM riots. Okay, when you had these rioters show up in vans and everything and all this coordination, people showing up.
Dude, they showed up in limos. And the limos all said, the license plates on the limos said Soros 1, Soros 2, Soros 3, Soros 4. They showed up in limos. They were really getting, bankrolled, right?
Pallets of bricks, but...
No, there wasn't bricks. It was diamond bricks because it was from Soros, right? Gold bricks, diamond bricks, all kinds of precious metals. That's what the protesters were throwing around. They had like diamond encrusted Molotov cocktails that they were throwing, right? That's what was going on. That was all funded by Soros.
No one ever looked into where is this all coming from? How is it so well organized? Fire with fire would mean actually finding the people responsible for that and throwing them in prison. The other question you have to ask is, what exactly is the political play here with Trump? They're going after Trump. They would love to put him in jail for 15 years, but that's not going to happen on a charge like this. And he's probably not going to spend a day in jail. Although from the reports that we were hearing on Saturday, they at least wanted to perp walk him. I mean, they wanted to put him in handcuffs and perp walk him, and they wanted to do that. And let's say they do.
Matt, please cite your this is the thing. Is this the Daily Wire's news? Is this what I mean, I don't know all of what they do, right? But this is not the news. This is opinion, and it's so separated. It's so out of context with anything you gotta show some proof when you make these claims. And he's making all these claims and he's not showing proof. None of them are.
You have to wonder what exactly is the political play. Because I think most people, even on the left, understand that if you do that, it's a horrible thing for the country. But ultimately, it will probably help Donald Trump politically. Certainly in the primary, it's going to help him. As well, it should. You are turning him into a martyr, and you're putting handcuffs on him, marching him around. I don't see how it helps in the general. I think when it comes to Trump in the general, there's nothing that can help or hurt. Everything is baked in, and you feel how you feel about Trump, and I don't think anything is going to change that. I mean, let's say they actually did arrest Trump and throw him in jail, get to a general election. I don't see anyone who hated Trump saying, you know what, I feel bad for him because I'm going to vote for him. And I certainly don't see anyone who likes Trump or at least opposes the Democrats saying, you know what, I'm going to vote for the Democrat now because they put him in. That's not going to happen. So general election, it's not going to move the needle one way or another. I don't think anything can at this point because it's all baked in. In the primary, I think it does help Trump, potentially in a big way. I mean, you could make the argument that if they actually do this, and they put him in handcuffs and march him into a jail cell, that if they do it on Tuesday, he wins the primary on Tuesday. And then, and maybe this is where you get to conspiratorial, but then you have to wonder, is that part of the reason why they're doing it? Because they want him, they want to run against him. They want him to win the GOP primary. I tweeted that over the weekend, and there were people saying that it's a crazy conspiracy theory. It doesn't make any sense. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit, the Democrats, in assuming that they can engage in this kind of strategic thinking. And you could certainly make an argument, and some people have made this argument to me, and I do find it persuasive, that even if it has the effect of essentially winning the primary for him, which I think there's a good chance it will, that's not what they're up to. They're just motivated by their just insatiable hatred for Trump, and they're going to do whatever they can to go after him, and they're not even thinking that far ahead. I think there's a lot to be said for that theory as well.
Yo, here's a theory that I have, all right? You're analyzing the actions of separate law enforcement departments in separate states as if they are all coming from a central location. And that is why your analysis, the results of your analysis do not make sense. Right? What are the Democrats really going for here? What is the cabal of Democrats that is obviously meeting and giving marching orders to all these different DAs in all these different states, right? What are they thinking, right? Because these aren't normal charges. Normally, you would be able to call an elected official in Georgia, lean the fuck on them, ask them to find you some more votes, and just completely get away with it. That's normal behavior. Nobody should ever be charged with that. Maybe it's in a violation of the law, but it's not the kind of law that you would normally get charged with, right? It's not the kind of violation that would normally result in criminal charges, right? So it must be a cabal of Democrats. Somehow Soros, somehow the Democrats, we don't know exactly who. It's probably Soros and Hillary Clinton meeting in there, right? With the ghost of Hugo Chavez, right? And they're all deciding what to charge and what not to charge, and should we, let him go, and what if this makes it right? What are the Democrats thinking? That is his question that he's interrogating, right? Not what are a bunch of separate law enforcement organizations around the country thinking in a bunch of separate circumstances, the only commonality being that Trump has violated the law to the extent that it is, there's reasonable suspicion warranting an indictment, right? It's what is the cabal of Democrats that meets in secret and tells prosecuting attorneys what to do? What are they up to? What are they thinking, right? That's what he's asking.
All right. This is a pretty amazing clip from some podcast. I don't even sure what podcast it is, but it doesn't matter. This featuring a group of black drag queens talking.
Oh my God. Oh my God, chat. This is too cursed. This is too cursed. Oh my God, he gets to be racist and, queerphobic at the same time. That's kind of amazing. Kind of amazing. We gotta watch the Tradwife thing. Oh, there's Hunter Avalon versus Matt Walsh. But I'm told there's also a Tradwife. We need to respond to the Tradwives. Won't somebody
Today on the Matt Walsh Show, the media is warning about a dangerous and perverse new trend that has taken over TikTok. It's called being a stay-at-home mom. Very scary stuff, at least as far as the left is concerned. Also, journalists have managed to dig up some shocking dirt on Ron DeSantis. Turns out that he has bad table manners, which Recently, our cultural authority.
Do you know what that is, chat? Does anybody in chat? Hey, chat, wake the fuck up, all right? What am I here for, right? Does anybody in chat have any ideas what what could be the like bad manners that he's talking about, right? The media is investigating Ron DeSantis showing some bad manners. Does anybody know what that's in reference to? Is anybody awake in chat? Should I even...
figures, the people who decide what we're supposed to think and what we're supposed to do and what our values and goals and aspirations are supposed to be, have become very alarmed by a perverse and dangerous new trend among young women in particular. Of course, I'm not talking about the trend where young women have their breasts removed and then start injecting themselves with testosterone so that their hair falls out and they grow beards and they become infertile.
Oh my God. You can't even not be transphobic for one segment. You're supposed to be talking about trad wives, my dude.
The gatekeepers are not concerned about that trend at all. If anything, they're worried that the trend isn't even more popular than it already is. No, instead, they're deeply worried about women who choose the so-called trad wife lifestyle. Over the past couple of years, a growing number of women have started posting TikTok videos describing and documenting their day-to-day existence as trad wives, quote unquote. What is a trad wife? Well, she is a woman who stays home to take care of the house, takes care of the children, while her husband goes to work. She does most of the cooking and the cleaning. She handles the lion's share of the domestic labor while relying on her husband to be the provider and breadwinner. In other words, she is just a normal woman doing what many millions of other normal women have done before her. Which is why my only objection really to the trad wife trend is that we're calling it a trend and we're giving it a cutesy name and a hashtag.
Okay,
that's
so
my only problem.
That is really scary. No reaction whatsoever. Chat is dead. This is really, wow, very encouraging. Awesome. Like, okay, so he ate pudding. He fucking dipped his hand into the pudding jar or the pudding cup, and he ate pudding, and he was in front of a bunch of coworkers, and that's what he's talking about, right? And like, I don't think anybody was like, look, if anybody was doing that pudding stuff seriously, like, it's not. It's a weird thing about Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis is a weirdo, right? There's no reason to eat pudding, with your fingers, especially when you're Ron DeSantis, and you can probably afford a plastic spoon, but whatever.
With it. My wife would fit the description of a quote-unquote trad wife, but not because she's taking part in a TikTok trend. We've been living this way for 10 years. And I wouldn't really call it a lifestyle either, but rather a system that works for us, just as it has worked for the majority of families all over the world since the dawn of human civilization. Even before the industrial age and the advent of the modern 9-to-5 job, before that, the phrase or the term stay-at-home mom didn't exist. Still, even then, most families featured a man who would go out, whether to the fields to farm or the forest to hunt or later to the office to earn a paycheck, and a woman who stays in the home to care for the children. This is a very standard arrangement. The women on TikTok aren't inventing a trend, but rather they're partaking in a way of life that is ancient and enduring.
Yo, this is ancient in the way that, like, a health supplement that gets advertised to me, right, that's prepared in a lab somewhere, is an ancient formulation, right? This is marketing. This is a thing. This trad wife thing isn't actually like some kind of a return to like it. It's the aesthetics of, whatever kind of it's the aesthetics of the nuclear family from like the 1950s, right? It's not some kind of return to tradition. It's not like it's always been this way and this is like the only way that it could be, and why do people think this is weird at all? This is a packaging and a marketing and a branding of something that is sold to you as being ancient, but is really just I don't know what to call it, right? Drinking pee and calling it medicine is also ancient, but we shouldn't be doing it.
And battle tested. But that's not how the left sees it. As
leeches. Actually, the leeches were one of the things that they did that maybe could have been good in some situations. I can't remember the specific situation in which leeches are a good medical intervention, but I read that somewhere that maybe sometimes the leeches were good.
An article on FoxNews.com reports, quote, donning elaborate dresses, fastening an apron around their waist, and popping in their finest pearl earrings, or at least some iteration of pearls, for another round of household chores or cooking. More and more young women are following in the footsteps of the quintessential mid-century housewife, thanks to the latest TikTok trend. But while some women are eager to shirk all the hustle and bustle of today's corporate world and channel
Oh, are you talking about the parties that Ron DeSantis would show up to? He was like a high school principal, and he would show up to the parties of, wait, am I getting this right? Yeah, there's a lot about DeSantis that's Trump. Yeah, you're right. Trump did go after DeSantis for the creepy appearances at parties. Yeah, Walsh is talking about the pudding, right? A lot of people have gone off about the fact that DeSantis eats pudding with his fingers, like, in front of people, and I can't really care about it. I can't really care about it, right? But yeah, some people have been tweeting about it. It's a good story. It's kind of like an amazing thing to imagine. The fascist governor of Florida eating chocolate pudding with his fingers. I don't know. He would party with kids. Yeah, the kids from the school.
Barbara Billingsley as June Cleaver. Others are none too happy with the trend. Quote, the new trend for submissive women has a dark heart and history, reads one headline from The Guardian. An article from Hype Bay slapped the videos as disturbing, writing that they, quote, typically feature a cis straight white woman longing for the 50s, an era where some women could opt out of participating in the corporate working world and be stay-at-home mothers instead. And a third from Grazia magazine accused the trend of, quote, romanticizing an era where sexism and racism ruled. We can also add a recent CNN article which calls trad wives, otherwise known as housewives or stay-at-home moms.
Can you imagine? Now I'm like picturing Matt Walsh in Mad Men.
A, quote, fringe subculture. Meanwhile, a piece by Insider says that many of these women are promoting white supremacist views. This was the argument made this week in a video by a left-wing media organization called Novara Media.
Oh my God, yeah, being 100% dependent on a man has its risk. Yeah, like that is, I mean, like, it's like a de facto, like, ownership, right? It is how it kind of breaks down, right? That's what, you know, that, like, and, you know, the further you go back, the more that's true. In the 70s, did you know, right, was when women started to be allowed to get credit cards. Not until the 70s. And if you look before that, like, you know, even like having property in your own name was somewhat of an aberration. So that, I mean, I guess that's what he is, you know, like, that is that the trad wife that
named Ash Sarkar argues that trad wives are really just agents of a far-right political agenda. Here she is.
Though the idea of women being confined to the home while men do things like go outside and work isn't exactly new, the image of 1950s suburban domesticity has been given a new lease of life by the gals on TikTok.
Can you imagine me, the wife of that boorish, brainless madam?
Some younger millennials and Zoomers have decided to embrace living la vida casserole, dedicating themselves to cooking, cleaning, and child rearing while their husbands or boyfriends, I don't know, chop firewood or go to their job in human resources. And look, I'm not saying there's anything inherently degrading about being a mum or making nice meals. I like cooking elaborate dinners. For that matter, my boyfriend does too. But the tradwife trend isn't just a way to talk about the experience of being a woman and doing domestic labour. It's saying that being a woman, or expressing your femininity most fully, means doing all the domestic labour. Men and women are meant to have rigidly distinct roles in the home, in their relationships, and crucially, in economic activity. So this isn't just about personal choice or individual preferences, it's advancing a right-wing political ideology and dressing it up as a lifestyle. So why is this important? 3 things. These women are often really young, in their 20s, and they're preaching the values of submitting to a husband to an audience of other young women. The tradwife trend doesn't exist in isolation. It's linked to deeply regressive political and social movements such as Christian and white nationalism and anti-feminism.
What it is a fetishization of that dependency, right? Of that subservience. And, you know, if that's all it was just a marketed image of that without being that in substance, without putting yourself in a place where you have a lack of control over your own life, I guess that would be one thing. You know, it's like, you know, you want to live this, you know, aesthetic. Sure, why not? You know, if that's what you like and that's what your partner likes and it all works out and, you know, you like doing that kind of stuff, sure. But it's putting women in a situation where, like, yeah, that obeisance is expected. I mean, that is part of the lifestyle. That is the, you know, the Christian dominionist ideal that you're kind of just there to help pop out babies, and your opinion matters less. Like I mean, you know, this is
feminism is an ideology which cannot be defended by
he's making fair points. Yeah,
it's part of a wider shift of young people being dissatisfied with neoliberalism and wanting social change.
Oh,
well, she's right about that last point. Not any of the rest of it, but the last point anyway. But before we flesh that out, let's consider a few other points. First, you see how stigmatization is perhaps the left's most common and useful tool. Always has been. I mean, even as they claim
La Vida Casserole. Yeah, where did they get that?
That they want people to be free to live their lives without judgment.
Like the joke is La Vida Loca, right? But how is La Vida Casserole fit into that? Like, I mean, trad is anything right wing or reactionary.
The truth is that they have a very rigid idea about what sorts of lifestyles should be embraced. And the standard is very simple, actually. It's not complicated. We should celebrate any and all lifestyles that would not be traditionally considered normal. Okay? That's the one rule. So live how you want, just don't be normal. That's why they use a term like fringe subculture.
Normal. Letting your husband control you, having 6 kids and 7 miscarriages. That's normal. Yeah. If that's what normal is, then get me the fuck away from normal. I don't
describe a housewife in an apron.
I mean, you do know that by its very nature, the descriptor normal is subjective, right? You do understand that there is no normal, right? That it's a relative sort of thing.
Who would
right?
but they would never put such a label on a man in a wig and a skirt standing up to pee in the women's restroom. He's not part of a
standing up to pee. Why do you have this fetishization of like wanting to see standing up to pee? Why would no? God damn it. You're such a weirdo, Matt. You spend time thinking of like, do trans women stand up to pee in the bathroom? Is that what goes on? Is that like you got a strange idea of trans people? Like I said before, normal is relative, but you are not normal relative to most anything.
Fringe subculture. Instead, a 25-year-old woman with 2 kids and a husband baking a casserole, she's the fringe weirdo, the degenerate pervert.
Yes, that's right. That's what have you been listening to Vaush? That's like the only leftist that I would hear call people stuff like that, and it's just to get their goat. Like, right? Vaush would say that, like, you know, tradwives are degenerate perverts just because he knows that they hate degeneracy and perversion, and turning that around on them is an effective rhetorical strategy.
Now, if that same woman was doing all the same things, but happened to actually be a man, then she, or he in this case, would be revered as a bold and powerful
Revered, yes, that's right. We're revered.
Woman daring to live her life as she wishes. The problem with the actual real woman living this.
Wait. There's one side that fucking reveres tradwives, okay? And it's not the left. Isn't that a Proud Boy thing? Like, what is it called? Does anybody remember this? It's like revere the housewife or something like that.
Way is that she again is normal. And while they shame normalcy as perverse and they treat perversion as normal, they somehow have succeeded in convincing many conservatives to not
He thinks husbands at home are pussies too.
Respond in kind, as we should. So they will openly call stay-at-home moms a fringe subculture while insisting that we must never use such language to describe lifestyles that are actually degenerate. And again, many conservatives willingly play along with this. They willingly play by this rule. The left accuses the trad wife of engaging in a political act. But the truth is that, you know what they're really angry about?
That's not what she was saying. I think she was saying that it doesn't seem political, but it can be. The overall concern that Ash expressed was young women getting sucked into this, not realizing that they're putting themselves in a place that they are disempowered, and that they, kind of like losing agency that way, becoming part of a political project that they might not themselves fully understand just by watching TikToks of, stay-at-home moms and homemakers, right? That it's that is one way to do division of labor if if you have enough money, that it's actually kind of out of a lot of people's reach at this point to be able to divide up the labor like that and have one of the spouses working and the other spouse full-time taking care of things at home. And yeah, if people like doing that and are able to do that, there's nothing wrong with that. But that's different than the tradwife thing, right? The tradwife thing is political. Don't act like it's not. He wants to make it seem like being a stay-at-home mom is what is being objected to, not this pastiche of tradwife.
They're angry that she isn't engaging in a political act. She's simply living in a way that is healthy and traditional, and she's prioritizing her family. She is not turning her entire existence into a political statement. She is focused on things deeper and more meaningful than that. And that is what infuriates them.
Like TikTok videos.
Remember that these are people who've structured their whole lives around opposing traditional values. They're not even pursuing happiness or fulfillment or meaning. They'll settle for misery so long as their misery is a protest against the value systems they despise. Except that ultimately their misery only confirms and supports that very same value system. And that's where the woman in the video had it right, I think. People are deeply dissatisfied with the life that leftism has given them. These so-called trad wives, they grew up in a society that told them that men and women are the same, that we ought to have exactly identical roles in society, that it's demeaning, it's oppressive to prioritize raising children and caring for your family, that fulfillment is found in serving your boss rather than your spouse, that a strong and independent woman is one who depends on her employer rather than her husband.
Can't imagine having two kids at 25. I'd leave my mini foes on the bus or something. Mini fees. Oh, wow, okay, I get it. Mini fees is in short for Phoenix. My mom had 5 kids by that age. Normal doesn't exist. These mofos want it to exist because they're weak and they need it. It's an illusion. It's just as much, so much conservative worldview. As I said, the image of the 1950s smiling housewife is an illusion itself. Matt Walsh is the clown prince of projection. Conservative mofos be like, conservative mofos like him piss and moan about how the world should be.
They were raised in a culture that takes all of these ideas for granted. They were socialized and conditioned to accept them as gospel truth, and many of them did for a time, and then discovered that it was all a lie. You know, the most basic problem with leftism is that it is just hollow at its core. It doesn't have an answer, or at least not a satisfying answer, to the question of why we're here on this earth and what we're supposed to be doing with our time.
This sounds like, this sounds kind of like Orwell's weird fascination with Hitler, right? If you read that article, his review of Eichler's book, Mein K, yeah, if you look at his review, you know, he kind of implies that Eichler is speaking to something that's unfulfilled by the progressive ideology, right? And that's like his, like, you know, plea, like, to, you know, understand, you know, I mean, like, you could read it on one level as like, know your enemy. You know, he's obviously you know, says in the review that, you know, given the chance, he himself would take Hitler out. He understands the, you know, the interest of Hitler and Germany are antithetical at that point to the interest of the UK. But he's got this weird, like, empathy for you know, Eichler and his followers. And that's one of the things he cites is like a lack of meaning, which is more of a complaint of the modern world. And I don't mean like the modern way of doing things. I don't mean the modern perspective. I just mean what is possible in the modern world, being that there were things in the pre-modern world that pushed people, that forced a meaning on their life, right? That forced them into, like, and that forced them into certain paths which they had no volition over. And that's what people like this would say is the meaning, right? That's the meaning that we're missing. In the modern world, you have to find your own meaning. You have to make your own meaning. Simple answers like God or even country don't really apply to the degree that they once did. It don't really make sense. And you know, I mean, like, we're literally communicating over distance. You know, some of you in a different country than I'm in, like, right, things are not the same, and you can't go back. There is no back. That's not what Matt Walsh is offering you. He's offering you some kind of weird, you know, right-wing aesthetic, but it's not analogous to the way things used to be. It's just this This like restoration fetish that they have.
This ambiguity, this lack of answers, is presented to us as freedom. But it's the freedom of being lost.
It is freedom, but like okay, God, I'm gonna quote a great conservative here. Freedom isn't free, unless it's freedom fries, and then those are free. But yeah, we were talking about the Iraq War earlier today.
In the woods, the freedom of having no idea where to go or why. And that's not freedom, that's abandonment. And this is what has happened.
So that's what he's saying, is that the lack of subjugation is abandonment. That it's impossible for anybody to find that meaning for themselves. And it's not obvious and it's not easy, but it's worthwhile and it's our only option. You can't return to tradition even if you wanted to, right? Those institutions that people used to sublimate themselves under no longer exist in the way that they once did and cannot exist in that way again either. You offer them a hollow, you're talking about like that like progressivism, the modern world offers you like hollow freedom. Like you're offering hollow captivity. You're offering, hollow sublimation, right? It's the worst of both worlds.
Multiple generations of Americans. They've been brought down a path with promises of happiness and fulfillment around the corner, and then they were just left there, abandoned. This is the
like Hansel and Gretel.
The source of much of the the epidemic of despair, what we now call depression in our society. It stems from this, not from mental illness, but from this.
Not from having a stagnant wage for years and years and years while productivity increased, while capital had the verifiable means to pay us more, and instead they pocketed that, and we've been forced to live in a world where prices are increasing faster than our ability to pay those prices. You think it might have something to do with that?
That you have millions of Americans that were led down a path. They said, well, come this way, don't go that way. Okay, that's the way that all of your ancestors went. That's the way that people for thousands of years went. Don't go that way, come this way instead. And all these people...
Matt, you're trying to send people down like over a bridge that the river has washed out. Like, right? It doesn't exist anymore. What you're offering does not exist anymore. And should I be surprised, considering what a charlatan you are? But this whole trad lifestyle thing is a scam.
People listened and they said, okay, I'll go that way. And then one day they looked around and they said, well, where are we exactly? What's the point of this? Where were you taking us? We're just lost here now. We're stuck. So the people who are returning to traditional lives, who are making the radical decision to focus on their families and their marriages and so on, these are people simply deciding to live with some sense of direction, to live with meaning.
And that direction is that the wife should be sublimated to the husband. That like as a woman, part of that is sacrificing your identity to this notion of family, right? And sublimating it under your husband's identity. Literally, like, it's also tradition to, have your mail received Mr. and Mrs. your husband's name, right? It's traditional to pass from your father to your husband and be under the control of both of those.
Okay. That's what they're doing.
Traditionally, women worked. He's an idiot.
They're not making some white supremacist radical political statement. They are reclaiming meaning in their lives. And they are certainly happier for it. Now let's get to our 5 headlines.
Okay, that was amazing. Okay, check these out. So I can't show you Destiny, but I can show you his thumbnails, right? They're the new trans people. Destiny tells his frustration with the online black community, featuring ABBA. Does that sound a little bit cursed? Destiny confronts the girl who called him a R-pist. Like, this is the content that he's putting out now. I'm trying to see if the other one will pop up, because the other ones, like there's a debate with Destiny, Not So Erudite, and Faftosh, which Faftosh, yes, Faftosh. I'm sorry, Taftosh. That's what I was trying to say. Where Destiny's like it's like he's got the word transgenders in the title. Okay, time to raid Whitlow. Good night, everybody.